what's at stake for Germany?
You could say the normal things are at stake. The economy has not been doing well for at least 2 years. People feel that every day in rising prices, in affordability of life. There's been a lot of concern about migration that's been hotly contested in this election campaign. Climate change is something you have to take seriously. But in the end, what it's really about is Germany's international role at this moment in history, if you might say so, in a situation where the United States is moving closer to Russia, where the war in Ukraine, which has determined politics in Europe and in Germany for the last 3 years, is becoming much more of a responsibility for Europeans. And in that situation, Germany, as the strongest, biggest country in Europe, really needs to be a reliable partner, needs to take responsibility, and that's what this election really, in the end, is about.
So how likely is it then that Friedrich Merz will be the next German chancellor?
It's very likely, if we can believe the polls, and I think they tend to be pretty reliable in Germany, that his party will win this election. So let's say he will have first choice to try and become chancellor, because he will not be able to form a government on his own with his party. He will need coalition partners, and that's where things start getting a little complicated. It's fairly clear that he will have to choose either the Social Democrats or the Greens as one partner in a coalition. It's not clear yet whether he might need a second partner. Both of those, or maybe one of the smaller parties who might or might not get into parliament. So that's a kind of pretty difficult situation which will lead to quite a long time, possibly as much as 2 months at least, of bickering, of negotiations, of discussions to find a government.
Now, there are some policy overlaps between the Conservatives leading in the polls and the far-right AfD, who are set to come second. They could easily form a coalition. What's stopping them?
What's stopping them basically is a German taboo. It's the taboo that Nazis should not again rule in Germany as they did during the Second World War, a situation that brought catastrophe through the whole world, through World War II, that led to millions being killed, including millions of Jews in Europe. So there is a very strong taboo in German politics that this should not happen again, and the far-right AfD certainly in parts is a neo-Nazi party. So Friedrich Merz has been saying in recent days and weeks that he will definitely not cooperate with the AfD, that there's no question of being tolerated by the AfD or cooperating with it. But there is a little bit of doubt remaining there, because just a couple of weeks ago, his party entered a resolution into the German parliament which only was passed with the support of the AfD, which is something he just took into account and tolerated at that stage. There's a little bit of doubt then whether this, as is called, the firewall against the AfD, whether it's actually going to hold.
Now, how different would a Merz-led government, whatever coalition he enters into, be from the current government then?
I think what people are hoping for most is that there will be a difference in character, that it will be a working government rather than a government that ends up kind of disabling itself through infighting, which is what has been happening in the last 3 odd years with this three-party coalition that we've had. In terms of policy, the differences will not be that huge. They will be within what you might call the spectrum of middle-range politics. It will move further to the right, that's clear, further possibly towards business-friendly rather than labor-friendly policies and so on, but well within the spectrum of tolerability, as you might say. Excuse me. But the real question is what leadership role will Merz be able to take both within Germany and within Europe?
Thank you very much, our political correspondent, Hans Brandt there. Now, the faltering German economy is a major concern for voters, and it's not just ordinary people who are worried. Last month, Germany's biggest business association sounded the alarm, saying fixing the economy must be the next government's top priority. The business leader said short-term crisis management will not help Germany. We need fundamental structural changes in economic and social policy. So let's take a closer look at some charts that highlight the main issues. The first is the fact that Germany's economy has stopped growing and is in recession. As you can see here in a minute, I hope, economic output has been contracting for the last 2 years. That's not good news for Europe's biggest economy. And one of the key reasons is falling demand for cars, for example, and other German exports. The downturn between December 2023 and November of last year included a particularly steep export decline in October. And earlier, I asked the economist Claudia Kempfert whether Germany can still be seen as an economic powerhouse.
Well, right now we could say no, because the outlook for the economy has remained really dampened, and the progress is also not really seen. There's really a wait and see policy right now, also in the economy, and the economic policy situation is quite uncertain because of the federal elections, and there are trade risks because of the US policy. There are also geopolitical conflicts, which makes a difference, and this means also there might be trade barriers coming, and this is in a phase of weakness, and that's really complicated. So I think this stagnation will be ongoing right now.
So what needs fixing most urgently in Germany right now?
Well, what's most important is investment into infrastructure, into railways, into roads, into the digitalization, digital networks, but also into energy efficiency, into renewable energy. So the economy is not modernized, the industry is not very modern, so there needs to be investment. And I think that's the most important pressure also for the next government. But we will see how this can be done and how the next policy will be ongoing.
Now, there's been a lot of complaints about bureaucracy hindering economic growth, and that complaint is, of course, not new. But is there any hope that any future government could really cut down on red tape?
Well, they always say this, that bureaucracy needs to be shut down or needs to be improved, but we don't see that really. I think there's a little bit improvement of the digitalization, which helps also that bureaucracy might be improved, but I don't have really so much hope for it, because we are talking on Germany, they are talking about this since 10 or 15 years, and the improvement has not been seen. So I really hope so, and there might be improvement, but I don't see this right now.
Do you know why that could be, that there never is any real, as you said, every party, all the parties speak about it, but there's never any real change? Do you know why that is?
Yeah, that's really a really good question, because why this is, Germany is not very modern. And if there needs to be modernization, Germany is really weak in this. And this explains also why the investment into most important things like, as I said, the infrastructure, digitalization is not happening. And this also brings in bureaucracy, because right now, also looking at the election, which is also very bureaucratic, there's no digital option to vote, actually, and this explains also why we don't have an innovation process. And Germany is not very innovative. It's good in research, but it's not really good in innovation and modernization.
Now, many voters have cited, as we've heard earlier, that the economy is a very important decision-making factor in this election. But how are people actually affected by, say, a strong export economy?
Yeah, I mean, people are affected by jobs, by earnings, but also by public services, by care, and also education. So this all needs to be improved, and we know that since many years that there needs to be investment into all this. And daycare also for children, for example, is important, but also the investment into train infrastructure. The train is not running. I mean, there are not enough daycare places, and all this plays a role also in this election right now, because I could expect that there might be also votes going into this direction because of this weakness we still have. Migration is important. That was a hot topic in all the election campaigns. However, the daily issues that people have are not so much related to migration, but to daycare, to public services, and all this. And this is really important.
Talking about, daily issues that people are facing, it seems many people just want a bit more money in their own pockets. Can we expect significant tax cuts from the next government?
It depends now how the next government will look like. If there's a conservative party who really leads this coalition, there might be also a tax reform because they wanted to strengthen especially high earners. But if we are looking at the Social Democrats, they want really to help low earners and low-income households. And we will see how this really goes together. In the past, there never has been really a tax reform. The CDU really wants to help the industry, the economy very much, but it really depends how the coalition might look like. I really hope that they are going for investments because Germany needs investment into digitization, into innovation and into the industry, but also help low-income households because the social justice is really an issue in Germany, but it's never been affected, never in the election campaign, but also not in the programs of the different parties.
Now, in conclusion, do you think Germany can actually retain or regain its position as a major economic player in the world?
Well, that's really difficult because I hope so, but that really leads to the investment. Germany needs to reform the debt brake because right now we have all the problems because of the debt brake. And this is really an issue, and I hope that they will reform it, that there's enough investment from the public side, but also from the private side into the most important areas like renewable energy, energy efficiency, and modernization of the whole industry, like hydrogen economy and all this. This could really strengthen the economy and bring new jobs, sustainable jobs. But it all depends on the current or the next policy, economic policy, which hopefully goes in this direction.
Professor Claudia Kempfert there, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now, as we heard earlier, migration has been a decisive and divisive issue in this election campaign. Most voters say they support stricter rules on immigration, and some believe the proposed tightening does not go far enough.
A series of attacks by individuals with a migration background has reshaped Germany's election. Some of the attackers should already have been deported. Although many campaign posters are still focusing on the economy, migration has emerged as the central issue in the final stretch of the race.
Well, it's very important to me, because I'm directly affected. I have a migration background myself, and I can see that this issue is deeply important to people. But many are afraid to openly say what they really think.
Migration is very important to me. I believe that those who have integrated here, work, earn money and contribute positively to our economy should stay. But everyone without a resident permit should leave immediately.
Very, very important, because I deal with this topic a lot in my professional life. I believe it must not be swept under the rug.
In response to voter sentiment, Germany's parties have made migration a cornerstone of their campaigns, and they're promising action. The centre-left Social Democrats and the environmentalist Greens have proposed more restrictive policies to curb irregular migration, including ending benefits for asylum seekers who enter Germany via another EU country, negotiating repatriation deals with non-EU countries to accelerate deportations, and extending temporary border checks. However, these measures fall short for other parties. The business-friendly FDP proposes cutting payments for all rejected asylum seekers without exception. And the Conservatives want permanent border controls and to reject asylum seekers arriving from EU neighbours. The far-right AfD supports this as well. Controversially, they label their plans a re-migration agenda. That's a term used by right-wing extremists to refer to mass deportations of migrants, including those holding German citizenship, though this is something the AfD leadership says it rejects. Despite some policy overlaps between the Conservatives and the far right, CDU leader Friedrich Merz has ruled out any coalition with the AfD.
We will not work together with the party that calls itself Alternative for Germany. We haven't before, we won't in the future, not ever.
But with Merz favoured to win Sunday's election, forming a government will require compromise. he may need to partner with the Greens or the Social Democrats, or both, to find common ground on migration, a decisive issue for many of Germany's 60 million eligible voters.
Political analyst Melinda Crane joins us now in the studio. Melinda, why is migration such an important issue, especially in these elections?
It's been an issue for a while. We saw it dividing Germans last year during the German EU elections and also during regional elections in the East. And the fact is that although the numbers last year were actually down in comparison to preceding years, it's become increasingly evident that the authorities, whether it's the federal security services and the police or local authorities responsible for housing, integrating migrants and other duties, are simply absolutely overwhelmed. Back in 2015, when Germany opened its doors to a huge influx of...
We're talking millions here.
Yes, absolutely. A million refugees, many of them young men from Syria and Afghanistan. She said back then, Angela Merkel, Germany can do this, we can handle this. But the fact is that neither her government nor successive governments have appropriated the resources needed by the local and federal authorities responsible for ensuring compliance with deportation and/or integration. So now we have had a spate of attacks by perpetrators with migrant backgrounds, alleged perpetrators, and some of those should have been deported but weren't. Others had severe psychiatric conditions that hadn't been diagnosed or treated. So Germans have the sense that here, as elsewhere, the government simply isn't fulfilling its responsibility, and that is worrisome to many. In fact, it's the leading issue for many.
I mean, that and a few other factors have led to the popularity of the far-right alternative for Germany rising, nearly predicted to nearly double their share of the vote in today's elections. Now, US presidential advisor Elon Musk and Vice President J.D. Vance have openly backed the AfD. Is that the kind of government the US would like to see in Germany?
Apparently it is. The AfD shares a great antipathy to migration, as does Donald Trump. It also shares some authoritarian traits that are no doubt quite appealing to those who work in Trump's administration. But most important, and this was the big issue for both Musk and J.D. Vance when they were talking to and about Germany, the AfD shares a strong impulse toward libertarian deregulation. Why is that important to Vance and Musk? Not really because they hold in great esteem the noble value of free speech, which is what they claim. They want to see massive deregulation of social media platforms. Why? Because it costs them money to police hate speech, to try to prevent disinformation. And the AfD would roll back regulation in this area, and that would make life a lot easier and more profitable for them. So there's a profit motive behind this.
Now, if we're looking at Friedrich Merz, the man who most likely will be Germany's next chancellor, what will his approach be to the Trump administration?
He said he is convinced that he and other European leaders must encounter Trump with self-confidence. He says if you act like a dwarf, he's going to treat you like a dwarf, and you have to come with good offers for him. Now, he may, in fact, have somewhat higher chances of earning Donald Trump's respect because he is a conservative, he's a pilot, he had experience as a financial sector lawyer, and he sat on the supervisory board of the huge asset manager BlackRock. Those are things that Trump might like. On the other hand, Germany is in Trump's crosshairs. Trump considers Germany a mooch because it doesn't spend enough on defense and depends on U.S. security guarantees, and he hates Germany's massive trade surpluses. So whether Friedrich Merz will find the kind of offer that can convince Trump to be friendly despite his anger about those two facts, that remains to be seen.
Thank you very much, Melinda Crane. Thank you. And do stay with us for the most in-depth coverage of the German election you'll find anywhere. Our rolling coverage starts in 40 minutes, and we'll have first exit polls roughly an hour later. And there's a lot more analysis and background, of course, on our website. That's dw.com. And on our social media channels. The handle there is @DW News across all the major platforms. Huge crowds have gathered in Beirut for the funeral of the former Hezbollah leader Hassan Nasrallah. Tens of thousands have been mourning the man who led the militant group for decades. Nasrallah was killed in an Israeli strike 5 months ago. He was a prominent figure in the so-called Axis of Resistance. That's a loose alliance of armed groups led by Iran. Here's a look back at Hassan Nasrallah's life.
The last video showing Hassan Nasrallah condemning Israel's pager attack on Hezbollah members in September of last year. Nasrallah was a familiar face on TV screens, but the fiery orator with a loyal Shia following rarely appeared in public. Nasrallah was one of Hezbollah's founding members. During his 3 decades as leader, Hezbollah became one of the most powerful paramilitary groups in the Middle East, and Nasrallah made Israel his archenemy, cementing Hezbollah's alliances with Iran and Palestinian militant groups, including Hamas. Nasrallah was credited with leading Hezbollah's war of attrition against Israeli forces occupying southern Lebanon, leading to their pullout in 2000. That withdrawal turned him into a hero in the eyes of many in the Arab world and bolstered his influence inside Lebanon. In 2006, Hezbollah fought a 34-day war with Israel to a stalemate, further adding to Nasrallah's popularity. But during Syria's civil war, some in the Arab world criticized Nasrallah for helping prop up Syrian President Bashar al-Assad. Following the Hamas October 7 terror attacks on Israel, Hezbollah began firing on Israeli positions along the northern border with Lebanon, which Nasrallah claimed would detract Israeli forces from their war against Hamas in Gaza. But as Hezbollah stepped up its cross-border attacks, Israel increasingly turned its attention to the enemy on its northern border. Israel said Nasrallah was eliminated in a massive airstrike on Hezbollah's headquarters in southern Beirut.
And DW correspondent Stella Mena has been following this story for us in Beirut.
So I'm just standing a couple of hundred meters far away from the sports stadium where the ceremony for Hassan Nasrallah took part. And earlier on, it was super crowded. There were hundreds and thousands of people inside the stadium, but also outside the stadium where they gathered because there was just not enough space inside the stadium. According to local media, around 400,000 people alone have traveled from other Arab countries into Lebanon in the last couple of days, and over 90% of the hotels here in Beirut are fully booked. The crowd was very sad. Many people were holding portraits of Hassan Nasrallah, and during the ceremony, the coffin of Hassan Nasrallah was transported into the stadium where people could say their goodbyes. During the ceremony, also some Israeli fighter jets were flying very low over the stadium just to also send a message to the Hezbollah supporters that the war is yet not completely over.
Now, Nasrallah was killed 5 months ago. Why is the funeral only taking place now?
That's mainly due to security concerns. When Hassan Nasrallah was killed in September, it was during what we call the full blown-out war between Israel and Hezbollah. It was during a time of heavy fighting, and in these days, the Israeli army was killing so many commanders of Hezbollah nearly every day. And an event like it took place today with so many people in one place would have been a perfect target for the Israeli army just to kill more commanders in one go. So out of security reasons, the organization decided to postpone it.
Now, he was the leader of Hezbollah. That's a militant group backed by Iran. How strong is the Hezbollah that he leaves behind?
Well, the organization is very much weakened due to the war now, especially when it comes to the weapons and the leadership. Many highly ranked commanders have been killed during the last couple of months, and also the new leader, Naim Qassem, is not as popular as Hassan Nasrallah used to be among Hezbollah supporters. Of course, when it comes to the ideology the organization is standing for, this still exists. The thought of the resistance is still present among some people in Lebanon. And this is also the image that Hezbollah as an organization wants to send today. We are still here, we're still strong. But nevertheless, it is very important to say that Hezbollah as an organization has a lot of problems to deal with at the moment. There's also the financial situation of the organization. Rebuilding Lebanon will cost a lot of money, and it is currently not the same situation as after the last war in 2006, where Hezbollah was able to provide financial support for people who lost their homes during the war.
VW's Stella Minna there, reporting from Beirut. Thank you, Stella. Time now to have a look at some of the other stories making headlines around the world. Israel plans to send tanks to the occupied West Bank for the first time in more than 2 decades. It is expanding military operations against Palestinian militant groups there. The government says troops will remain there for the next year. The offensive has displaced tens of thousands of Palestinians. Pope Francis has asked Catholics around the world to pray for him as he battles pneumonia, which has left him in a critical condition. The pontiff has expressed gratitude for the outpouring of support that he's received. He's been in hospital for more than a week now. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has called on the world to show solidarity with Ukraine on the eve of the 3rd anniversary of Russia's full-scale invasion of the country. Zelensky says he's willing to give up the presidency to bring peace. He also said he would trade the post for NATO membership for Ukraine. In Spain, police have released video of an operation to free dozens of women from a people trafficking ring. Dozens of suspects were arrested in Alicante and Murcia. Authorities say criminals exploited more than 1,000 women in nightclubs. Excuse me, the 75th Berlin International Film Festival, also known as the Berlinale, has announced its winners at a gala awards ceremony. This year's Golden Bear has gone to the Norwegian coming-of-age drama Dreams, telling the story of a girl who falls in love with her female teacher. Australian actress Rosie Byrne won the Best Performance Award for the movie If I Had Legs, I'd Kick You. Andrew Scott won Best Supporting Performance for Blue Moon. And the Silver Bear has gone to the Brazilian anti-ageism dystopia The Blue Trail. And that's it from me and the news team for now. Arts Unveiled is up next. And a reminder, as Germans vote in national elections, we'll have full coverage and predicted results. Our special coverage starts in 30 minutes. And of course, there's a lot more background and analysis on our website, dw.com. I'm Gerhard Elfers in Berlin from me and the team. Thanks for watching.
Three years after the Russian invasion of Ukraine, we meet a Russian journalist who documents the effects of the ongoing violence. A cellist who plays in Kyiv despite the air raids. And an indie electronic music legend from Denmark. But first, we stop by the Berlin International Film Festival and talk to actress Tilda Swinton, queen of the screen for 40 years. What drives her incredible creativity?
There is one answer, which is I started to work in film in a collective, and I've never stopped working in a collective way. That keeps me going always through all the ups and downs.
It all started in a collective almost 40 years ago. Tilda Swinton appeared in the films of Derek Jarman, The Young and Wild Years, Caravaggio, the Italian painter, a role model for a liberty-loving and uncompromising life. Since then, Tilda Swinton has remained a fixture on the big screen, ever-changing, fearless, eccentric, rarely mainstream in her choice of roles or her personal style, and always highly political with a clear message.
Find your tribe, trust your tribe, and stay within your tribe. We have to believe in the humanity of people, even outside of our tribe. Because if we don't, if we give up, then really all is lost. We have to believe that it's possible to reach and affect and change and transform the minds and hearts of people on the other side of the line.
Her first success came in 1992 in Sally Potter's Orlando. She plays a man who becomes a woman. Her depiction of gender fluidity and androgyny was ahead of its time.
Nothing thicker than a knife's blade separates melancholy from happiness.
Why are you sad?
Because I can't bear this happiness to end.
But we are together.
Yes, now. But what about tomorrow?
Tilda Swinton is at home on the world's red carpets, always highly individual, fiercely committed and provocative. Now she is receiving the Berlin Film Festival's honorary Golden Bear.
It really means a lot to me, and this is the root of the rest of my life. This is the root of my filmmaking life, and it's because of this festival. There is an internationalist core in this film festival. There's something so crucially internationalist about the spirit of this film festival.
In 2008, she won an Oscar for her role as an unscrupulous lawyer for an agricultural chemicals company.
This would have to be a longer conversation, and would have to take place somewhere else.
Where? My car?
She can do art house and she can do blockbusters like Avengers, Fighting the Hulk.
Strange is meant to be the best of us.
As different as her films are, for her, it's all about one thing.
Very simply, connection. It's what I was looking for as a child, frankly, and as a teenager, and as a student, and then when I started working as a practicing artist.
There are very few women war correspondents. War is a man's thing. You have to sort of become one of the guys, and it was never a problem for me. I've always lived like a man.
It's provocative, thought-provoking roles that characterize her work, as in her latest film.
When I work with Pedro Almodovar, and I have poured over every frame of his work, and then he invites me into his world, it's insane, because I know those frames and I love them so much, and it is very odd to see myself in them.
These are for you.
Her latest award-winning film is a plea for legal euthanasia. Swinton plays a woman who decides to end her own life due to a serious illness.
You have it.
Sure. I'll put these in a vase.
Okay.
And all of this is for you.
Whether Almodovar or fantasy blockbuster, Tilda Swinton often seems like a being from another world, surrounded by a mysterious aura. After 4 decades on the big screen and on the red carpet, she says she's now taking something of a break.
I'm entering something that I've been looking forward to for about 15 years, which is a period of my life when I do something different. I can't quite say what it is, but I can say I'm not shooting a film for the rest of this year. I want more time. I want time to develop projects that some are for the cinema, some are not, but I need time.
Staying at the Berlinale, 5 years after the racist attack in Hanau, a documentary filmmaker who listened to the relatives of victims.
Diese Foto war in ganzer Welt.
On stage at a premiere screening at the Berlinale were families whose loved ones died in the 2020 racist attacks in Hanau. They've all been involved in the film being shown. The filmmakers followed the survivors and bereaved families for 4 years. The film captures how they mourn their dead and suffer from the trauma and struggle with bureaucracy and a lack of support from the authorities. The film gives them a voice.
Why was the emergency exit, which cost our son his life, locked for years and everyone knew it? The families weren't given any information at all. They were left completely on their own. For 7 or 8 days, they didn't even know where their children's bodies were.
Nach jedem Terrorakt hören wir, das darf nicht sein, Halle ist das letzte, Mölln darf nicht mehr geben. Aber in 2, 3 Monaten sage ich, da passiert wieder was. Ja, da passiert wieder was.
Police didn't tell Niculescu Paun that his son had been murdered until the next day. Yet images of his son's bullet-riddled car were all over the internet just hours after the attacks.
Ich hab keine Ahnung. Zweiter Tag, ich war zum Arbeit. Ich hab keine Ahnung, was passiert mit meinem Sohn.
Another film at the Berlinale also tells of the consequences of right-wing extremist violence. In 1992, 3 people died in arson attacks on Turkish homes in Mölln. One of them was 10-year-old Yeliz Arslan. In the weeks that followed, people from all over Germany sent thousands of letters expressing sympathy, anger, and grief. But the letters never reached the relatives. The city of Mölln never forwarded them.
Wir, die Familie, oder die Familien aus Mölln, haben von der Existenz der Briefe nichts gewusst.
These people needed nothing more than these condolences, just these expressions of solidarity, saying, "We're thinking of you, you're not alone." Only now have the families been able to view the letters in the Mölln city archives, the letters that actually had always belonged to them. These 2 films revolve around a subject that is as current as ever, the question of who the German people actually are.
Who belongs to this society and who does not?
The victims of these violent crimes say their greatest wish is to tell their stories and not to be forgotten. These films are a step in that direction.
Seit den 80er, 90er Jahren sind so viele rassistische Morde passiert in Deutschland. Ich bin sicher, die Morde in Hanau wären nicht geschehen, wenn daraus gelernt worden wäre.
Another anniversary. 3 years ago, Russia launched a war of aggression against Ukraine. In her book, Katerina Gordieva talks to the victims of this war, Ukrainians and Russians too. We met her at the Tolstoy Library in Munich.
A Russian author visits an important place for Russian literature in the middle of Munich.
When I was very little, my bed was in my grandfather's study, right next to his bookcase. I recognize all the covers here. They all accompanied me through my childhood.
It's not nostalgia, it's pride in family history and defiance against the Russia of today.
Being an enemy of the state runs in our family. Even my great-grandfather was labeled a foreign agent, and now I am too. I grew up in a world where Moscow was very far away, and Donetsk and Mariupol were very close. The first sea I saw was the Sea of Azov in Ukraine.
Katerina Gordieva, a journalist born in Rostov. Today she lives in Riga, Latvia. Her latest book, Reports from the Ukraine War, is not available in Russia. She is on the list of so-called foreign agents.
I spend at least 4 hours a week sending letters to Russian prisons. I only write to people I know personally. They're my friends and my colleagues. I don't want to go to prison under any circumstances. I don't want a big trial. I don't want to make any big statements. But as long as I can, I'll go to Russia and do my work.
In 2020, Gordieva launched a successful YouTube channel. She interviewed celebrities, opposition figures, but also artists close to the Kremlin. Then came February 24th, 2022. Since then, the main focus has been on war and displacement, and the responsibility of the people of Russia for the actions of the state.
Not everyone can influence what happens in this country, but I am a journalist after all. I even worked for a state broadcaster until 2012. There was a decree from Putin to replace the editorial board. He systematically destroyed all opportunities for resistance.
Since February 24, 2022, Gordieva has been travelling non-stop, following in the footsteps of people who fled Mariupol and Kyiv. She met them in the EU, but also in Russia. Almost 4 hours of film turned into 400 pages of text about the people fleeing Russian bombs and holding out in cellars.
Наверное, вот первые несколько дней в бомбоубежище было посвящено тому, чтобы научиться по звуку выстрела различать это в нас или от нас. Вы теперь умеете, да?
She also spoke to people who had fled the war in Donbass in 2014, to Bucha.
Они спалили этот дом, и люди туда зашли, там, я знаю, мне говорили, была у него еще мама, там еще кто-то. В общем, я их больше не видела никогда.
И потом эти же люди оказались...
These people were there at the most terrible moment of the war. For them, it was a repeat of 2014-2015. And that's also what my book is about, that we live in a world where there is no longer a safe place. It was very important for me to show that. You don't know where to go. You don't see a way out. I wouldn't be able to shoot all that today. Back in the winter and spring of 2022, I didn't just happen to be the first journalist. I was the first person these people spoke to for the movie and then for the book. That's why they forgave me for being Russian. It's often the case that at the moment of an acute catastrophe, people speak, and then they fall silent for 20 years or more. That's why it was important for me to document this story immediately. As a journalist with a Russian passport, I'm doing this for the future, for the court cases that may still come.
Katerina Gordieva doesn't have much hope for today's Russia. She says this is the only way not to be disappointed. This is the only way she can live and write in the here and now.
Upholding humanity through music. This is what took a virtuoso cellist to Ukraine.
There is a duty to optimism, according to the philosopher Kant. Everyone can do something in these dark times. Rafaela Gómez can play the cello outstandingly well. Music is even composed for her. At the Philharmonie in Berlin, Gómez rehearses with the National State Symphony Orchestra of Ukraine. This collaboration began more than a year ago. The orchestra's director simply invited her to come and play with them.
At first, I found it completely unbelievable that there could be normal life in Kyiv, that concerts were being held there. But he told me that especially in these times, during wartime, it was incredibly important that we try to preserve some kind of normal everyday life.
So she went to Kyiv in the second winter of the war in 2023. She wanted to ensure there would not just be power cuts and air raids, but also something good. Dvorak.
There was actually an air raid warning right before the concert, and concerts are not allowed during air raid warnings. There are some regulations. The auditorium can only be half full so that if there is an air raid during the concert, people don't panic and everyone can get out quickly enough and get to the bunker in Kyiv, which is in the Philharmonic. But of course, we all hoped that by the evening when the concert was due to start, the air raid would be over and we could just play. And indeed, it was a very special moment when we went on stage and knew that it was over for now. Now it was all about being in the moment.
Jetzt ist es erstmal vorbei, jetzt geht es nur den Augenblick.
Later, there's a CD with the orchestra and a joint tour. Gromes feels a connection with these musicians in their vulnerability.
Previous winter we didn't have electricity, mostly, so it's like a couple hours per day. It's tough, but we are used to it.
My life is very changed. I live in Kyiv, my family doesn't live with me because in Kyiv it's every day it's drone attacks. And I have a little son and I worry about him and they're not living with me.
All daughter live in Kyiv with family, and like all people in Ukraine, we are in. You understand? Bomb, attack, alarm. That's our life.
Gromes still gets warnings of attacks. There were 52 the previous night in Kyiv alone.
It went on all night from midnight to 4 o'clock. And then there were also a few strikes here, explosions. There was actually only one day in October when the Russians didn't attack Kyiv. One single day.
Can music make any great difference? There are no geopolitical borders with music, just the moment. And change, says Gromes, begins right here, in the moment.
What war does is that it numbs people enormously. These people are so tired because they can't sleep at night and they still have to work. They can't give up. That's what a soldier who's fighting at the front told me, that he sometimes only acts like a robot and is also driven by hate. And when he comes back to Kyiv, he tries to get back in touch with his humanity, with his heart. That's what makes music so essential here.
Ich glaube, das ist das, was Musik dort so essentiell wichtig macht.
3 years of war, but optimism is a moral duty.
And now to a Danish master of melancholy who finds beauty in the more somber tones.
This isn't party music, it's a story. Except that it can't be read, but only danced, with melancholy and undercurrents.
I like to have one huge layer, but then I like to have some other layers underneath that goes against that. Because life consists of so many different feelings and contradictions that you're not trying to tell only one story, but you have a lot of underlying layers that can work against that.
Trentemøller calls his new album Dreamweaver. And Dreamweaver is also a pretty good description of his job. We join him at a studio in Copenhagen.
I really love the sound of this piano, but the trick here is that I can actually make this thing here. Look at this. And now it sounds like this, beautiful. I can remember after coming home from a holiday, the first thing that I did was going straight to the piano, and I could sit there, play for hours, just to play all the things that I had experienced on the holiday.
Anders Trentemøller has an impressive collection of old electronic instruments. After making his name with club music, he's now focusing on shoegaze. The genre got its name because practitioners tended to shyly stare at their shoes while building up great sonic soundscapes.
I was 10 years old. We actually had to do a school play in school, and I would not like to be on stage, so I just asked my teacher if I could do something else. Could I maybe write the music for the play? And then the teacher said, yeah, you can do that. So I actually wrote a lot of different songs. After the play was over, the teacher invited me onto stage, and the other pupils gave me flowers. And I was like, oh, that was not the idea. I should just sit behind the piano and just play.
He's toured with Depeche Mode, but he feels most at home in the studio. He's even named his record label In My Room.
I turned some knobs, and it's not sounding exactly the same way every time. That's the beautiful thing about pedals compared to software. This is the Omnichord. This sound actually ended up sounding like this because I put a lot of my pedals and effects on. So in Dreamweavers, it's actually appearing in the hook. I grew up in the 80s with all those bands that I listened to, and they had all that kind of melancholic vibes. And then I also think actually maybe listening to old Danish or Scandinavian folk songs, they are all in minor, you know, they are all quite melancholic and sad. So I also think it's part of the whole Scandinavian music tradition in a way. When my mother sang lullabies, they were a bit melancholic actually. I think it's just in my DNA in a way. Music should be something that can give you a big hug, and it still should be something that also challenges you in a way.
Was Arts Unveiled, with a call for hope. See you next time. you know which of these three industries has the highest CO2 emission rates? Would you have guessed that it's concrete? Transforming business delivers answers in a nutshell. Figure out what's the real New Deal and what's just greenwashing. Watch now on YouTube. So, you don't think and feel the same way. You expect and want different things from life than your parents do.
I just want to pursue what sets my soul on fire.
Or you think your kid is too different, risky, irresponsible, unreasonable, or stubborn.
What is this nonsense? I wanted my son to become a doctor.
Join the club. It's time to talk. Us and them, when generations clash. Watch now on YouTube. DW Documentary.
I am a flower. Yes, I'm beautiful. I've heard it before, and it never grows old. I'm worshipped for my looks, my scent, my looks. But here's the thing. Life starts with me. You see, I feed people. Every fruit comes from me. Every potato, me. Every kernel of corn, me. Every grain of rice, me. Me. I know, but it's true. And sometimes I feed their souls. I am their words when they have none. I say I love you without a sound. I'm sorry without a voice. I inspire the greatest of them. Painters, poets, pattern makers. I've been amused at them all. But in my experience, people underestimate the power of a pretty little flower. Because their life does start with me. And it could end without me.
I'm Anya Coops-McKinnon, and this is a special edition of DW News. A very warm welcome to you all. In the coming hours, we will be bringing you the very latest on the German election. Polls will be closing in 1 hour from now. Germany is holding elections today following the collapse of the coalition government late last year. Now, the nation is facing a raft of challenges, deep divisions over migration, the resurgence of the far right and a faltering economy. All that on top of the war in Ukraine and rising tensions between Europe and the US over defence. Chancellor Olaf Schultz has been on the defensive. His Social Democrats are lagging in the polls. The Conservative candidate, Friedrich Merz, is expected to replace Olaf Scholz. He is promising to stem irregular migration and deal with Germany's economic problems. With me here in the studio for the coming hours is my colleague Jared Reed. We're also joined by DW's chief international editor Richard Walker, and Markus Ziener joins us from the German Marshall Fund. Thanks so much for joining us, Markus. They will be decoding what pans out in the coming hours, the winners, the losers, the possible coalitions that could form the next government. We'll have it all for you right here. We're going to start by running you through the key moments to look out for over the coming hours, the coming days. So voting closes at 6 p.m. local time in just under an hour from now. That is also when the first exit poll is released, which will give us our first idea of how the vote has gone for each party. Now, the first result projections based on partial tallies of the actual vote should then start coming in between 6 and 7 p.m. At 8:15 p.m., so in about 3 hours from now, the Chancellor candidates will gather for a live debate where they'll get a chance to give their reactions to the projected results. We will have to wait for Monday for the official results, but the outcome should be clear by midnight tonight because all votes should have been reported by then. However, and this is important, given that no party is expected to win an absolute majority of the votes, it will likely take weeks of negotiations before a new coalition government can be formed and Germany's next chancellor is announced.
And a big welcome to everyone watching our special election coverage live on YouTube. We're so glad you're here today. We are, as Anya said, going to cover a lot of ground over the next few hours about why this election is so important and what matters to Germans in 2025. But this is also about you as well. We don't want you to just watch. We want you to get involved by telling us your thoughts, your questions, maybe even giving us your predictions. This is a chance for you to join the discussion here and make this an interactive experience. So please do drop your comments and questions into the YouTube chat. I'll do my best to bring what you've got to say into the conversation here on DW News. But first, Anya, we're going to kick things off with a look at how Germans might be voting today.
That's right, Jared. Let's take a look at the latest poll from 3 days ago that asked voters in Germany how they are planning to cast their ballot. Now, in that survey, 16% said they would choose Chancellor Olaf Schultz's centre-left Social Democrats, the SPD. 28% favoured the centre-right CDU-CSU, led by Friedrich Merz. 14% said they would vote for the environmentalist Greens. Only 4.5% would choose the neoliberal FDP. But look at this, the far-right AfD, the Alternative for Germany party, would get 21% of the vote. 8% favoured the Socialist Left Party and 4.5% the BSW, or the Bündnissaare Wagenknechte, a party that's economically left-wing but politically conservative. So we're going to be finding out, of course, who people actually voted for. But, Richard, the polls are showing that the centre-right CDU is likely to get the most votes. So should we assume that Friedrich Merz is going to be Germany's next chancellor?
Yeah, I mean, that is very likely, Anya. So, I mean, as you said, the story of this election will not be over by the end of this night. You know, we should have a result, but then because of, you know, Germany is a country that is ruled by coalitions, because it's been a very long time since any one party got an absolute majority, then that's always the next bit that comes. And this happens in a lot of European countries, but in Germany, it's something that can often take, I think the average over the last several elections is something like 2 months, you know, from election day to actually, you know, a chancellor being confirmed in the parliament and actually getting his or her cabinet going. So it's a process that kicks off. But certainly, you know, we saw the polls there, the CDU, CSU, so this conservative alliance that has really been the dominating party of government in Germany ever since the post-war period, is pretty far out in front. But we should kind of qualify that by saying that still it's, in historical terms, it's weak. And especially if they get, as that opinion poll suggested, if they get under 30%, that would be a historically very weak performance. And I suppose I should add that, you know, that coalition building process, a lot will depend on, you know, how many parties would Friedrich Merz need to establish a majority in the Bundestag, in the parliament, which every government needs. Would it only be one party would be necessary for that, or would he have to have two parties for that? And that could make the whole process more complicated. And we've just seen, I mean, what led us to this early election is a three-party coalition collapsing kind of under the weight of its own contradictions. And I think this is one thing that many Germans are worried about is, you know, will the next government, whatever shape it takes, be stable? But the likelihood that Friedrich Merz leads it is currently very high.
So basically, the more parties, the more complicated it really does get. Markus, I'm going to come to you. If Friedrich Merz does become the next chancellor, as Richard said, he's going to have to build a coalition government. Viewers watching might assume that would be involve party number 1 and party number 2, whatever the result is. But that is likely not going to happen in this particular instance, a coalition between the Conservatives and the far-right Alternative for Germany. Could you explain why that isn't going to happen?
Well, I think Friedrich Merz made it clear a couple of times and strongly that he's not willing and he is not going to cooperate in any way with the AfD. And I think he had made this point in particular on the backdrop of what happened a couple of weeks ago in the German parliament when a motion by the CDU was actually getting a majority only because of the votes of the AfD. And I think this kind of backfired. I think he saw that what kind of an avalanche of demonstrations, of protests happened after that. So I think he was very cautious in making clear that this is not going to happen again. And there will be no cooperation between the CDU and the AfD.
And just to be clear, you're talking about the motion on migration that happened after a series of attacks here in Germany, which really, I guess, took the spotlight off the economy as a main issue and put it firmly on migration. If a majority of German voters, as expected, indicate that they'll choose Conservative or far-right parties, when it comes to coalition building, is having 1 or 2 centre-left parties in what has been a very unpopular current government being in the new one, is that could that cause some trouble? Is that asking for trouble?
Well, it all depends on who's going to make it into the parliament.
Right.
And let's take an example. If the Liberals are not making the 5% threshold, then the numbers of deputies in the parliament will be distributed differently among the other parties. And this would be, I think, a boon for the CDU, because much easier then to form a two-way government. I think Germans are quite kind of tired of this three-way government because it was so difficult for them to find compromise. And so hopefully, I think, and it will be only a coalition consisting of 2 parties, whether it's the Social Democrats or the Green Party. But it all depends really on who's going to make it in the parliament. We have 3 parties that are on the brink, whether it's the Left Party, the BSW or the Liberals, but that has to be seen tonight.
So when you say they're on the brink, those are the small parties, aren't they, that are just trying to get over the 5% threshold. But they could, if they do get more votes than expected, they could make the whole situation more complicated, couldn't they?
Because the deputies, the number of deputies, we're talking about 630 roughly, they are distributed differently among the parties who make it into the parliament. So it makes a big difference. And it might make things much easier if it's only 4 parties in parliament or 5 parties instead of 7.
OK. Let's take a listen to what people are thinking about, what the issues that they are thinking about right now as they go to the polls. We asked voters in Berlin what the most important topics are for them in this election. Let's take a listen.
Climate change and security in Europe. Rents are too high. Something definitely has to change, be it building more homes or a rent cap.
There are many issues Germany is facing. The most important topics for me are security, education, nursing care and pensions, because this affects my parents.
Above all, the right-wing incitement that's whipping up and churning through Germany. That's the biggest problem right now.
So an impression there of what is worrying voters in Germany. Now, the Conservative who is likely to become the new leader, as we've been saying, the CDU's Friedrich Merz, could soon have the job of tackling all of those issues that we just heard there. So let's take a closer look at the man who says that he has the answer to Germany's problems. Friedrich Merz, as we've said, is the clear front-runner in this race. Now, surveys put his Conservative CDU-CSU bloc at around 30% of the vote, making him the candidate with the best chance of becoming Germany's next chancellor. Now, he's credited with re-energising his party after their loss in 2021, which put Olaf Schultz in the Chancellor's office. Earlier, Merz spent several years with the investment company BlackRock, having lost a power struggle within the CDU party with Angela Merkel in 2004. Now, Merz is pledging to spur economic growth by cutting taxes and red tape. On migration, he says that if he's elected, he will close the borders to illegal entrants. And he has expressed strong support for Ukraine, including expanding weapons deliveries to include German Taurus cruise missiles. And we're going to go now, I believe, straight to the CDU headquarters, where DW's chief political editor, Michaela Köfner, is standing by. Michaela, give us a sense, first of all, of the atmosphere there. How are people feeling? What are their expectations?
Well, clearly here at the Conservative CDU party headquarters, they're counting down the hours, not just to learning the results, the minutes they're actually counting down to, but as we heard in Munich, where I was yesterday, from Friedrich Merz, they were counting down to being once again in government. That's the level of confidence that many people are spreading here, and they really just want to learn how complicated forming a government will become. For them, it's pretty much a given. They have such confidence in the polling that we're seeing that the CDU-CSU, the Conservatives, will be able to see Friedrich Merz become Chancellor. Open question marks, a lot of debate whether teaming up with the Social Democrats of the current Chancellor Olaf Schultz would be better, or teaming up with the Greens, which of course is contentious with the Bavarian sister party in the south. And there's also recognition here that they will have to hit the ground running because the challenges are simply so great. In the past weeks, in the run-up to election day, the entire world changed, the West changed, the role that Germany will have to take, particularly in taking a stance towards Donald Trump and the plans he's clearly working out on what the power spheres will be in the future in Europe. That's all something where Friedrich Merz has vowed he will take more of a lead than Germany has done in the past. But between doing anything like that and now lies getting elected in just a couple of minutes from now. First of all, his party becoming the strongest party, and then forming a coalition, which has in the past been a months-long process here in Germany.
That's right. I mean, Merz says that Germany needs to be stronger, doesn't he? Especially in these sort of turbulent times. What does he say that he's going to do in order to make Germany stronger?
Well, he said that he will, first of all, team up with Poland and with France. Relations, and that is true, with both countries are difficult, particularly relations with French President Emmanuel Macron are pretty much at an all-time low. The two simply do not see eye to eye, and this filtered down to also lower working levels of diplomats. So that is a huge problem for the European Union. Now we're seeing Emmanuel Macron and Britain's Prime Minister Keir Starmer head to Washington next week. Now, Britain isn't even in the European Union anymore, but such is the recognition that there needs to be a common European voice, and that is very difficult because the EU struggles to find a common position on pretty much anything relating to foreign policy for sure, and also on the very vision of what the EU wants to be. And now they have to think on their feet and act on their feet, as Donald Trump is challenging this very cohesion of the European Union with inbuilt critics like Viktor Orban of Hungary as well. So that's the issue, and it's not a small issue at all, the future of the EU and whether it can stand up to Donald Trump, that he wants to tackle first, or as he put it in Munich at the final campaign rally, we must not appear there as a dwarf. If you appear as a dwarf and make yourself small in front of the US president, you will also be sent home as exactly such a dwarf. So very much sounding like Germany wants to show very broad shoulders on that very issue.
Absolutely, but as you say, Michaela, he is not there yet. He's not the Chancellor yet. Let's talk a little bit about the campaign that he's run. It wasn't all smooth sailing for him, was it? Because he faced some quite severe criticism for relying on the support of the far-right AfD in Parliament in a bid to tighten migration rules. Can you talk to us about whether that damaged his campaign, his own standing at all?
Well, for sure, whatever happens at 6 p.m. when we get those first exit polls, Friedrich Merz already has his entry into the history books as the man who forged a vote in German parliament, knowingly accepting far-right AfD votes to secure a majority for a motion that was critical of migration in the German parliament. That was the first time that AfD votes were actually factored in to achieve a majority. He essentially forced the far-right AfD to vote for a motion that included a lot of criticism of the AfD itself as a populist party that exploits insecurities in society. Nonetheless, this very move sparked demonstrations here in Germany. He got a lot of criticism. There was also a lot of criticism if you spoke to people privately from within his own CDU, CSU camp who felt there could have been a much easier road to victory. Was this really necessary is what many had asked. So he needs a convincing result, safely way above a 30%, to prove his critics wrong. And whether it was reckless, whether it was dangerous, or whether it was a smart strategy, that will all hinge on what that percentage point result will be for the Conservative CDU, CSU here tonight.
Absolutely. Michaela, we're going to come back to you later. You're at the CDU headquarters. Thanks so much for now. Now, as we just heard there from Michaela, the discussion around migration in Germany has had a huge impact on this election campaign. Some surveys show it is the top concern for voters. Now, a string of recent violent attacks linked to foreign-born suspects has intensified that debate further. One of the last major attacks happened on February the 13th in the southern city of Munich. A 24-year-old man from Afghanistan drove into a crowd of trade union demonstrators. A mother and her 2-year-old daughter were killed in that attack. Dozens more were injured, and prosecutors say that the man did have an Islamist motive. We should add also that there was an attack just a couple of days ago on Friday. Now, one of the main issues in this migration debate has been asylum. A decade after Angela Merkel, as chancellor, allowed in more than 1 million refugees. So what do things look like now? Well, official figures show asylum applications in Germany fell by a third last year. There are almost 230,000 applications in 2024. That is down from more than 329,000 a year before, in 2023. Federal police also registered almost a third fewer illegal arrivals in 2024, with a total of 83,000. That's compared to more than 127,000 the year before. But according to the European Union Agency for Asylum, Germany is still the bloc's top destination for asylum seekers. So let's take the latest monthly figures from across the EU, which show that Germany received almost 18,000 applications, or 21% of the total, in November, followed by Spain and then France. So if we look at these numbers, Richard, can you talk to us a little bit about why migration has played such a major role in this election? It's certainly a big change from the last election, isn't it?
Yeah, well, I think you can say that there are kind of two levels to this. One level is that you just mentioned earlier, there have been a spate of incidents, some attacks, for instance, taking place in Germany in recent months, knife attacks. People will remember just before Christmas in the city of Magdeburg, somebody drove a car through the Christmas market. Then there was, as you just mentioned, there was a knife attack here in Berlin just on Friday night. And in many of these incidents, the suspect has, in some cases, been an asylum seeker from Afghanistan, from Syria. And I think, that is, normal, I think, in almost any country, that in a kind of a political debate that can always get extremely heated after incidents like that take place, that people start pointing fingers. And people start saying, well, this is too much. There are too many of these incidents taking place. And that is one factor, that these incidents have taken place, and there's a kind of a movement in the far-right AfD, which has always made migration to be its big issue, essentially saying, told you so. look what's happening. And then in the centre-right party, the Conservatives, who we've just been hearing about from Michaela, feeling under pressure that they need to kind of get on top of this issue and not hemorrhage votes to the AfD. And so this in part led to what Friedrich Merz did, which Michaela was talking about, and we were just also discussing here, that he kind of made a gambit in Parliament a couple of weeks ago to try to bring forward a motion, to try to prove that I'm the guy who will take care of this if I win the election next month. And look, I'm prepared to take political risks for that. And we'll see tonight if that paid off. But the AfD is certainly strong. And I think that points to the other level here, which is not necessarily just these incidents, but the fact that in Germany there has been a very long period, 10 plus years now, of a very high net migration. So the figures, I think, for the last full decade that we have, which goes up to and including the year 2023, net immigration of 6.6 million or so. And I think this is one thing that has really contributed to the growth of the AfD during this period. There are multiple factors, but this is certainly one of them. And their point is trying to say, this is too much. We have to stop this. Yeah?
We've had a question in the chat. Someone is asking, and maybe we can apply this question to the topic of migration. They're asking, what will happen if the CDU wins this election? And Marcus, I'm interested to bring you in here because individual parties have, I guess, had to adopt a tougher stance towards migration as a result of these attacks. What are the CDU's policies and what type of stance has it adopted in recent weeks on migration?
Yeah, it definitely has a more stricter approach on the topic of migration. And just to pick up actually what Richard just said, I mean, I think there are two schools of thought here in Germany. The one is saying, well, OK, let's not touch that issue because it makes the AfD stronger. So just talk about it, but not too much. And then there's the other school saying, well, we have to get this topic back from the AfD. We have to own it as CDU or as any other party. And I think Friedrich Merz understood that as long as this migration topic, which made the AfD strong, as long as it's sits in the hand of the AfD, the AfD will be a strong party unless we get the migration problem solved, which is not something you can do overnight. So in a sense, I understand what his reasoning was when he was put this motion actually to Parliament, and when he was saying in the beginning, well, I don't care who's voting for it, I just want this to be on the table and to get it done. He probably did not reckon that the backlash would be so tremendous. But let's put that aside for a second. I think the main question is, can we get rid, or can we somehow solve the problem of migration? Can we control it? Can we get back control on this topic by just continuing what we did so far, or do we have to change course?
Well, let's talk about that further. Let's look at the growth in support for the far right, because, of course, large numbers of voters are turning to the Alternative for Germany party, the AfD. Now, in the latest opinion polling, the AfD would take 21% of the vote this election, and that would make them the second biggest party in Parliament in the Bundestag. Now, that is also double the party's result from the last election in 2021, when they got just over 10% of the vote. Now, according to a recent YouGov survey, the AfD is predicted to win the highest share of the vote in 5 of Germany's 16 states, all of them in the former communist East Germany. Now, areas in darker blue on this map that you can see show where the AfD support is expected to be strongest based on the polling. That's highlighting a clear east-west divide. Now, the Alternative for Germany, or AfD's pick for chancellor, is Alice Weidel, although she's highly unlikely to get the job because other parties say that they won't work with her far-right group. 46-year-old Weidel is the party's co-leader. She has a doctorate in economics, and as a politician, she's known for her anti-immigration rhetoric. Weidel and the AfD have put migration at the heart of their programme, pledging to carry out mass deportations and overhaul asylum law. They want Germany to abolish the euro, reintroduce the Deutschmark and potentially leave the European Union. They have pledged to lift sanctions imposed on Russia and start importing Russian gas once again. Now, the election campaign has also seen close associates of Donald Trump openly campaigning for the far-right AfD. Elon Musk, the world's richest man, appeared at an AfD rally in the eastern German city of Halle via video call. Musk also hosted the party's chancellor candidate, Alice Weidel, on his social media platform X. Musk has repeatedly said, only the AfD can save Germany. And we're going to cross now to the AfD party headquarters and speak to our political correspondent there, Matthew Moore. So, Matthew, give us a sense, first of all, of what's going on there at the headquarters. How are people feeling? What's the atmosphere like there?
The room behind me is filling up as we get that ever closer to 6 p.m. and there's a real sense of excitement here, of anticipation, because they believe they are on course. The AfD is on course for a historic night, that they will have plenty of reason to cheer and to celebrate as the night goes on. And that's because, as we heard, they are on par, according to the polls, to finish second, which would be the first time that a party out with the Social Democrats or the Christian Democrats has finished first and second place in a German election in post-war history. It would also be the AfD's best result ever, and so there is a real sense of anticipation and excitement here. But interestingly, outside there's a huge police presence around this party campaign event tonight, and there's also protests, as we've seen. In recent weeks, there's been protests across Germany about this, about the people that care and worried about the AfD's success. And we've seen about 100 protesters who have made their way to as close as they could get to this party event tonight. But the police, there's a huge police presence, as I say, that's keeping basically anyone who doesn't have accreditation and a right to be at the party event from keeping them from far away as possible to avoid any sort of conflict, because the AfD is such a polarising party.
And yet, as we've been saying, the polls are suggesting the AfD could get at least 20% of the vote. Talk to us about what attracts people to the AfD. What is their appeal?
So, the AfD has really benefited from a number of events in recent years. What's interesting for viewers is that the last time that Germans went to the polls was in 2021, and the AfD actually did badly by its standards. It lost some support. But since then, Russia has invaded Ukraine. That has impacted Germany hugely, because we've seen an energy crisis here. We've seen the economy has been hit, and we've seen also migration, as the issue of migration has come right back into the forefront of voters' minds, and that's because the numbers of people arriving in Germany every year has grown, and the issue has become, if you ask people in polls, it's become one of the number one issues, if not the number one. It depends. And so this kind of mix of issues has really come together to benefit the AfD, because they've sold themselves as the only party that's offering an alternative to the mainstream policies on this, and so it's a lot of grievance politics, which has been really successful in getting people to come out and vote for them, as we saw last year in 3 state elections in the east of Germany. The AfD managed their best results ever, and there's a real sense of momentum behind this party, because they're tapping into this sense of frustration over all of those issues: the war in Ukraine, the economy and migration.
Yeah, a real sense of momentum. Matthew, thank you so much. We're going to come back to you a bit later. That's Matthew Moore joining us from the AfD headquarters. Marcus, if I could ask you, we've touched a little on it before, but even if the AfD does come out as the second strongest party, which is looking very likely, it is very unlikely to be part of the next government. Can you talk to us about this so-called firewall that we hear a lot about here in German politics?
Yeah, well, the firewall is basically saying that there is no cooperation with the AfD whatsoever. And as I pointed out earlier, I mean, it's about once we normalize the AfD by talking to them, by doing cooperations with them, we kind of make it easier for people to vote for them. No, I think we have to rethink that firewall notion, because if the AfD comes out strongly, which the polls indicate, then we probably have to think, okay, what's happening here? It's probably not only migration. This is sure one of the big issues, but it's more than that. It's an anti-establishment notion that's also associated with the AfD. It has to do with the sympathies for Russia. There's some GDR nostalgia at play. And definitely, I think they're taking some pleasure in disruption. So, I mean, we're talking a lot about disruption in the United States. You know, I was at the Munich Security Conference, and I was witnessing when J.D. Vance was talking about what Germany should do, or Europe should be doing. They take pleasure in that. They believe that they are the party to kind of shake up the whole place and to, restructure a system that has been kind of bureaucratized in a sense.
We're getting a lot of interest about the AfD in the YouTube chat, so if you do have any questions about that, please do put them in and I'll do my best to bring it here. Richard, if I can come to you, we've just heard reasons as to why the AfD is politically isolated. Many people would argue that doing so, this so-called firewall, is an undemocratic thing. People like Elon Musk and J.D. Vance, the US Vice President, argued that at the Munich Security Conference. What are your thoughts on this notion that the firewall is not a democratic measure to which to keep the AfD out?
Yeah, so I mean, we should probably kind of go a bit deeper on that speech that J.D. Vance made. Yeah, I was also at the Munich Security Conference, and you know, it was really the bombshell event of the weekend. Everybody was talking about it the whole weekend. Everybody had expected him to give a speech about the Ukraine war and the Trump administration's attempts to end that war, which is in itself seen as very controversial in Europe. And the Europeans were kind of bracing to get told you have to do a lot more for your defence. So they were kind of ready for that because they know that basically that's right, what the Trump administration is saying there. But the fact that his speech was really absolutely almost entirely focused instead on an attack on Europe for what J.D. Vance portrayed as low standards of free speech, you know, censorship online, on social media, and an attitude to populist parties, and his implication being very strong that he was talking about the AfD, that is kind of freezing people out and taking an arrogant attitude to people who are voting for a legitimate party. And I think, I mean, this caused a huge reaction among German politicians who really felt what an affront to kind of intervene in German politics. But I think if you talk to Republicans in the US, I mean, they would say, sorry, Europeans have been looking down their noses at the Republican Party, especially under Donald Trump, for years now, and kind of sneering at him and the MAGA movement. Well, this is what it feels like, you know? But it was still a really quite extraordinary intervention by J.D. Vance into German politics. But it does shine a light on an issue, and I think what basically Marcus is talking about there, that if that party keeps growing, well, at some point it becomes impossible to have a firewall around it, because you start to, there are scenarios, perhaps in the next election, 2029, where it might be impossible potentially to form a coalition government, either without them at least giving their passive agreement, So all of the centrist parties, if we put it that way, are kind of grappling with this issue or this question of what comes next with this party. But Friedrich Merz sort of slightly sort of dipped his toe over this question with bringing a motion into Parliament, which was then, it was not coordinated with the AfD. He even put lines in the motion deliberately, kind of poison pills in the motion, to try to put them off voting, the lines which actually criticised the AfD. And the AfD said, well, we don't care about that. We're going to vote for it if we think it's the right thing to do. So it's going to be, it really is, I think in the next 4 years, it's going to be a major question. How sustainable is this firewall? What is the nature of it? Is it only against coalition, or can there be some sort of tacit cooperation? And it's not just a question on a federal level, it's also a question on a regional level. And in some regions, particularly in Eastern Germany, the AfD is even stronger. So yeah, it's going to be potentially a big question going forward. And especially, finally, I would just add, if what emerges from this election is an unhappy coalition again, with the Conservatives in coalition, say, with the Social Democrats and with the Greens. So the Conservatives in charge, but across the kind of ideological aisle to progressives on the other side. You can expect more and more Conservatives to start saying, guys, this is ridiculous. The AFD are farther to the right of us. Well, OK, let's try and bring them in a bit, bring them closer to us and have a more kind of centre-right coalition.
And the AFD also have their eye on the next election, don't they?
So we produced a documentary about the AFD and their foreign policy last autumn, and we did an interview with Alice Weidel. We asked her, do you think you're going to be Chancellor? Do you think you're going to be in government? And she said, it's too early to be talking about Chancellor, but, I wouldn't rule us out having an involvement in government on the federal level from the year 2029. So they know they're playing a long game. They know that they're not going to get in this time. But, depending on how this parliament ends up, the AFD may end up in a pretty good position for them as being, the prime opposition to a government that they would describe as being a sham and something that is only kind of continuing the dysfunction that we saw towards the end of the previous government. And that could put them in a very strong position in 2029.
We're getting lots of questions about the AFD, so we will come back to those. So just so that you are aware, if you're writing in your questions, we will get to them a little bit later. But thank you very much, and please do keep them coming in.
That's right. Just a quick reminder to our viewers, this is special coverage on DW about the German election. People in Germany went to the polls today. They went to vote today. The first results, the exit polls, are expected in about 20 minutes. We'll be bringing those to you, of course, as soon as we get them. And we're talking about all of the issues that are on voters' minds, that are helping them decide which political party to vote for. And of course, the economy is a major concern for voters. Germany's economy is faltering, and it's not just ordinary people who are worried. Last month, Germany's biggest business associations sounded the alarm. They said fixing the economy has got to be the next government's top priority. The business leaders said short-term crisis management will not help Germany. We need fundamental structural changes in economic and social policy. So let's take a closer look at some graphics that highlight the main issues that people are talking about here. The first is the fact that Germany's economy has stopped growing. It is in recession. As you can see here, economic output has been contracting for the last 2 years. That, of course, is not good news for Europe's biggest economy. And these economic headwinds are all having an impact on the cost of living in Germany. It's a huge issue for voters. Take a look at the rate of inflation. That has been falling since the shock of the energy crisis in 2022, which was sparked by the war in Ukraine. But inflation remained elevated last year at 2.2%. Now, the economy is one reason why voters are expected to turn their backs on the current chancellor, Olaf Schultz. Schultz has been in office since 2021. He is, of course, seeking re-election. Following Russia's invasion of Ukraine in 2022, he cut many ties with Moscow, notably ending all direct imports of Russian natural gas. Now, late last year, Schultz effectively brought down his own coalition by firing his finance minister, Christian Lindner. Schultz and his SPD party are telling voters that they will kickstart investment and the economy through borrowing, which could include suspending constitutional limits on new debt. He wants to step up support for Ukraine, and he wants to raise the minimum wage to 15 euros an hour. And we're going to get some more information about Olaf Schultz and his party by speaking to DW's chief political correspondent, Nina Hase, who joins us now from the SPD headquarters. Nina, Schultz is seen by many, isn't he, as going into this election as a failed chancellor. So just sum up for us, where did he go wrong?
Olaf Schultz will go down in history as the least popular chancellor in post-war Germany, and that is quite a big title. Now, there are, of course, as always, a number of reasons. One has to do with his personality. He's not seen as a people pleaser. He had this nickname, Scholzomat, for a long time, so robot-like, and he's tried to bring out this side in him in recent weeks, but whether that was too late is a question that people will debate afterwards. Now, then, he was at the helm of a three-way coalition, and that is never easy. The political parties here in this country have a very strong say in what the government can and cannot do, and Scholz was not perceived as being a strong enough leader to stop some of the infighting that was going on between his junior partners from the Greens and the Liberal FDP party. He waited too long, many people said, before they made these crucial decisions. You have to remember that Scholz took over as chancellor just weeks before Russia launched its full-scale invasion of Ukraine, and this government had set out on a progressive, on a liberal agenda, and very quickly they had to find ways of financing drastic new measures to deal with the consequences of Russia's war here in this country. Also, he has not been able to ring through to voters with his issues, social justice, etc., and he's also not managed to convince voters that the challenges that come from migration are really the ones that he takes so seriously that he's willing to make drastic new steps. Having said all that, also when it comes to support of Ukraine, he's dealing with a political party that has a very big variety of opinions, from delivering Taurus cruise missiles instantly and now to essentially not sending more weapons. You've got everything in this very, very interesting political party here.
So, Nina, the polls are showing the SPD could get around 16%. What's the feeling there at the SPD headquarters? I mean, do they feel that Scholz has a political future? I mean, what's the future looking like for the SPD?
Well, it is definitely a tragic day for the Social Democrats. We are talking about Germany's oldest party. It goes back to the 19th century. So they are going to probably see their worst result in post-war Germany. This is not to be underestimated. And of course, there are going to be voices who are going to call for consequences. And what's important is to remember that the SPD have their eyes on that 20% mark. So if they get beyond 20%, they're saying that Olaf Scholz can play a role still in the next constellations. The SPD might still enter a new government then as a junior partner. But if they don't crack that 20%, then there will be loud voices from the base of the SPD calling for proper consequences, calling also for party leadership to take responsibility and make way for a new generation. But when you talk to people, it's very unclear who those new people can be. What is definitely true is that the SPD is probably going to experience one of its darkest days in history.
Nina Hase at the SPD headquarters. Nina, we'll be back to you later, but thanks so much for now. So, Richard, we heard Nina there talking about, you know, they're hopeful of 20%, you know, whether it's 15, whether it's 20, there is a good chance, isn't there, that the SPD could be a partner in the next government, potentially in an alliance with the CDU.
Yeah, and this is one of the funny things about German politics, right? I mean, the SPD looks like it could be the biggest loser of tonight. If these polls have been anything to go by, they're probably going to go down from the mid-20s to the mid-teens. That's a big collapse. And especially for a party that used to be able to get 40%, you know, in previous decades. One of the main stories of the last 20 years has been the gradual, step-by-step weakening of the SPD, of the Social Democrats. They managed a surprise victory at the last election in 2021. But even that was on only mid-20s%. I mean, that's not, you know, it's not a huge chunk of the population, is it? But the thing that really struck me recently is that the SPD, they're almost like the permanent party of government in Germany in the last generation. I mean, if you think about, like, what has really defined German politics in the last 20 years, most people probably say Angela Merkel, yeah, because everybody knows her. Well, she was in power for 16 years. The Social Democrats have been in power for 23 out of the last 27 years.
23 out of the last 27 years.
So since 1998, they have either been... So they had two coalitions where they were in charge, and then they had several so-called grand coalitions where they were under Angela Merkel, and then this coalition too. So they've only been out of power for 4 out of the last 27 years. So if they get back into government again, that's going to go. That's going to keep going further. So this is one of the quirks of the German system, that sometimes there are parties that almost end up automatically getting into government because you just need them to create a majority in parliament.
Marcus, we've just heard Richard talk about Angela Merkel, and Olaf Schultz was elected really, he became chancellor really kind of as a continuity of Angela Merkel. And that worked for him 3.5 years ago, but it hasn't worked in the years since then. What do you think went wrong for him?
Yeah, he was the finance minister under Angela Merkel, and his reputation was to be kind of a solid technocrat who knows his stuff. And this actually helped him getting into office. Also, I think the CDU at the time had a very weak candidate in Armin Laschet in 2021, so that also helped him. Otherwise, I think he would never have been ended up as chancellor.
Right.
However, I think in the beginning he did a good job in navigating the country through the repercussions of the beginning of the Ukraine war. And we all remember that the main concern at the time was, okay, how do we deal with the energy crunch, and how can we get rid of the dependency getting energy from Russia, and how can we compensate this by buying American LNG, liquid gas, for instance. So this is something I think Scholz and his government did very well. But then in the second half, actually, of the past 3 years, things went downwards. And why? Because it became clear that there were 3 very different approaches to how to govern.
Right.
And while the Social Democrats are very much in favor of social engineering and distributing money to certain groups, the Greens are kind of ideological when it comes to climate change and to change the whole economy into a green economy. And then, of course, you had the liberals, who were staunch fiscal conservatives, who were not happy with either of them. So in a way, he ended up being the head of a government which was very diverse. And I think that's something he did not foresee to happen.
All right, we're going to talk about somebody else who's been part of this last government, which is Robert Habeck. He is the Greens party candidate for Chancellor. The last government was a coalition between the SPD, the Greens and the FDP. Now, the 55-year-old Green party leader has been Vice-Chancellor and Economy Minister in the governing coalition since 2021, and he led a move away from Russian gas after the invasion of Ukraine. He is seen as a pragmatic politician. Now, Habeck and the Greens have promised to introduce a so-called billionaires tax to help poorer families. The Greens have also pledged to increase spending on defence and military aid to Ukraine. They want to reform what's called the debt brake, which limits new state borrowing here in Germany. And to find out more about their agenda, what they have planned, we can speak to DW political correspondent Julia Saudelli, who joins us now from the Green Party headquarters. So, Julia, give us a sense of what's going on there. I mean, is there a feeling that Germany has somehow lost interest in climate and the environment, which obviously underpins the Green Party?
Yeah, we've just seen this venue behind me filling up, and we've just seen Robert Habeck, their chancellor candidate, and Annalena Baerbock, the foreign minister, and also one of their main candidates, come on stage and thank their supporters, thank the people who contributed to this election campaign. An election campaign, as you said, that hasn't really seen the issue of climate come to prominence and being discussed that much, even in the big TV debates between the main candidates. candidates, the issue of climate wasn't really addressed. And one would wonder, was it actually a topic for the Greens, the environmentalist party? And I would say not really. It was a topic that the Greens themselves really didn't bring to the forefront. And in part it might be because looking at the polls among German voters, the issue has dropped in relevance compared, for example, to the elections in 2021. It is not the #1 concern of Germans anymore. It has dropped to #4. But I think also because some of the more climate-friendly, environment-friendly measures that the Greens had tried to push through during their time in government have also caused quite some controversy, have also not really been accepted that well by the population. And maybe some of the thinking with the Greens was that they not necessarily want to bring the issue to the forefront because they thought it would not necessarily help them with voters.
So, Julia, the Greens are looking at around 14%. That's what the polls are suggesting. The Greens' Robert Habeck does enjoy strong support, though, doesn't he? Despite the party's quite poor polling, he's quite popular. So what is it about him that people like?
Well, we have seen Habeck being one of the most popular chancellor candidates among voters. He was #1 for quite a while, though he's recently been surpassed by Friedrich Merz of the conservative CDU. And I would say he is a politician that is approachable. He is someone who has centered a lot of his campaign now on speaking to people at their kitchen table. He wants to show that he is someone who speaks directly with voters, someone who listens to their concerns. And that is something that possibly resonates with voters. At the same time, in his role as economy and climate minister, he has had to take some tough decisions. He was the one who had to deal with Germany's energy crisis and basically no more Russian gas coming into Germany. And this is something that he did manage to carry out, but that also brought quite some tough times to Germans. It brought inflation, it brought higher energy costs. And so, yes, he might be popular in some polls, but he also had a difficult role, and he also did have a lot of debate and a lot of voters' opinions actually going against him. And he was also strongly attacked by other parties like the Conservatives, but also by the AfD.
Julia Sadelli at the Greens headquarters. Julia, thank you so much for now. We'll see you again a bit later. So, Richard, I wanted to ask you, as Julia was talking about there, climate didn't really feature in this election, did it? It was one of the big issues in the last election. This time, as we've been saying, it's all about the economy, about security and migration. So what appeal does the Green Party still have, and how could they? I mean, they could potentially be in the next coalition government. What could they bring to it?
Yeah, so, I mean, the Green Party, it does look like they're going to, I mean, according to the polls, it looks like they'll suffer at least some losses since last time. But nothing like the collapse that, say, the Social Democrats have, nothing like the collapse that the Social Democrats have suffered. So that does suggest that their kind of core voters have become a pretty loyal group, yeah? Maybe partly because they see the Greens as really being the last party that really makes a priority out of climate change. Not that that's necessarily, as we just heard, it hasn't been a massive issue this year, but really recognising that as the kind of biggest meta threat to the world right now. But the Greens have done, one thing that's interesting about the Greens is they've made a real move into becoming seen as, quite militarily and in terms of security, quite a hawkish party with respect to the Ukraine war, also with respect to attitudes to China. And this is partly because, they have a belief in international law. They see the invasion of Ukraine as illegal. They have a belief in human rights. Of course, they point to the abuses that have been taking place in Ukraine. And that has, had the effect of positioning themselves as a party that's very strongly in support of Ukraine, in support of sending more weapons to Ukraine. And this is quite a jolt for a lot of their supporters because they have their roots in the sort of peace movement in the 1980s. They were a party that actually wanted to get rid of NATO. Now they're saying that we need to strengthen NATO. So it's been on quite a political journey, the Green Party. But yeah, I think they'll count among the losers of tonight, but it looks like less of a loser than many of the other parties.
All right. Just a reminder to our viewers, we are getting to the point, probably about 5 minutes to go. tomorrow that we will get those exit polls and get a sense of who Germany has voted for. But we're going to talk about Germany's foreign policy challenges first. And one of the biggest, of course, is Donald Trump's return as US president. Now, if we think back a few years, relations between Trump and Angela Merkel during Trump's first term were famously frosty. You might remember when Trump hosted the then Chancellor at the White House in 2017, and he refused to shake her hand on camera despite journalists' prompts and Merkel herself suggesting that they do so. I think we're going to see it just here. Angela Merkel was trying to shake his hand, he wasn't having any of it. Now, of course, with Trump back in office, his vice president, we've talked about it here in the studio, his vice president, J.D. Vance, gave Europeans a sense of what is to come. Vance told the Munich Security Conference this month that European efforts to fight disinformation and hate speech were basically censorship. Let's take a listen.
The threat that I worry the most about vis-a-vis Europe is not Russia, it's not China, it's not any other external actor. And what I worry about is the threat from within, the retreat of Europe from some of its most fundamental values, values shared with the United States of America. In Britain and across Europe, free speech, I fear, is in retreat.
Now, Vance made that speech right in the middle of the election campaign. In response, the CDU's Friedrich Merz told DW at the Munich Security Conference that Vance's comments were clear election interference.
Today is a really historic day. The American security guarantees are being called into question. The Americans are questioning democratic institutions, and they are interfering quite openly in an election, including in relation to democratic parties and their majorities. And I have to say it disturbs me. It doesn't surprise me because they have talked about this before, but I firmly reject it. It is not the job of the American government to explain to us here in Germany how we should protect democratic institutions, and we will continue on our course.
So a clear rejection there from the CDU's Friedrich Merz. Richard, you were saying you were at the Munich Security Conference. I mean, the speed at which the old order here is changing is breathtaking. What changed in that moment when you heard J.D. Vance speaking?
Well, the thing, in that moment, Germans and I think other Europeans in Munich started to think, oh my goodness, are we kind of entering a sort of political and cultural kind of war with the Americans? You know, the Americans sort of declaring war on our mode of democracy. But that speech was just part of a series of comments from Trump himself, from his Secretary of Defense, Donald Trump referring to Volodymyr Zelensky in Ukraine as a dictator. This sense that all of these kind of things taken together started to contribute to this sense here in Germany, and I think in other parts of Europe too, that the very kind of the foundations of the NATO alliance, of the Western alliance, could be in a process of crumbling. And Friedrich Merz has been saying this. He's been saying in recent interviews that that we can no longer be sure that NATO can count on Donald Trump honouring Article 5. This is big stuff, and this is one reason why this election is really very important.
I think we've reached that time, haven't we? It is 6 p.m. Berlin time, and I think, Jared, you've got some information for us.
We've got about 20 seconds to go, Anya, before 6 p.m. We're going to get the first exit polls now after weeks of intense debate and campaigning. The moment we've all really been waiting for is upon us in 10 seconds, the first insights into how tens of millions of Germans have voted today and what their directions are for the country's political future. And with that, it's 6 o'clock here in Germany. That means polls have closed, and I can tell you that according to the exit polls, the CDU-CSU Conservative bloc has reached 29%. That's up 4.9% from the last election. The far-right Alternative for Germany, 19.5%. That's an increase of 9.1% from the last election. The Social Democrats of the incumbent Chancellor Olaf Schultz, 16%. That's down 9 9.7% from the last election. The Greens, 13.5%. That's minus 1.2% from the 2021 election. The Left Party, 8.5%. That's up 3.6% from the last election. The Free Democrats, 4.9%. That's minus 6.5%. The Sarah Wagenknecht Alliance, a new party that's about a year old, on 4.7%, and other parties 3.9%. So, as expected, the CDU-CSU Conservative bloc on coming first, followed by the far-right Alternative for Germany, then the Social Democrats and the Greens. These are exit poll numbers. We will be getting more projections later on through the evening, so that does mean that these figures may change as the evening develops, but these are the initial exit poll results.
All right, so we see that the CDU is the strongest. We're going to look at the distribution of seats here. So the SPD has 116, the CDU-CSU 211, the Greens 98, the AfD, Alternative for Germany, 142, the Left, Die Linke, 62, and SSW just 1. So if we look at the possible coalitions here, because obviously this will now be heading towards another coalition government, one coalition looks likely. The SPD and the CDU-CSU, they have enough seats projected to form a coalition without having to rely on the Green Party. So that is one coalition that we may be heading to. We're going to cross now to the CDU headquarters to get more from DW's chief political editor, Michaela Küffner, who is standing by at the CDU headquarters, where I presume the atmosphere is fairly positive. Michaela, how are these exit poll numbers being received there among the Conservatives?
Well, there were instant celebrations, but nobody was ecstatic because currently these first initial exit polls, and it's very early days, are just below that psychologically important threshold of the 30% mark. That's where the Conservative CDU-CSU has been polling in the polls really for months leading up to these elections. And Friedrich Merz did take a risk in Parliament. He did accept votes from the far-right Alternative for Germany, who, as it looks like, have almost potentially doubled their percentage share from just about 10% to just under 20% here. And that is something where he will be seen as responsible. So yes, they know they're in the lead, as expected. They know that they're very likely to have Friedrich Merz as the next Chancellor of Germany. That's a huge win, but there's no wow factor as yet. It's not above 30%, and there's a slight sigh of relief that a two-party coalition at these very early hours and minutes seems to be within reach, because that's what nobody here wants, is a complex negotiation that would involve two more partners.
Absolutely. Do you get the impression that the Germans have given Merz a strong mandate? I mean, 29%, up almost 5% since the last election, but is he going to go into this in a strong position?
Yes, but there's two factors to this. First of all, the CDU-CSU managed to pick up almost 5 percentage points. That is a big, significant win. But let's just remember that these are early, these are snap elections, and they emanate from the spectacular failure of a three-way coalition. So it is the weakness of Olaf Schultz, the current chancellor, and his ability to hold a three-way coalition together. It's also the weakness of the Social Democrats, who have suffered a clear defeat here today.
All right, Michaela Küffner, we're going to have to leave it there at the CDU headquarters. We will be back with you again, no doubt, later on in the evening. Michaela, thank you so much. This is Alice Weidel from the AfD speaking.
It was a fantastic election campaign. We did really well. And as we've seen, in the exit polls, what we've seen is that we are the only party who have doubled our position over the last election. Double. They wanted to cut our numbers in half, but the opposite is what has occurred. And one thing is for sure. We will always have an open hand to get involved in a coalition in the German government. The will of Germany is something we will implement. We are always prepared to fulfill the will of the people in a German government. It remains to be seen what will happen in the next few weeks. But friends, if what we predicted occurs, that the CDU carries out election fraud on the AfD by copying our program and then entering into a coalition with the left wing, then there'll be new elections faster than you can imagine, and we will overtake the CDU, and that is our aim. Friends, once again, thank you to all of you who are unable to be here this evening, who went out to campaign for us tirelessly, no matter how cold it was, standing on the streets, at the stands, carrying out election campaigning for all of us. Thank you to all of our tireless election campaigners. You were super. You were so strong. It was fantastic. And Timo, thank you to you as well for all your support. Fantastic. And I would now like to give the floor to you. Thank you for your support.
And that was Alice Weidel from the AfD, the Alternative for Germany, speaking about their election results, sounding very upbeat and positive. We're going to get more from our political correspondent who's at the AfD party headquarters, Matthew Moore. Matthew, a strong result for the far right, as expected. So 19.5% is what the exit poll is showing. How are people reacting there?
I have to say, it's a strange one tonight for the AfD because it's a historic result. They've almost doubled what they got last time, but it was a sense of disappointment as that number was read out in the room. I was here the last time they performed in a national election, and it was much louder. I was expecting scenes of jubilation, of screaming, but there was nothing like that. There was disappointment because they fell under that 20%. They've been polling really solidly on 20%, 21% in some polls, and to come under 20% level is a sense that they were really hoping to be above that. And so, although they're saying that it's a great result and they wanted to half our result, we just heard from Alice Weidel saying that it's a strange atmosphere now because they didn't get above the 20%, and that's there's a sense that the air has just kind of left the balloon. It's a strange one, Anya.
Yeah. However, a lot of people did vote for the AfD. So just remind us what's behind this support for the Alternative for Germany.
Of course, you're right. It's a historic result, and 1 in 5 voters, it looks like, did put their cross next to the AfD. So, of course, they're really delighted. But it's interesting. Just that the initial response was a very muted one. I'll tell you the reasons that many people turn to the AfD is because, as we've heard throughout the night and throughout recent months, there's a sense of real frustration out there among the German public about the economy, about the energy crisis. Their bills are going up. People are feeling that pinch in their everyday lives. And the Alternative for Germany is offering solutions to that. Some of them very radical, buying gas from Russia. They're now chanting behind me, AfD. And there's a sense that they are confident they're offering something else to the voters. And make no mistake, it is a huge result for them because they're now 1 in 5 voters is voting for them. That means they will have a big voice in the Bundestag. They will probably be the main party of opposition. They are the second biggest force. That means way more exposure. It also means normalization, really important for this party. And the other thing is that it also means a lot of money that they can then pour into marketing and establishing and professionalising themselves in the next 5 years or 4 years until the next election. And that's what they've got their eye on, is 2029. That's when they hope, as we heard tonight, Alice Weidel said it again, our hand continues to be outstretched. We're willing to take part in government. We're ready. We want to implement the will of the German people. Now, they won't be in the next government, but that's the plan. Their whole aim is to be in the government in 2029, Anya.
So a real sense of momentum there, Matthew. Obviously, I do have to ask, though, I mean, are some people voting for the AfD out of protest because of the issues, because of the rising prices, because their heating bills have gone up? I mean, is this a protest vote to a certain extent?
That's certainly the Look, I've been covering this party in recent months. There's been lots of elections last year around Germany, and there were those that felt that they were just fed up with the previous government. It was a three-party government. It was really kind of marked by infighting over months, if not years. And so people were just fed up with it, and they felt that the only party that really reflected their anger, their frustration, in a meaningful way to them was the Alternative for Germany. And so we did hear in recent weeks and months people saying they're just going to vote for them because they wanted to send a signal. And that is the signal that we have just seen tonight. The second biggest force in the German parliament is a far-right party for the first time since World War II.
I wanted to ask you about Alice Weidel herself, Matthew. We were just seeing footage there of her. She presents herself as more moderate compared to other AfD figures. Do you think that strategy has helped the party attract a broader base?
Absolutely. I think that Alice Weidel is the kind of the professional face of the party. This is a very male-dominated party, a party that has strong links to the far right, a party that is being watched by security services in this country because it's seen as potentially right-wing extremist. Some of its members are labelled as right-wing extremists. And then you have Alice Weidel come along, a lesbian who is married to a Sri Lankan-born woman of colour. They have 2 sons. She lives in Switzerland. Alice Weidel lives in Switzerland. She's an economist. She speaks Mandarin. She describes herself as a libertarian conservative. And so she has been able to kind of bring across a more presentable, a more appealing face than the party has had in the previous years. Having said that, Alice Weidel has also had to move further to the right in order to kind of to keep the right wing of the party, which is the dominant, the really extreme right wing of the party is the dominant wing of the party, and she's had to move to the right. And that involved using terms and words that are considered to be very popular in right-wing extremist circles, the use of the word remigration, which in extreme circles means repatriating or sending or deporting people even with German citizenship of a migration background back to their country of origin, if you like. And that is a really controversial word to use, and that's in the party programme, and Alice Weidel says, I don't mind using it. They also, it must be said, they claim that it just means deporting people who have no right to be in Germany on a big scale. So, but that's just about the normalisation of the party and basically trying to broaden the parameters of what can be said, and essentially Alice Weidel has been able to kind of present herself in the mainstream as a more moderate figure, but at the same time has been able to curry favour with the extreme faction in her party because they know that she is the best chance they've got of being a broad appeal, of appealing broadly to the German public. And she said tonight, believe it or not, she said tonight, we are now a Volkspartei, a people's party. And until now, that's really only been the Social Democrats and the Christian Democrats who could really lay claim to calling themselves a Volkspartei, but that's what the AfD is calling themselves tonight.
Matthew Moore at the AfD party headquarters. Matthew, thanks so much. We'll come back to you later. And we're still joined by DW's chief international editor, Richard Walker, and Markus Ziener from the German Marshall Fund think tank.
And we're getting lots and lots of questions about the alternative for Germany and what their results, 19.5% today, according to the exit polls, what that means going forward. And Markus, I would like to ask you, because we just heard from Alice Weidel, she said something to the effect of we will always have an open hand to coalition building. And Matthew Moore also talked about how the AfD has its eyes really on 2029 as its really, really big election. And of course, I guess the money and all of the things that can change over the next couple of years to 2029. And we've had a question from our YouTube chat here. Is the AfD likely to soften its stances on non-migration issues to appeal to an even wider voter base going forward in the years to 2029?
That's an excellent question, because the AfD is considered to be one of the more right-wing parties in Europe. If you compare them even to the Rassemblement National in France. I mean, this was a clear offer from Alice Weidel to say, well, we are ready to build a coalition with the CDU. However, she knows that this is not going to happen. And if we look at the numbers right now, I think you always have to see the results against the expectations. And the expectation was, as the correspondent pointed out, that it's going to be over 20%. Now it's below 20%. So this is a little bit of a damper for the AfD. And if the results stay the way they do, it would make things much easier for Friedrich Merz to form a coalition with the Social Democrats. So for the AfD, it's a blessing in disguise, to be honest. I mean, they doubled their numbers. They had 10% 3 years ago, and now they have almost 20. But still, it's not enough for them to be part of a government. You're correct. In 2029, I think this is crunch time. In 4 years, if things are not sorted out, if the problems stay the way they do right now, I think the AfD will get even more votes.
If I could ask one more question, we've got another question in the YouTube chat. Someone is asking, I guess that they want a bit of a reminder of what the AfD is and its positions. It's saying, what is far right about the AfD?
Well, it's a racist party, at least in parts. And you know that the intelligence services are observing the party, in particular in Thuringia and other places. They have made a number of allusions to Nazi Germany and saying, well, we should not actually dwell too much on what happened during Nazi time. Alice Weidel herself, she said all the memorials, she dismissed them and said we should not look into the past all the time. And by the way, she was supported by Elon Musk, who in that infamous kind of talk they had, Alice Weidel with Elon Musk, he also said, well, Germany shouldn't look back all the time. So in a sense, this is crucial for Germany to have this, to remember the past and to draw lessons from the past. To dismiss that is something that puts the party to the far right and into an extremist position. There are many more quotes and statements by party leaders who support that.
Richard, can I just ask you, I mean, obviously, so it's not going to be in the government, in the next government, but what role will it take on in the coming years? What is its role going to be?
Well, I guess, yeah, I mean, they're going to be the largest opposition party. And I've just been looking at, you know, we went through, you know, the distribution of seats, and it's early days because these numbers can change and the number of actual seats that the various parties will end up with will change. But just looking at one set of numbers that we had here, the AfD projected to end up with 142 seats in the parliament. The Social Democrats, which have had this, you know, as we were hearing from Nina earlier, 100-plus year history, have been in government several times, you know, referred to as a Volkspartei, the People's Party that we just heard from Matt there, 116 seats, 142 to 116. So I think that can really have an impact on the you know, we're talking about inside the parliament here, but just the feeling, the dynamics of the parliament, just having a larger number of members of that party compared to the Social Democrats. Being the leading opposition party also, gives them opportunities to set the agenda in Parliament to a greater extent than they would otherwise have had. So it does put them in a strong position. And I think, and depending on what kind of a constellation ends up forming a government here, if you do end up with a say a three-way coalition once again, say with the Conservatives, and then with two progressive parties. So you've got a kind of a conservative-progressive coalition, but with three parties in it. There's a very good chance that they're going to have a tough time. They're having to cooperate over an ideological divide. You have three parties. There's a very high chance of kind of that descending into bickering, and then
as we saw in the last government.
As we saw in the last government. But then you'll have the AfD in Parliament, and perhaps with one or two other smaller parties, and they'll be saying, well, if the Conservatives would just form a coalition with us, we wouldn't have all of this bickering. And there, of course, we come to what Marcus was just talking about, all of the reasons why the other political parties say, well, we just can't touch you, until you start... But then it may become a bit of a debate of, for the AfD, well, do they then try to moderate themselves so that they're in a position by the year 2029 to be seen as more palatable to other parties? Of course, this is election night. We're talking about a 4-year process now, so we shouldn't probably get ahead of ourselves. But it's going to be a very, very interesting dynamic, and one that brings a lot of opportunities for the AfD.
Absolutely, because there are elements of the AfD which are very extreme, aren't there? But as you say, Richard, we don't want to go too far into the future. We want to stay talking about this evening. We are going to speak now to our correspondent at the SPD party headquarters. That's DW's chief political correspondent, Nina Hase, who joins us now from the SPD headquarters. I think we're just trying to bring her in. There she is. Nina, this is not a great result for the Chancellor, Olaf Schultz, obviously. What are people saying there at the SPD headquarters?
That this has to have consequences in terms of who takes the responsibility, who is to blame for this historic poor result. That is the worst result the SPD, Germany's oldest party, has had in modern history, so since the end of World War II. And of course, people are now asking themselves, was it the wrong decision to go into this election campaign with the current German Chancellor, Olaf Schultz? Should we have gone for Germany's defense minister instead? If we all go back a couple of weeks, the SPD looked as though they were going to replace Olaf Scholz with Boris Pistorius, the very, very popular German defense minister. Boris Pistorius then felt forced to say, I never wanted to run anyway. He didn't want to challenge the German chancellor because that would have looked like a coup here. But of course, all these kind of questions are being asked now. What is also clear, Olaf Scholz is not seen as having to take all the blame for this poor result here. The party leadership is also very much in focus by the voter base. They're saying the way that we allowed for this bickering, all this infighting that reached the public, that has to have consequences also for the current duo that's leading the party. So Lars Klingbeil and Saskia Esken, if they don't step down tomorrow, then that is going to cause some serious problems. Whatever is going to happen, a tragic day for Germany's oldest party. Definitely a lot of soul searching will have to be done, and it's not clear who the next generation is going to be that's going to take the Social Democrats back into a position of confidence.
That's right. I mean, Scholz came in to his role as Chancellor by promising stability, didn't he? He followed Angela Merkel and said, you can trust me, I'm not going to shake things up too much. So when you say these results have to have consequences, does Scholz have a political future?
What we're hearing here from people is that it's partly his responsibility, definitely, that this chance of leading the country through this very, very difficult period was not done in a successful way, that they're now having to hand back the chancellery again to Friedrich Merz from the Conservatives. That's very, very, very likely at this point in time that Olaf Scholz is going to have to move out. Now, he is an extremely experienced politician, Olaf Scholz. He has been... he was Angela Merkel's finance minister, you said it, but he was also the mayor of Hamburg, and he's very, very sure of himself. So I do think that he's got a couple of supporters who still want to benefit from his experience behind the ranks here, but definitely not in the limelight once the new government takes over. Having said all that, of course, he's going to stay in power until that new government is being formed. We're hearing that that might take till Easter. They're all saying that they will be as quick as they possibly can, because they are aware that lots of those foreign policy challenges are very, very difficult, and they need a German response. And Germany has done a lot of navel gazing in recent weeks. Berlin has been silent essentially on the international stage. The Europeans are waiting for a German positioning on all of that. So Olaf Scholz will certainly play a role in the next weeks to come. And then if the pressure from both the US and Russia continues, then we might see ourselves in a different geopolitical scenario in a couple of weeks' time. Who knows? But as of now, as of tonight, Olaf Scholz will go down in history as the least popular and the least successful German chancellor in post-war German history.
Nina Hase at the SPD headquarters. Nina, thanks so much for that analysis. We'll come back to you for more in a little while. All right, we're going to get you up to date on what is happening. The first projected results have now been published, so let me tell you about them. They indicate that the conservative CDU-CSU bloc is on course, as we're expecting, to win the election and emerge as the biggest party in the Bundestag, the German parliament. The Alternative for Germany could see a big rise in its share of the vote and come second, but the Social Democrats of Chancellor Olaf Scholz, as we've just been hearing, look set to take a big hit and come third. So let's take a look at those projected results in more details, Jared.
That's right. I can read those out to you. According to the latest projected results, the CDU-CSU Conservative bloc on 29%, up 4.9% from the last election, followed by the Alternative for Germany on 19.6%. That is up 9.2%. The Social Democrats of the incumbent Chancellor, 16%, down 9.7%. Then we have the Greens, 13.3%, minus 1.4% from the 2021 election. After that, we have the Left on 8.6%, up 3.7% from the last election. The Sarah Wagenknecht Alliance, a new party that's a year old, 4.7%. And I'm sorry, I forgot to mention the Free Democrats too, the pro-business Free Democrats. They are on 4.9%, a big drop from them. For them, down 6.5%, and other parties 3.9%. Anya.
Yep, and voter turnout in these elections was 84%, according to the exit polls. Now, this is higher than voter turnout in the last elections. So what we're seeing is quite a big turnout here, higher than the elections in 2021. That was 76.4%. All right, let's cross over now. We're going to go back to the Green Party's headquarters. Our correspondent there, Julia Saudelli, is standing by. Obviously, a less successful result for the Green Party. Julia, how are people reacting there, and what are they kind of assuming or hoping for? I mean, do they think that the Greens could still be part of the next government?
Well, we heard cheering when the result was read out here. It wasn't crazy, very loud cheering, but regardless, there was some celebration because the result isn't that bad if we consider how much the Greens have been a part of this last three-way coalition that has been deemed quite unpopular, if we consider that some of its ministers and some of the measures that were sort of promoted more by the Green Party were strongly criticized in the media, in the political debate, but also among voters. They are the one of the three parties of the coalition that have lost the least amount of votes if these first projections hold around 1%. So it's not a terrible result for the Greens, and it seems to be a result around 13-14% that leads back to basically the Greens voter base, the voters who will vote for the Greens regardless. And this is a result that isn't their best possible outcome that they had hoped for, but it is still okay. Now, whether this leads to any participation in government is still a big open question. We've heard from the leadership of the Green Party, but also from their chancellor candidate, Robert Habeck, that he was very much willing, and he still is very much willing to enter a government. He wants to take on responsibility. He wants to continue shaping Germany's politics, especially in such difficult times internationally, geopolitically, and challenging times for Germany too. The question is whether this will be possible. As the numbers stand now, a coalition with the Greens and the Conservatives looks unlikely. Looking at the numbers, they could possibly enter government in a three-way coalition with the Social Democrats and the Conservatives. But given the not so great experience that the parties have had in the recent three-way coalition in this latest government, I think many are wary now of actually going into a coalition with so many different parties, with so many different positions, knowing that it could lead to very difficult interactions and making it harder to find compromise.
Julia, in this whole election campaign, climate change was hardly ever mentioned, was it? So, you know, do you think that as the core issue of the Green Party, do you think that the Greens are essentially now sort of looking for a new meaning? I mean, how do they offer themselves to people? What's their sort of their selling point?
Yeah, this has been a move that we've already seen starting in the last election, where the Green Party is trying to position itself as a party for the middle of society, a party that can reach out to different parts of society. And
Julia, I'm just going to interrupt you, I'm sorry, because I can see behind you that Robert Habeck is about to start speaking, and we're just going to listen in.
Me to just give you a couple of words about the projected results that we've got on an evening that we know is going to be quite a long one before we really know what the results are. Let me begin with what we said before 6 o'clock. Thank you. Thank you for the election campaign. Thank you for joining ranks. Thank you for supporting one another. Thank you for the power that you put into our campaign. This is not something you can take for granted. I have to say it was exactly the election that I dreamed of, the exact election campaign we wanted to wage, and I'm grateful of what we've managed to do. We got ourselves out of the poll dip of 10% when the previous coalition broke apart, and we pulled our election result up closer to what we had, 21. None of this is anything we can take for granted. Thank you to all of our election campaigners. Thank you to the party, to the headquarters, and for the grassroots joining forces. And thank you to Annalena as well. Another thing we have to say, though, is that I wanted more. I think all of us dreamed of a better result. We were hoping to get higher results, and we were there. You know, we were up to 14% just a couple of weeks back, and then something happened that at least changed our election campaign, and that was Friedrich Merz voting in a motion with the AfD, and then many people voted against Merz, and they said we don't want to be in a coalition with the Union bloc. And I understand that, but it did make it harder for us.
And we're going to interrupt Robert Habeck, because now we're going to listen to Friedrich Merz from the CDU.
Konrad-Adenauer-Haus an diesem historischen Wahlabend, dem 23. Februar 2025.
So here we are, February 23rd, 2025. The Union bloc won this election.
Wir haben sie gewonnen.
We won the elections. We won them because the Union bloc worked together well, and we prepared very, very well for these elections and for taking on government responsibility. I want to say thank you to Markus Söder, the leader of the Christian Social Union Party. I want to thank the Executive Committee as well, and representing the many thousands of party members who gave their all to wage a fantastic election campaign, particularly to the young Union bloc members. You waged a wonderful election campaign. And I want to say to our voters, thank you for the trust that you have placed in me personally and in all of us in the party. I know how important the responsibility is. I understand the dimension of the task ahead, and I will be taking it on with great respect. And I know it's not going to be easy. And in this context, I want to express my respect for our political competitors as well. We waged a tough election campaign, but it was important to be as tough as we were. We had to engage with economic policy, migration, foreign policy, domestic security. But now we're going to put that aside and talk with one another, and we want to get a government capable of acting as quickly as possible with a sound parliamentary majority, because, friends, the world will not wait for us to do that. It's not going to wait for long coalition talks. We have to become capable of acting quickly so that we can do the right thing at home, so that we are strong and present in Europe, and so that the world sees that Germany has a reliable government in place. And the Christian Democrats and the Christian Social Union and I personally stand exactly for this approach. So on this note, let me express my gratitude once again. Thank you for all of you who came out here this evening. I've never seen so many people coming out to celebrate here in the party headquarters. We've never had so many representatives of the press here. We've never had so many visitors here in the party headquarters. So now we're going to wait for the final election results. But one thing is for sure, as we've said in the run-up to these elections, now we're going to really get things going. The party has started. We're going to be celebrating together this evening, and from tomorrow morning we'll get down to work again. Friends, thank you, and welcome to the party headquarters. Welcome to where the Union bloc party is going to celebrate our victory. Thank you very much for coming out this evening. Thank you for your support, and thank you for giving us a mandate to form a government. Thank you.
A jubilant Friedrich Merz there, saying the party has started, and that is likely to be Germany's next chancellor. Jared.
Yeah. We're getting a lot of questions about what the CDU's win today will mean going forward. Friedrich Merz, Marcus, just said he really wants to get things going, his words, get the party started, as Anja said. If the CDU leads the next government as expected, how will Friedrich Merz, this is a question from our user, how will he handle Germany's economic slowdown differently than Olaf Schultz? How will he really get things going in a way that Schultz perhaps couldn't?
Yeah, I think this is the crucial question for the CDU, to get the economy back on track again. We heard that the economy is in the third year in recession, and so he definitely wants to cut bureaucracy. He wants to make it easier to set up new companies. He wants to lower taxes. His idea is to have an economy that's thriving and that then is actually getting enough money for the tax money the government can deal with in order to do everything they have to do. And I mean, whether it's the infrastructure to modernize, whether it's investing in German defense, whether it's digitization, there are so many things actually that have to be done. So somehow Friedrich Merz has the challenge to find the money to finance all this. And there are basically two ways. Either you have tax revenues or you increase your public debt. And so he has to find a way to manage that. And we know that increasing public debt in Germany is very difficult. We already heard about the debt brake. He has to kind of circumvent that, if not doing away with the debt brake. And so I think this is something he probably can do with the Social Democrats. In a way, however, it's enshrined in our constitution, the debt brake. You need 2/3 of the votes in parliament, right, and in the upper chamber, in the Bundesrat. However, this seems to be something that could be doable. So while the liberals are a roadblock here, with the other parties, that's maybe something he can do. But this is the way forward for him.
And Richard Walker, our chief international editor, someone's asking how US tariffs might fit into the CDU's, the threat of tariffs might fit into Friedrich Merz's plan.
Jared, I'm sorry, I'm going to have to interrupt both of you because we've got Olaf Schultz, who is taking to the stage, and we're going to tune in to listen to what he's going to say.
Schönen Dank. Liebe Freundinnen und Freunde, liebe Genossinnen und Genossen,
friends, comrades, this is a bitter election result for the Social Democratic Party. It is a defeat. And I think when we are looking at these results, we have to say it without mincing our words. It's very important for me to say that this is an election result that will have to be one that we'll have to put behind us. But first, let me say thank you to all of the election campaigners who did what they could. Our poll results just didn't get better, but Social Democrats across Germany engaged, gave their all to election campaigns. They hung posters up, they knocked on doors, they discussed with people at the information stands, they organized big events throughout the country. And so for this reason, particularly with this result, let me say thank you for your efforts and for sticking to your guns. Friends, comrades, the last time we had a better election result, and I took on responsibility for that. This time the election result is poor, and I am responsible for this election result too. So I want to say that clearly. But to begin with, what's important is to say very clearly and to congratulate Friedrich Merz, the Christian Democrat, the Christian Social Union parties. Congratulations on your election result.
Wir leben in einem demokratischen Land und wir
We live in
kämpfen
a
um die
democratic
Demokratie.
country,
Die SPD
and
mit
we
ihrer
are
langen Geschichte
fighting
wie keine andere
for
Partei in
democracy.
diesem
The
Land.
SPD fights for
Und deshalb
democracy
will ich
perhaps longer
für mich
and
auch
harder
klar
than any other country.
feststellen,
But
dass
that's why I'd
in
like to
diesem
say
Land
in no
eine
uncertain
extrem rechte
terms
Partei wie die
that an
AfD
extreme
solche
right party like the
Wahlergebnisse
AfD
bekommt.
can get
Das darf
results
niemals
like
etwas
this
sein,
in
mit dem wir
Germany.
uns
This is
abfinden
not
werden.
something
Ich
that
werde
we
mich damit
just
nicht
forget
und
about.
niemals
We
abfinden.
can never just accept this result. I, for one, will never just accept this kind of result.
Und deshalb muss es auch bei dem bleiben, was
And
alle
this
in
is
den letzten
why
Jahren und Jahrzehnten
what
immer
we have
gesagt
said
haben,
for the
keine
last
Zusammenarbeit
few
mit den
years
extremen Rechten.
and decades
Die
that we must never work
sozialdemokratische
together
Partei
with
steht
the
für diesen
extreme
klaren
far
Kurs.
right.
Und wir
The
hoffen
SPD is
und wir glauben
committed
auch alle
not
anderen
to
werden
working
diese Haltung
with them,
in den
and we
nächsten
hope that all of the
Jahren
other
weiter
parties
zeigen.
will also continue to take this approach of not cooperating with the AfD.
Diese Legislaturperiode ist geprägt worden von riesigen
And
Herausforderungen.
it has to be said that this was a very difficult term in office that we had. Just 2 hours flight time from here, a war is being waged. People are dying, villages and cities are being bombed. People are dying, and there's no end in sight. It was a difficult, difficult time, and my government led us through these difficult times as supporters of Ukraine, but as someone who ensured that the war did not spread to Germany. And I'm grateful that in this very difficult situation, I had the responsibility of being German chancellor.
Es ist eine große Ehre,
It
der 9. Kanzler der
was a
Bundesrepublik zu
real
sein.
honor
Und ich
and
werde
remains
dieses Amt bis
an
zum
honor
letzten Tag
to be
ausüben. Jetzt
German
ist es an
Chancellor.
anderen,
I will
den Weg
continue
zu suchen, wie
to
eine Regierung
act as
gebildet
German
werden
Chancellor until a new German
Aber diese
government has been
Ehre
formed
verdanke ich
by
den
others.
Bürgerinnen und Bürgern,
But
die uns
I
und mir
owe
letztes
this
Mal ein
honor
Mandat gegeben
to
haben.
the
Aber
citizens
gerade
of this
auch
country who
dieser
gave me a
sozialdemokratischen
mandate in the
Partei.
last elections, but I
Ich
also
möchte
owe
mich
it to this
ausdrücklich
Social Democratic
bedanken
Party.
bei
I want to
Parteivorsitzenden,
thank the
beim
party
Generalsekretär und
head,
seinem
the
Vorgänger,
General
bei
Secretary
den
and his
Fraktionsvorsitzenden,
predecessor,
bei der Partei
to
und der
the
Fraktion, allen denen, die überall
parliamentary
mitgeholfen
group,
haben,
and to all
unseren
of the members of our
Ministerpräsidenten und
party, to our state
Ministerpräsidenten und den
premiers,
vielen Ministern,
and the
die
many
für uns
ministers
sich eingesetzt haben,
who
jeden Tag.
worked for the Social Democrats every day. I think we can be proud of the fact that we acted together in difficult times. And if there's one thing I can wish for, it is that we continue to be a strong SPD that joins ranks and fights to ensure that social democracy plays a key role in Germany's future.
Das ist keineswegs so selbstverständlich.
And that's nothing you can take for granted, that you have a party that stands for modernization, for justice, for democracy, all together, and that over a very, very long time over Germany's history. It remains my firm conviction that we need our way of looking at the world so that our country remains a good country. So I would also like to say that it touches me as someone who has been a member of the Social Democratic Party for 50 years now, that we are where we are today. Of course, I would have liked to have seen a better election result, but we can fight for better election results in the future, and we will take on our responsibility for the country in the years to come. Everyone has always been able to rely on us, and you continue to rely on the Social Democratic Party. You can count on us.
Ja, vielen Dank an Olaf Scholz für diese wirklich wichtigen
Thank you very
Worte
much
für
to
die
Olaf Schultz for these very important
bitteren Abend.
words. It's a bitter evening for the Social Democrats. It's a bitter election result. We want to congratulate Friedrich Merz, the leader of this union bloc, and we recognise what has gone on.
Olaf Scholz speaking at the SPD party headquarters, admitting that the result for the SPD in this election was not a good one. Let's get more from DW's chief political correspondent, Nina Hase, who is at the SPD headquarters. So, Nina, Olaf Scholz, being honest there, this wasn't a great result for the SPD, but he did defend his government's achievements in the last 3 years, didn't he?
Yeah, and he stressed the fact that this was a very, very difficult period for any German government. This government came into power, and a couple of weeks later, Russia launched its full-scale invasion of Ukraine. Germany took a side. It sided with Ukraine, but that meant that the current government had to essentially do a 180-degree turn and come up with very quick solutions to fundamental challenges and, for example, invest a lot in energy supplies, because until then Germany had been reliant entirely on Russian gas. So all of that, Olaf Scholz stressed again, we did manage to avoid big crises, but it was a very, very tough time. He also acknowledges that he has to take a share of responsibility at least for this poor result. And he stressed the fact, and I think that is his main message tonight, he stressed the fact that the SPD, as Germany's oldest party, will continue to play a vital role in the future because of the very good result for the far-right AfD party. Now, we all have to remember that the SPD is Germany's oldest party, goes back to the 19th century, and was the only political party in Germany that voted against Hitler's Enabling Act. So they do stand firm against any far-right movement trying to get into power in Berlin, and that is the point that Olaf Scholz is trying to make. If somebody has their doubts whether the Conservatives or any other party would ever consider collaborating with the far-right AfD, you can be sure the SPD is not going to do that. And of course, there are voices that are upping the pressure on people to take responsibility on a change of leadership. The SPD has a lot of soul-searching to do in the next couple of days and weeks. At the same time, they're trying to present a united face here. There was a lot of applause for the leadership, for the cabinet members. Now, we have to remember there are also regional elections in Hamburg that are vital for the SPD. It's one of their last remaining stronghold. So they are trying to remain united until then. We're not expecting any massive changes in personnel, but of course, Boris Pistorius, the German defense minister, that is a name that people internationally might want to remember. He's going to play a role in the negotiations about who can lead the SPD into this period of essentially coming up with a stronger platform with changes to their own platform as well.
Nina, can I ask, if we look at the results that the SPD have or are likely to have managed here, do we know which party the SPD lost its votes to? Was it maybe the AfD, maybe as a protest vote?
We knew that up until the elections, about a third of German voters said that they were undecided. So I'm guessing that there was a certain amount of tactical voting by a lot of people. A third of all German votes, that is a high number. So people, when faced with a decision, do I want to continue essentially with one of the more centrist parties, or do I want a more radical position? Maybe they then went, for example, for a more lefty approach and voted for the Left Party or the BSW that might still also make it into Bundestag. So they lost to those. But also when it comes to traditional SPD strongholds in the west of the country, like the Ruhr Alley, where I'm from, and that has a long tradition as an industrial hub of Germany, and where jobs have gone lost in the last couple of years. The AfD are polling very, very highly there as well.
Nina Hase at the SPD headquarters. Thanks so much. We'll come back to you for more a little later on. And we've got a little update for you. Here is the latest on what's happening in the election. The projected results are indicating that the Conservative CDU-CSU bloc is on course to win the election and emerge as the biggest force in the Bundestag, that's the German parliament. Now, that would mean that Friedrich Merz will be Germany's next chancellor. The far-right Alternative for Germany could see a big rise in its share of the vote, coming in second. But the Social Democrats, Chancellor Olaf Schultz's party, as we just saw there, looks set to take a big hit, coming in third. So let's take a look at the projected results in more details. Over to you, Jared.
That's right. These projected results are just from a short time ago. We can bring those up. The CDU-CSU bloc projected to get 28.9% of the vote. The Alternative for Germany, the far-right party, 19.7%. The Social Democrats, we just heard from Olaf Schultz, that's his party, 16.1%. The Greens, 13.2%. The Left Party on 8.6%. The BSW, this Sarah Wagenknecht alliance, the party is a year old. It's gained 4.8% of the vote according to these projected results. Other parties, 3.8%. Someone's just quickly asked, when are the final results expected? They are expected on Monday, so we will be able to bring you those firm final results tomorrow, but we will continue to bring in the projected results. We can also take a look at the distribution of seats now in the Bundestag, the lower house of parliament. The Social Democrats, 117 seats. The CDU-CSU Conservative bloc, 210. The Greens, 96. The far-right Alternative for Germany, 143 seats. The Left Party, 63 seats. And the SSW party, whose acronym I've forgotten. I'm going to do a little check of that. The South Schleswig Voters Association, 1 seat in the parliament. And so we can also take a look at the coalition, potential coalition makeup now. This would involve the Social Democrats, 117 seats, and the CDU-CSU on 210. So they could form a coalition without the Greens.
Thanks, Jared. We are still joined by DW's chief international editor, Richard Walker, and Markus Ziener from the German Marshall Fund to talk about all of the issues involved in the vote today and what this says about Germany's likely next government. Richard, if we are looking potentially at an SPD-CDU coalition, or I should say CDU-SPD coalition, how smoothly is that likely to work? Can we think about what the biggest challenges might be for these two parties working together? I know obviously they have done many times before, but we're in different times now. So what could be difficult this time around?
Yeah, so I'm trying to think, what's the best angle to get at this? Because this is definitely, we're several ifs down the road from where we stand now. But yeah, I mean, it's possible, according to some of these latest numbers, that could be enough for a coalition with these two parties. That would be called a grand coalition. It used to be called a grand coalition. I guess people would probably still call it that. And it was called grand coalition because these were the two really big parties that were accustomed in the past to be getting 40-odd% each. And so to have both of them together was really a coalition of some size. In this case, it would not be very grand as a grand coalition. It would just be squeaking in, you know?
Can we call it? Someone said the other day, I was reading online, they said, can we call it a grand coalition anymore? It's like a mini grand coalition or something like that.
A medium rare coalition. I don't know. We're mixing our metaphors here. But anyway, OK. I kind of mention that partly because, you know, if a coalition has a relatively slim majority, which this probably would, then that puts it under some pressure in Parliament, you know, because you need to keep your troops disciplined to make sure that you can get your majorities when you need to get things through. And that does potentially increase the risk of squabbling about things. If you look at the issues that need to be tackled, I mean, Marcus was mentioning earlier, the economy is a major one. And where I think you can expect sparks to fly is, and Marcus was also talking about this earlier, where do you get the money for the investment that needs to be done? And I think there is a pretty broad consensus that Germany needs to do a lot of investment in a few areas. In infrastructure, military, definitely those two things. Third thing, many would argue, is more green investment. With the CDU-led government, it's possible that that is going to be less of a thing. Where does that money come from? Well, the German economy has been, at best, well, it's in recession for 2 years. Not massive drops, but yeah, pretty bad shape for 2 years. And Germany also has tough limits on how much governments can borrow. So this is going to be the big discussion, is how do they work around that? How do you try to get enough money to make these investments? The Conservatives have been trying to stress, well, we'll cut spending here, we'll do this, we'll grow the economy there. But few expect that to generate the amounts of money that are needed, which are in the hundreds of billions for both of those things, infrastructure and the military. So there'll be a big discussion about how do they try to kind of soften these rules that Germany has, which are constitutionally baked in, about how much government can borrow. And that could be an area for disagreement. The Social Democrats, they're centre-left, they are generally more open to borrowing money, although going into the history of this debt break, which goes back to the Merkel era, that actually came in under a Social Democrat finance minister. So these two parties would have to work out how do we work around that? How do we try to either reform this debt break or find some mechanism to free up funds for that? So I think that's going to be one of the biggest challenges.
There's a question basically on exactly that, Richard, and I'll throw it over to you, Marcus. Just in light of what Richard said, someone has asked in the chat, what are the topics where the CDU and the Social Democrats could have the most arguments in when they're forming a coalition, or trying to at least?
Yeah, I was just wondering when I was looking at the numbers, I mean, what kind of social democratic party is the CDU going to deal with?
Right.
Yeah, because, I mean, a party diminished so much, tremendously, actually now standing at 16%. And we heard a couple of times what kind of historic legacy they are carrying, and now being diminished to a facilitator of power and not to be a shaping power themselves anymore. I think this is something they have to first to deal with, and I'm wondering whether the party will go through a period of, well, intense struggle within. Should the party rather go further to the left? Should it accommodate the CDU? What kind of role is this party going to play? And I mean, we probably, some of the people we just saw on the screen of this SPD, we probably will not see them much longer, because they are part of history. I think much focus is now on Boris Pistorius, the defense minister, who has a high popularity and who probably is the one who is politically well equipped to deal with Friedrich Merz and with the CDU. But I'm not sure whether he really has the party behind him. So this is not really a great answer to your question, but it's just, we are talking about something that's so much, it's a moving target here. It very much is in flux, and we don't know how this is going to play out. And if I look at the numbers, it looks like there's basically, for the SPD, they have to go into a coalition with the CDU. There's no other choice. What else should they do? I mean, the CDU cannot form a majority with the Green Party, if I'm not mistaken, and so.
There's a question about exactly that. Someone has put in the chat, and it's funny that you mentioned, and it said here, when you're talking about what else does the Social Democrats, what other choice do they have? Someone's asked here, does it not make more sense for the SPD to differentiate itself and rebuild in opposition? Is that even a possibility?
Well, I mean, this is a good question, because it's about, can you recover in opposition? Is that a good way actually to refresh the party in opposition? And we all know that there was a saying by a former Müntefering, by a former head of the SPD, who said, well, opposition is. It's an expletive. I'm not using this, but opposition is not a good thing to be. So they probably rather tend to be part of the government instead of being in the opposition. So I'll leave it here.
All right.
Let's talk about some of the challenges. Again, we don't know yet what the coalition will be, but we are talking about a potential CDU SPD coalition, who will obviously have to hit the ground running. Merz was saying we don't have any time to spend, spending months talking about coalitions. We need to hit the ground running, and we need to start tackling all of these problems that Germany is faced with. And obviously, one of Germany's biggest foreign policy challenges this year and beyond is Donald Trump's return as US president. Now, if we look back a few years, relations between Donald Trump and Germany's former chancellor, Angela Merkel, during his first term were famously frosty. You may remember that Donald Trump hosted the then chancellor, Angela Merkel, at the White House in 2017. He refused to shake her hand on camera, despite journalists prompting him to do so. And I think Merkel, we can see there, was suggesting that they shake each other's hands. She looked a little bewildered by him refusing to do that. With Trump now back in office, his vice president, J.D. Vance, we've spoken about it earlier, he gave Europeans a sense of what is to come. Vance told the Munich Security Conference this month that European efforts to fight disinformation and hate speech were basically censorship. Let's take a listen.
The threat that I worry the most about vis-a-vis Europe is not Russia, it's not China, it's not any other external actor. And what I worry about is the threat from within, the retreat of Europe from some of its most fundamental values, values shared with the United States of America. In Britain and across Europe, free speech, I fear, is in retreat.
Now, Vance made that speech right in the middle of Germany's election campaign. In response, Friedrich Merz, the CDU's Friedrich Merz, told DW at the Munich Security Conference that Vance's comments were clear election interference.
Today is a really historic day. The American security guarantees are being called into question. The Americans are questioning democratic institutions, and they are interfering quite openly in an election, including in relation to democratic parties and their majorities. And I have to say, it disturbs me. It doesn't surprise me, because they have talked about this before. But I firmly reject it. It is not the job of the American government to explain to us here in Germany how we should protect democratic institutions, and we will continue on our course.
Now, the election campaign here in Germany also saw associates of Donald Trump openly campaigning for the far-right AfD. Elon Musk, the world's richest man, appeared by video link at an AfD rally. Musk also hosted the party's chancellor candidate, Alice Weidel, on his social media platform X. And Musk has said repeatedly that only the AfD can save Germany. All right. So let's have a think about what Germany's new government is going to have to deal with, given that Trump is the new American president. Friedrich Merz has said that he wants to make Germany stronger. Is he strong enough to stand up to and work with the American president?
Well, that's going to be a really interesting thing to see, whether they can establish some kind of working relationship. And we've seen so many European leaders kind of go through that process of trying to work that out. We saw Angela Merkel there, they had a pretty difficult relationship. And Friedrich Merz is coming in at a time, it's pretty much a nightmare situation for him. I mean, I'm sure if you'd asked him after the election of Donald Trump, he would probably have said, he's difficult, but I think we've got a decent chance of dealing with him. I used to, run this financial company, BlackRock. It's kind of wing in Germany. I know how to deal with Americans. I'm a businessman. We can probably establish some kind of vibe, And perhaps between the lines, he would be also thinking, I'm a man and I'm tall, and sort of
he is very tall.
The sort of things that people assume that Donald Trump kind of responds to. But then there's been this kind of 1-2 punch. You've got the Musk interventions around Alice Weidel, and then J.D. Vance coming and giving that speech in Munich, which came across like an implicit endorsement of the Alternative for Germany. And I spoke to, some members of the CDU party there, including ones who are pretty well connected in the States, and they were thinking, we don't know why they're doing this. Thinking, the AfD is not going to get into the next government. So why are they doing this? Because, you can understand a friendly government, wanting to build connections to a party that's likely to be in the next government. But that's not going to happen. This is a party that is kind of felt within the, centrist German parties to be anti-system, presenting a fundamental threat to democracy in Germany. This is the view of towards the AfD. So this starting point, and then add to all of that what Donald Trump has been saying about Ukraine and cozying up to Putin, and sort of this sense that, oh my God, is there a huge pivot going on
Richard,
within the White House?
I'm afraid I'm going to have to interrupt you. I'm so sorry, but I've just heard that we're going to cross back to the CDU headquarters because I believe that our chief political editor there, Michaela Küffner, is speaking to somebody there, and she's going to bring that interview to us live right now.
Yes, I have the State Premier of Thuringia with me, Mario Vogt. Mr. Vogt, you know what it's like when the far-right AfD party scores a win. It was the strongest party in regional elections in Thuringia, and you managed to form a rather complicated coalition. When you look at these initial exit polls today, what are the thoughts that cross your mind?
Yeah, first of all, Germans have voted for change, and this is a good sign because they are fed up with what the federal government has performed in the last 3 years. And accidentally, we feel that basically Germany has to turn around and have a different direction going. And this is what they have voted for. So the good sign, first of all, is that the CDU will form the next coalition. This is a good thing. But it will be a long night because basically what we experience is that there are smaller parties, minor parties, are able to be in the parliament or not, and therefore we are not certain how this will end up, and this is a little bit the interesting aspect of the night.
Yes, certainly whether those parties make it to make the 5% threshold will change the equation. We've spoken about that before already, but you are always the one, and we've spoken about this in the past, who's going to get the far-right AfD question. They've managed to almost double their share in these elections. Is this something you feared, and what do you believe need to be the next steps here?
I was always warning of what is going on in the East because Eastern Germans feel economical downturn much heavier than in the West because they don't have so much deep pockets. And this is what we experience. They want to see their real-time issues addressed and not like ideological policies driven by the federal government. And this is what they have voted on. And the CDU and the AfD have gained voting shares in the East, but still it's a trouble issue, and therefore I'm pretty certain that in the next CDU-led federal government, Eastern German issues and even people will have more say.
Now, it's a declared aim of the far-right AfD to destroy the CDU, the conservative CDU-CSU party, one of the last remaining Big Ten parties in Europe. Do you feel that it got a step closer tonight?
No, I think it just highlights that there is basically the CDU on the one hand and the AfD on the other. The one stands for optimism and hope, and the other stands for pessimism and for a German story, which is an isolation story. And I think this is what the next government has to be about, that it will show that economic growth and safer and sound policies are possible. And then we basically will have a government which delivers the change people are voted on tonight.
You had a very tough time getting together a government to keep up that firewall, so-called firewall, against the far right. We heard from Friedrich Merz, who's the even more likely next chancellor now, that time is of the essence. How complicated and how fast or slow will it be for Germany to find a stable government coalition?
First of all, I think one thing is for certain, Friedrich Merz will be the next chancellor, and the CDU is back in the #1 pole position in the party system in Germany. And secondly, we have a long night ahead of us because it depends on how many parties will be in the parliament in order to form a coalition, but I'm pretty positive that it will be a swift process.
Mario Vogt, State Premier of Thuringia, thank you very much for joining us tonight, and with that, back to the studio.
Michaela Küffner, thank you so much for that. That's our chief political editor. We're going to bring you another quick reminder on what is happening in this election. The projected results are indicating that the Conservative CDU-CSU bloc is on course to win this election. Their leader, Friedrich Merz, has claimed victory. He says he will get down to work on forming a coalition as soon as possible. Now, the far-right Alternative for Germany could see a big rise in its share of the vote and come in second place. That's looking likely. The SPD's chancellor, the German chancellor Olaf Schultz, has acknowledged defeat, and he has congratulated the CDU's Friedrich Merz. He described the election as a bitter result for his Social Democrats. So let's take a look at the projected results in more detail, Jared.
That's right. These are the projected results from around 15 minutes ago. We have the Social Democrats of Chancellor Olaf Schultz on 16.2%, down 9.5% from the last election. The biggest bloc, the CDU-CSU Conservatives, 28.9%, up 4.8% from the last election. The Greens on 13%, down 1.7% since the last election. The Free Democrats on 4.9%, and this is very interesting because this is just shy of the 5% hurdle needed to come into the Bundestag. We have the far-right Alternative for Germany, 19.9%. The Left Party, 8.5%, so it seems they will be in the Bundestag, and the Sarah Wagenknecht Alliance, 4.8%, like the FDP, seemingly just shy of this 5% hurdle. Other parties, 3.8%. Let's take a look too at the distribution of seats. The Social Democrats on 118 seats in the Bundestag. That's the 630-seat Bundestag. The CDU-CSU Conservatives on 210. The Greens, 94 seats. The far-right Alternative for Germany, the Left on 145. The Left on 62, and the South Schleswig Voters Association, 1 seat. To make up a majority, if we're looking at coalitions, the SPD on 118, the CDU-CSU 210, that means they would have enough to form a coalition without the help of smaller parties that we've just seen.
And one of those smaller parties that has not had a good night is the business-friendly FDP, the neoliberal Free Democrats. In the last election, they got 11.4% of the vote, and they've been a part of Olaf Scholz's three-way coalition for the last 3 years. Now, currently, the projected results has the FDP under the 5% threshold to get into the Bundestag. So let's find out more. We can speak to our political correspondent, Simon Young, who is at the FDP headquarters. So, Simon, if this result stands, it's not looking good for the FDP, is it?
Well, you say that, and yeah, I think everyone here is remaining reasonably hopeful up to this point. There was a ripple of elation, a few cheers when at 6 o'clock, when one of the TV channels at least projected 5%. That's the magic number, as you've said, for getting into Parliament. For the FDP, and clearly that's the result that everyone here is hoping still might emerge somehow from this evening. I think when you're looking at this result, what's pretty clear, they've got less than half of the support they got at the 2021 national election. So in that sense, of course, it's a very bad result for them. I think you could say they were kind of expecting for it. After all, their leader, Christian Lindner, had a very public split with Olaf Scholz, the Chancellor, and the FDP was effectively kicked out of the government. And I think many of their voters perhaps felt that that the FDP, which is a party that stands for business, it stands for free enterprise, and so on, was not relevant to them anymore. But that's the question. Will they somehow just scrape over that line, get the 5% they want, be in the Bundestag, and then just possibly, the maths is always complicated, they could somehow be relevant. They might even end up in another three-way coalition. You never know.
You never know. The maths is complicated, isn't it, Simon? I just have to ask you, we were hearing that the FDP hadn't let the media into their headquarters. Now, obviously, you're there speaking to us from there, but is there something that happened that they were just so upset with the results that they didn't want anyone to be reporting from there?
I'm sorry, Anya, the sound is breaking up a little bit on you there. I couldn't quite get that question, but you want to ask me again and maybe I'll understand what you're saying.
You were saying that they weren't too pessimistic, but we were hearing rumours that they were not happy at all and had therefore kept journalists out of the headquarters. I know you're obviously there reporting, but is there any truth behind those rumours?
No, that's definitely not true. The journalists are here in force,
Okay.
and we're all expectantly waiting for party leader Christian Lindner to emerge and address the crowd. He hasn't come out yet. I think that's probably understandable because, as I say, they're just that 0.1% away, potentially, from being relevant. Of course, if they're not in the Bundestag, as everyone in German politics knows, well, they're not really part of the discussion. They're not in the game. So we really have to just wait the next few hours and see where the final numbers end up. I think that's what everyone here is remaining hopeful about, even if they accept, this has been a relatively bad night for them in terms of their historical support.
Political correspondent Simon Young reporting from the FDP headquarters. Simon, thank you so much. And we are here in the DW studio, joined by our chief international editor, Richard Walker, and Markus Ziener from the German Marshall Fund think tank. Markus, Christian Lindner, who leads the FDP, he was finance minister in the last coalition government and, known for pushing for fiscal discipline. But he really clashed with his coalition partners, didn't he? And he crashed out of the coalition. He was sacked. Do you think that strengthened or weakened his standing and potentially the FDP's result in this election?
Well, from the results, we see that it weakened him definitely. I mean, Christian Lindner has, I think he has a reputation issue because he's, by many, he's seen as a gambler because he. The FDP, the Liberals, were in coalition negotiations already in 2017. There was the idea of forming a coalition between the CDU, the Greens and the Liberals. So there were quite long talks at the time with Angela Merkel. And then after a month or so, he dropped out and said, well, we don't want to do this. And then actually this then led to a grand coalition again. So, and now he was the one actually breaking up the coalition. Also, he would say otherwise, sure, but if he would be sitting here. But in the end, he was not willing to concede anything when it comes to the debt break and how to, well, take up new money. And I think that this was a make or break situation. So I think Lindner, I don't see much of a future for Lindner if the FDP is not making it to parliament. And so it's kind of an irony. On the one hand, he led the party back into parliament because it was out of parliament. And now, under his leadership, the party might be out of parliament again.
We've got a question from a user on our YouTube chat, and I'd like to thank you for that. Please do continue to put in your questions and comments about the 2025 German elections. Someone has a question about the FDP. When we say liberal, do we mean FDP? Liberal is usually understood as left-wing. So could you clear that up?
Yeah, I mean, if we're in the United States and we say liberal, then that's the Democrats and more left-leaning parties. Here, it's a liberal, libertarian kind of party that is very much into, as it was pointed out earlier, about business, about low taxes. But I think to continue actually on what happened with the FDP was a party that was much more than just low taxes and creating a business-friendly environment. It was more about civil rights, civic rights, about a whole notion of what kind of state, what kind of society we are in. So, and that the state should take a backseat actually when it comes to organizing a society. And all this kind of vanished under the leadership of Christian Lindner. It's all about taxes. It's all about money and business and business. And I think that was a main mistake, to limit the scope of the party.
Markus, thank you so much. We're going to move from the FDP back to the AfD, the Alternative for Germany, the far-right party, which has come in second. The party's leader, Alice Weidel, has spoken to supporters, and she's saying that the party wants to play a role in shaping policy. Let's have a listen.
And one thing is for sure, we will always have an open hand to get involved in a coalition in the German government. The will of Germany is something we will implement. We are always prepared to fulfill the will of the people in a German government.
That's the AfD's Alice Weidel. Let's get more from DW political correspondent Matthew Moore. He is at the AfD headquarters, and he's going to join us now to talk more about the AfD's results and Alice Weidel. So we're looking at a result, Matthew, of just shy of 20%. You were saying earlier they're not delighted by this result. How much of this is down to Alice Weidel, the party's chancellor candidate?
I have to say, since the latest projections have come in, and they are in some of those projections over the 20% mark, the mood is slightly buoyed. Alice Weidel has just been handed a bottle of champagne by a French guest, so there is a sense that they're hopeful that they will get over 20% by the end of the night, and when all the votes have been counted. Having said that, the initial response was slightly flat because this was a party that really was expecting to be well over 20, comfortably over 20%. And none of that should take away from the fact that it is a historic result for the Alternative for Germany, a party that was founded just in 2013, a party that has doubled its performance from the last election, it looks like, and a party that is tonight saying the only way political change will come about in Germany is if there is a right-wing coalition. They're basically saying that that's only possible if they went into government with the Christian Democrats of the centre-right. Now we know Friedrich Merz, the leader of the Christian Democrats, has ruled that out categorically, but the message from the Alternative for Germany tonight is political change is only possible with a right-wing coalition.
And she's being very clear about, saying, I've got my hand stretched out, I am willing to work with the other parties. But as you're saying, the AfD is not going to be in the next government. But it will be a big opposition bloc in Parliament, won't it? Tell us about that. What will its role be?
Of course. Yeah. So
Matthew, I'm so sorry. I've just asked you that question, and I'm going to have to interrupt you now because we are going to head to the FDP party headquarters. Apologies, Matthew. We'll come back to you later. We're going to go to the FDP party headquarters and listen to Christian Lindner.
A new start is what we had hoped for. Friends, last autumn we took a huge political risk for our country, and we are paying a high price for this today. But for Germany, this was the right decision to take. We fought hard, all of us did. Many really took it to their absolute limit physically. And I have to say I'm very proud of the FDP party. And I want to say thank you to all of those who voted for us and all of the countless campaigners. It wasn't because of you that we didn't do better. Friends, we were unable to show which successes we achieved in the coalition government, and we didn't explain its failure enough. Based on our own aspirations, we weren't able to convince enough people to give us a new mandate in shaping a new government and being part of the coalition. So it is a defeat for the Free Democrats, but it is my firm conviction that it is not a defeat for political libertarianism. The view of freedom, liberal democracies, political libertarianism is something that will continue to be even more important in the future. So for tomorrow, we will be raising the flag of the FDP once again. One way or another. One way or another, from tomorrow we will be raising the flag of the FDP. But this evening we're going to have strong nerves. We're going to look at the final election results that the voters have given us, and then tomorrow we will analyze what happened. But one thing is for sure, the FDP are not vanquished. We are part of Germany because political libertarianism is part of Germany. So keep your nerves, strong nerves, and talk more later.
That was Christian Lindner, the leader of the Free Democratic Party, saying the results that have been seen today, whereby it looks like the FDP is just shy of this crucial 5% hurdle to get into the Bundestag. He's saying it's a defeat for the FDP, but not a defeat for political libertarianism. And he said twice or three times, so or so, one way or another, they're going to keep raising the flag for the FDP. What we're going to do, though, now is return to our conversation about the alternative for Germany, which, according to the projections, is the second biggest, has had the second best result from these elections. And Markus Sina, we have had a couple of questions in the YouTube chat here. We've talked a lot about the AfD, but they want to know who are the AfD voters? Who are the types of people that vote for the alternative for Germany?
If you look at the map, you will see that many of the voters are based in the eastern part of Germany. This is definitely the stronghold of the AfD voters. And we've seen that also in local elections last year when they had big gains and were making it hard for other parties to form a government against the AfD, in particular in Thuringia and also in other places. So, and also among the youth voters, it's very popular. They are big on social media. They have a big impact on the youth, which has not this kind of historical burden or historical remembrance. Actually, what makes a big difference whether you really are willing to vote for a party that is not carrying this raison d'être for us, for Germans, to think of our past and to draw the right lessons from the past. So I think the youth is one thing, then you have the people in the eastern part, and then you have many people who believe that the Berlin government is in a bubble and they are detached from reality and they are doing their thing and not really knowing what's going on in other places in the country. And I think that all plays together, though it's not only migration.
Just one more question about the social media strategy of the AfD. It has been very, very effective. They are far better at social media than the other parties, really. Why is that?
They're polarizing, and given the reduced attention span many people have these days, I think they know how to approach people, young people. They know what language to use, how to make it easy to follow, in particular on TikTok. And by the way, it's not only the AfD. I mean, we've seen something that's also very surprising. I mean, one of the big surprises in this election is also the rise of the left party.
Exactly.
The left party was dead in the water just a couple of weeks ago. And then one of the front people of the left party, Heidi Reicheneck. She was actually giving a speech in Parliament.
Which went viral, right?
Which went viral, yeah. And it was kind of structured and tailored in a way that it really fit social media needs. And many young people voted for the left party, not only because of social media, but this was one of the reasons. And by the way, Mr. Habeck of the Greens, he made a reference to that, and he said, well, Friedrich Merz, he kind of fed into that feeling we have to kind of make sure that the firewall is still existing. So we'll rather vote for the left party instead of for anyone else. So that was something that really played big time.
Interesting. And I've got one more question on the AFD. I'm going to bounce that over to you, Richard Walker, our chief international editor. Someone has asked, if the AFD does well this election, has Elon Musk been a big part of that? Whether, and this is what the person is asking, whether it be through his support or psychological manipulation or an actual technological rigging, because he does control the platform X, formerly known as Twitter. So his influence, I guess, on the AFD's result today.
Yeah, so it's hard to pull apart, like which factors are contributing in which way to the AFD's result. I have just been looking in the last couple of days at a report suggesting that, well, not just X, but also TikTok, those platforms have been surfacing more AFD content than you would necessarily expect. So, you know, there are some studies going on about whether the algorithms may be favouring far-right content. But in terms of Elon Musk's interventions, yeah, so we kind of had a couple of stages of this, yeah. So he first of all, he came out and published an opinion piece in one of the German newspapers saying that only the AfD can really rescue Germany. Then he invited Alice Weidel to take part in a what they call an X space, yeah, so a live conversation on X. And then he made an appearance by video link at an AfD rally. So these were all things that you would think, well, they would probably be favourable to the AfD. But simultaneously, there were other things happening that could also have contributed to the strong results of the AfD. For instance, this spate of attacks that we saw taking place that we were talking about earlier. So I think it's not really possible to kind of like pull apart, okay, what's the influence of Elon Musk? What's the influence of some of these other factors? And also you have to consider that it's possible that Elon Musk might turn off some potential voters from supporting the AfD. He is, of course, you know, he's not German. He's an outsider, kind of trying to wade into German politics. That is something that people, you know, in many societies react to badly. You know, we've seen, for instance, I think I remember in the Brexit campaign in the UK that Barack Obama sort of came in and he said, if Britain votes for Brexit, then it's going to have to go to the back of the queue for a free trade agreement with the United States. And this pretty much caused a more of a counter-reaction of people are thinking, why are you wading into this? Yeah. So.
If I may add one sentence here, I mean, just don't forget that the AfD is, in essence, it's an anti-American party. I mean, they have sympathies for Russia, not for the United States. Now, if an American or well, he's South African, but anyway, but associated with the US government. If the US is interfering here, even in favor of the AfD, it's not necessarily going down well with the AfD base.
And what can really make your head spin when you think about this? Because, yeah, I mean, this documentary that I mentioned that we did on AfD foreign policy, you see this strong anti-Americanism that comes out in that, and this pro-Russia, also quite pro-China bent. But at the same time, we're seeing a Trump administration that is also seemingly pivoting towards Russia.
Right.
So all of our assumptions about, you know, where the United States might stand vis-a-vis an election taking place in Europe and the relationship that all of the different parties might have towards the United States, all of these assumptions are being scrambled right now. We don't know quite where they're going to land. But yeah, there is a paradox that the AfD, a lot of the people in the AfD, I've spoken to a lot of them, they're very sceptical about the United States. And they think, you know, Germany's in Eurasia. We should be turning east. You know, that's where we are. But suddenly now they have a president in the United States who kind of seems to think the way they think. So this is also potentially causing some rethinks there.
Time of extraordinary change, isn't it? So anti-US foreign policy, but at home, they're known for being very anti-immigration, strong nationalist stance. And the discussion around migration in Germany has obviously had a huge impact in this election. It's been something that has, really driven many of the campaigns. Some surveys show it is the top concern for voters. And a string of recent violent attacks linked to foreign-born suspects has intensified that debate here. One of the last major attacks happened on February the 13th in the southern city of Munich. A 24-year-old man from Afghanistan drove into a crowd of trade union demonstrators, and a mother and her 2-year-old daughter were killed. Dozens more were injured in that attack, and prosecutors said the man did have an Islamist motive. Now, one of the main issues in the migration debate has been asylum. A decade after former Chancellor Angela Merkel allowed in more than 1 million refugees. So let's have a look at what things look like now. Official figures show asylum applications in Germany fell by a third last year. There were almost 230,000 applications in 2024. Now, that is down from more than 329,000 in 2023. Federal police also registered almost a third fewer illegal arrivals in 2024, with a total of 83,000. That's compared to more than 127,000 the year before. Now, the head of the CDU, Friedrich Merz, we've heard him speak already this evening. He's the man who's most likely now to be the next chancellor. He spoke a short while ago. Let's take a listen.
So here we are, February 23rd, 2025. The Union bloc won this election.
Wir haben sie gewonnen.
We won the elections. We won them because the Union bloc worked together well, and we prepared very, very well for these elections and for taking on government responsibility. I want to say thank you to Markus Söder, the leader of the Christian Social Union Party. I want to thank the Executive Committee as well, and representing the many thousands of party members who gave their all to wage a fantastic election campaign, particularly to the young Union bloc members. You waged a wonderful election campaign.
That was Friedrich Merz speaking a short while ago. Now, the CDU-CSU bloc and the far-right Alternative for Germany party have clinched the most votes, the most seats, according to projected results. If those parties went into coalition together, they would make up a majority. But all of the main parties in Germany's parliament have vowed not to form a government with the Alternative for Germany. Let's cross straight now to the CDU headquarters. We can get more from DW's chief political editor, Michaela Köfner. So, Michaela, it's clear the CDU will not go into a coalition with the far right. How will the CDU's immigration politics work in a potential coalition with the SPD?
Yeah, that would be a tricky one. They would arguably have a much easier time with the far-right AfD, and I'm grateful that you pulled up those graphics there, because they just show that Germany is a conservative-leaning society as of today, election day, and what the leader of the conservative CDU-CSU will now have to do is find some common ground with either the Social Democrats, who have rejected that very idea of rejecting migrants at the border as something that is simply against European law. There's a lot of debate about whether it is or isn't. And the Green Party, which has just voted at a party conference to extend rights for accepted asylum seekers here, people who have asylum, to bring their families here as well. Friedrich Merz wants an immediate stop to that. So that will be a very tough nut to crack. in any coalition talks, and particularly if we have more than two parties involved.
And Germany's economy obviously has been a huge issue in this election campaign. Talk to us a little bit about what Friedrich Merz says he wants to do in terms of kickstarting the economy.
Well, he said he wants a migration turnaround. That means much tighter laws, essentially stopping people from entering. The Dublin Agreement, he says, simply doesn't work, but he would essentially try and pull up measures that would come out as the same result, which would mean that people who come from a safe country, Germany is geographically right in the middle of the EU, people couldn't come in. He also wants an economic turnaround. He's completely against what the Social Democrats propose, which was like 10% extra on any investment would be covered by the state. He wants to see significant tax cuts, and he is also the one who flags up how important it is to have a very fast negotiation, to have a functioning German government against the backdrop of those threatened tariffs by US President Trump, but also with challenges in China, where German automakers, who are really the drivers of the German economy, have been in the past. That's where they made their cash over the past couple of years, and that's where Friedrich Merz has already warned in a big foreign policy speech that he no longer sees the government taking the risk if those risky investments turn sour potentially. So a very different direction.
Michaela Küffner at the CDU headquarters. Thanks so much for that update, Michaela. All right, we're going to give you another quick recap. Here's the latest on what is happening in this election. So the projected results are indicating that the Conservative CDU-CSU bloc is on course to win the election. Their leader, Friedrich Merz, has claimed victory and says that he will get down to work on forming a coalition as soon as possible. The far-right Alternative for Germany party could see a big rise in its share of the vote and come in second. That's looking likely. Chancellor Olaf Schultz has acknowledged defeat and congratulated the CDU's Friedrich Merz. He described the election as a bitter result for his Social Democrats. OK, let's take a look at the projected results in a bit more detail.
That's right, Anya. So we can tell you that according to the projected results from around 15 minutes ago, the CDU-CSU bloc is on 28.8%, followed by the Alternative for Germany on 20.2%. After that, the Social Democrats of the Chancellor Olaf Schultz, 16.2%, the Greens, 12.7%. The Left Party, which have had a remarkable turnaround, 8.5%, followed by the Free Democrats, just underneath the 5% hurdle to get into the Bundestag, 4.9%. But as we heard earlier, they are optimistic that they can reach that. We'll wait and see. Of course, the final results are in tomorrow. And the BSW, the Bundes-Sarah Wagenknecht, 4.8%, and other parties make up 3.9%. We can take a look too at the distribution of seats. So the SPD, 118 seats. The CDU, CSU Conservatives, 210. The Greens, 92. The AfD, Alternative for Germany, 147. And the Left, 62. The South Schleswig Voters Association on 1 seat. Now, to make up a majority, the SPD is on 118 and the CDU, CSU Conservatives, 210, which would have enough to form a coalition without the help of smaller parties.
And we're still joined here by DW's Chief International Editor Richard Walker and Markus Ziener from the German Marshall Fund think tank to talk about the implication of the votes and the potential coalitions. Richard, we've just had an update of the results there. Which party's performance surprised you the most? I mean, what are you seeing in these results?
Well, I think there are a few things to pull out that, yeah, I've been kind of crunching numbers quietly here a little bit over the last little bit. And I think a few things that I think really strike me. First of all, very high turnout, 84%. 84%. So the last election was 76%. I went through the last, the data from the last few decades. It's the highest turnout since 1987.
Wow.
since 1987, before Germany was even reunified. So that was obviously only a West German election. I also did a comparison. I thought, OK, this sounds really high. Like, how does it compare to some other recent elections? If you look back to 2024, you know, it was a bumper election year, 2024. US election, 64%. India, massive elections, 66%. UK, only 60%. France, 67%. Taiwan, 72%. Pretty good in Taiwan. But 84%. So that's really a historic rebound. People will be thinking about why this happened. I think probably a lot of it is dissatisfaction, that, you know, Germans are unhappy with the way things have been going. They're pessimistic about the way things are going. One study from the Munich Security Conference just leading up to their conference recently showed that Germans were asked, compared to other countries, do you think you're going to be safer and richer, better off in 10 years? Only 15% of Germans said yes. You know, 52% said no on both fronts, that they're going to be worse off in the future. So this seems, and also we've heard about it, been talking about it, this sense that the previous government was not functioning, it was getting dysfunctional. I think this has been driving people to the elections. Some people may have been driven to vote because they're worried about the AfD getting stronger. Some AfD supporters, you know, driven to vote because they're so angry about things. So that's really interesting, one thing I would... And then another thing that I would really highlight, we've been talking about the CDU, the Christian Democrats, winning this election. They got their second worst result ever. 28.8% is the latest projection. That is worse than any result that Angela Merkel got in her 16 years. And the only result that was worse than that was the last one, 2021, where they had a chancellor candidate, as we were just mentioning earlier, who had a pretty disastrous campaign. But so Friedrich Merz, obviously we saw him in his event earlier, and obviously trying to project, you know, victory, time to get to work. Actually, he's got a pretty bad-looking result. I mean, they're probably going to be disappointed. They're disappointed that it's under 30%. And actually, if you take a step back and you think, well, they've been the main opposition party against an extremely unpopular government over these last 3.5 years, in a situation where, you know, there are huge problems mounting up, and they've been unable to convert that into a really significant increase in their support, and that virtually all of the benefits of opposition have gone to the AfD. So I think, while obviously the CDU, they've won it, but they're probably not going to be too happy with that number that they're getting, if that's the number that it turns out really to be.
Friedrich Merz is obviously very happy right now, isn't he? Because he's been waiting for this moment for a long time. I mean, he had some history with Angela Merkel and had to take a back seat for many years, didn't he?
That's right. I mean, he's somebody who's wanted to be chancellor for a very long time, and he's been quite open about that. But yeah, I think you can pretty sure that he's disappointed that he didn't have a 30+% result, and that his result falls well short of any of Angela Merkel's result.
Yeah. I'm just going to check with my producer whether we can ask you another couple of questions. Have we got time, or are we going to cross them? OK, we do have more time. So Marcus, who will have taken those votes from the CDU? As Richard was saying, they got the most, but it's really not a great result. Is it some of the smaller parties who've managed to pull in these votes?
Well, probably the AfD has taken some of the votes. It's difficult really to say at this point. I think we really have to look at the analysis, which is not in here. But I wanted to pick up a little bit on something Richard just said. If we look at Friedrich Merz, I mean, this is an astounding show of persistence, actually, that this man is now going to be the next chancellor of Germany. I mean, a man who was sidelined by Angela Merkel in 2002, was basically out of the political business for quite a number of years. Went to BlackRock, as we heard, and he was head of the Atlantic Brücke, basically a think tank. And all of a sudden he was there, but not even in the first attempt. He didn't succeed. So it took him a while actually to get into the driver's seat at the CDU. Now what I'm a little surprised is, so on the one hand you have a persistent guy, which is something people like, and on the other hand you have a geopolitical situation which is dire and which has a lot of urgency right now. If we look, and we talked now at length here of the Munich Security Conference, I mean, we're in a time where many of the pillars of our security are endangered. We don't know whether, and you mentioned that, Richard, Article 5 of NATO, collective security, is that still something we can count on? Is there still a nuclear protection umbrella for Germany provided by the United States?
Questions that would have been unimaginable probably weeks ago.
Exactly. So it's well, crazy to a certain degree that we speak about it. I just wanted to say fascinating, but it's not fascinating. It's very worrisome. So what the new chancellor has to do is he has to go to Paris and to talk with Mr. Macron about extending the nuclear umbrella. He probably has to do the same thing when he talks with Keir Starmer in the UK, and he has to kind of try to fix our security problem, which has arisen only in the last couple of weeks. So given all that, I'm a little surprised that the CDU was not faring much better. I would have expected that people say, well, put aside that he's not a very likable guy, Friedrich Merz, put that all aside. We vote for the CDU because we need a strong party that has a clear mandate. And 28% is just, it's good in a way, but it's not excellent.
He's been criticised, though, hasn't he, for not being honest enough about the tough solutions to the major problems that Germany faces. That he sort of skates over them and isn't actually honest with the voters about the amount of money that's needed to solve some of these problems.
Yeah, he probably has learned from Angela Merkel, who she was very open and she was talking about tax increases, and I think that was in 2005, and in the end, 2002, and Mr. Schröder actually, he won, or maybe I'm mistaken here, but actually, being honest to the voters is probably not something that really plays out, and is really you have a lot of benefit on. So he was probably thinking that's too much to tell. Being too honest is not good for your election result.
There have been calls on all, across Europe and particularly on social media in the last couple of days in light of these German elections, when you hear statements from Donald Trump, for example, where he called Volodymyr Zelensky a dictator and insinuated that Ukraine itself was responsible for the suffering that's been inflicted on it by Russia. And people are saying Europe needs strong leaders to hit back at those types of statements, to counter them and to rebuke them. Is Friedrich Merz that type of person?
Yeah, we talked already about some kind of things like being tall, being a businessman, coming with an aura, which is probably something which makes more of an impression on Donald Trump. Yeah, so probably this is something he carries, Friedrich Merz, which might be helpful. To understand how to deal with Donald Trump is very difficult. I mean, so many people have tried and failed. Tomorrow, Emmanuel Macron will be in travel to the United States. I'm not sure what kind of approach he's going to take, but yeah, probably Merz is better equipped than Olaf Schultz. But will he be able to do the trick and somehow to find a way to deal with Donald Trump? I'm not sure. But yeah, we'll see.
If I can just jump in there, I mean, I think what we saw in Munich, which I think is worrying for Merz and his party, is this sense that what used to be, a good connection between the Conservatives and the Republican Party in the United States is really crumbling. Yeah, so the Conservatives in their current state have not really been able to build up good relations with the Trump-era Republican Party, and the Trump-era Republican Party, rather than really particularly making an effort with them, seems to be actually trying to actively support the AfD rather than make that effort. So I think Merz, a lot of what he's going to have to do is really try to fix that problem, because if Donald Trump's people stick with this attempt to bring kind of MAGA-style disruption to German politics, that's going to make Merz's life even harder.
Richard, we're going to move on and talk about one of the parties that we haven't talked about that much this evening, and that is Die Linke, the Left Party. It's had a good election night, the Socialist Left Party. Opinion polls showed that they've been doing particularly well with young voters, and they were brought back from the brink, so to speak, in the last few weeks. So let's find out more from our political correspondent, Bernd Riegert, who is at the Left Party's HQ. So, Bernd, the Left has had a relatively good night. What are people saying there? Are they surprised that they got 8.5% or are likely to get 8.5%?
Well, the party members went wild. The crowd was cheering very loudly when the numbers came in, because they even got more than everybody expected here. The party was under the 5% threshold just 4 weeks ago, and then rose step by step, and now is over 8%. And 60, maybe 60 deputies that are going into the Bundestag again. And this is a result that is actually not what the party leaders expected. Ines Schwertner, the co-party leader, told me that she is also very overjoyed that this result is here. It was hard work, she said, but it's also due to the fact that on the other side of the spectrum, the far right and the conservatives work together in the Bundestag.
So talk to us a little bit about what the party is about, what does it stand for, and is that also behind its sort of recent, quite surprising rise?
Well, the big gains actually came when the Die Linke, the left-leaning party, could define itself as the anti-fascist group that wants to prevent that the far right and the conservatives in the Bundestag work together, that they want to preserve the so-called firewall against the far right. You remember that only a couple of weeks ago, the CDU, the FDP, the Liberals and the far right voted together on a motion on tougher measures for migration. And the Linke fiercely opposed that, and that gave them a push in the polls. Many young people came to the party to support them. Ines Schwertner told me that she actually is a little bit thankful for the CDU for this move, because this gave them the big push over the 5% threshold.
And you mentioned young voters, Bernd. Their message resonated particularly well with younger people, and they're really good at using social media, aren't they?
Yeah, the party's lucky because they have a TikTok star in their ranks. Heidi Reicheneck, a co-lead candidate, is very successful on TikTok. She gave a very fierce speech in the Bundestag that went very well down on TikTok. Over 6 million views and likes for that. And so she attracted a lot of young people, but also young people are actually joining the party in the last weeks. 18,000 new members signed up for the Linke, and the leadership here says it's really a rejuvenation for the party.
Bernd Riegert reporting from the Left Party's HQ. Bernd, thank you so much. So speaking about the economy, the Linke are all about the high cost of living and high rent making life easier for Germans. And the faltering German economy is a major concern for voters. And it's not just ordinary people who are worried, because last month, Germany's biggest business association sounded the alarm. They said that fixing the economy has to be the next government's top priority. The business leaders said that short-term crisis management will not help Germany. We need fundamental structural changes in economic and social policy. So let's take a closer look at some graphics that highlight the main issues here. The first is that Germany's economy has stopped growing. It's in recession. As you can see here, economic output has been contracting for the last 2 years, which is not good news for Europe's biggest economy. Now, one of the key reasons is falling demand for cars and other German exports. The downturn between December 2023 and November of last year included a particularly steep export decline in October. And these economic headwinds are all having an impact on the cost of living in Germany. If you take a look at the rate of inflation, that has been falling since the energy crisis in 2022, which was sparked by the war in Ukraine. But inflation remained high last year, still above 2%. All right, well, let's talk about the economy, because it really was one of two major issues in this election. We had migration and we had the economy. So, Markus, a simple question. What needs fixing most urgently in Germany's economy?
Well, the question might be simple, but the answer is very complicated because if you look at the German business model, I mean, to put it very simple, we were relying on cheap gas from Russia. We were relying on selling our products to a very hungry Chinese market. And we were having our security from the United States. Now, if you look at all those three pillars, they all kind of crumbled or are crumbling. So, in a sense, the whole model has to be revamped. That we need a new idea of how to do business. If we are going into a trade war with the United States, which is very likely, I mean, Donald Trump has already announced that he's going to increase tariffs by 25% on German cars and on German aluminum and steel. This is going to have another very bad effect on the German economy, which is, as we just saw already, in recession. So we need new markets. We have to rethink our products, and our labor market is in a very dire situation because we are lacking skilled labor. So there are so many things at the same time he has to pull off, and he has to find new avenues to work on. It's a tall order.
I've got a question, Richard, to you, our chief international editor. Is there a perception that Germany's losing its competitive edge in key industries like tech and automotive industries, you know, electric cars, to some of its really big competitors like China, for example? Yeah, so, I mean, there definitely is that concern. And the German car industry was caught pretty flat-footed by the transition to EVs, and it was Tesla that really made the running in the early years, of course. But now the Chinese are becoming a major force there. You don't see many Chinese EVs on German roads yet, but you know that is a real potential threat to German car makers. This competition coming from Chinese EV makers, and that comes from the Chinese EV industry has come up partly through the battery industry. You know, so they were companies that produce batteries for consumer electronics, kind of moving into cars rather than car makers moving into the world of EVs. This gives them a huge advantage there because the battery is such a crucial component for the cars of the future. So the automotive industry is under major pressure, and but this is also, I'm sorry, somebody's speaking into my ear at the same time as I'm speaking. So major problems for the automotive industry, and you know, the Friedrich Merz has been saying, well, you know, we're going to, for instance, slow down the pressure, the legal and regulatory pressure to move faster into EVs. For instance, you know, getting rid of these bans on combustion engine cars, which are expected to come in the next decade. But there are some fears that, well, if you take that pressure off the German car industry to transition to EVs, then they're going to lose competitiveness even more, so that they need to keep up that kind of pace. So that is definitely kind of one slice of the economic problems that Germany is facing.
Can we just bring it back down to people feeling the pinch? I mean, this is, you know, people say that they're worried about the economy, but how is it actually affecting people in Germany? How are their lives being affected by it?
Well, I think you can see that. We were referring to that earlier, this sense of pessimism. I think this is a major issue that has really affected Germany, and you see it in the opinion polls. There was one other question that was asked in opinion polls recently. You know, do you look to the future with confidence, or are you the German word was verunsichert. You know, do you feel kind of disquieted? 88% of people said that they felt concerned. 88%. Wow. You know? So, and I think this is partly, you know, there's a sense that Germany has not really had a kind of a break from kind of bad news in several years, you know. I mean, there was the pandemic, but that was global, of course. Every country had that. But the pandemic came, and then the war in Ukraine came, and there's this sense that the economic problems came, and there's this sense that there hasn't been a kind of a turn for the better, that it hasn't happened yet. And I think this is going to be a big part of the pressure on this new government, is to try to kind of generate this sense of, OK, something's going to get better now. something
like optimism.
that instill some optimism in the public, because it's been so unremittingly negative in recent years. And now, on top of all of this, there's this angst about what is going on with Donald Trump, and is he really kind of massively going to abandon the Europeans? So I think this is going to be one of the big sort of goals of Friedrich Merz and this government, if he gets it together, is to try to generate that. And we saw in his speech just earlier where he was sort of talking it up and saying, it's going to be time to get to work. He needs it. I think we're going to hear a lot of that kind of message to try to kind of transmit the feeling, all right, let's get down to it. We can get on top of it. We can sort it. Because they know if they don't manage and the German economy continues to slide for the next few years, then we're back to that point of what happens in 2029, then they have big trouble then.
Right. Jared, did you have a question?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask you, because Friedrich Merz probably wanted to, as I think you said, he is a millionaire, former BlackRock executive, someone that you would assume has strong economic credentials. Do you think he was annoyed that he wasn't really able to campaign properly on that because it was overshadowed by issues like migration, and he was maybe forced into the back foot on that?
Yeah, so they did want to make this campaign about the economy as the central issue, and where the Conservatives felt that they had their sort of strongest pitch. And I know that some of the Conservatives were then frustrated with Friedrich Merz that he did this gambit in Parliament that we were talking about earlier, where after one of these attacks that has taken place in Germany a few weeks ago, he decided that he had to make some bold move in Parliament to try to show that, OK, I'm on top of the migration issue. You can trust me to do that. You don't need to vote AFD in order to take care of this issue. And this unleashed this huge debate then about this firewall between the Conservatives and the AFD, rather than a debate about the parlous state of the German economy. So I know some of the Conservatives were frustrated with Merz for shifting focus for at least 2 weeks to what he was up to in Parliament and how to deal with the AFD and this issue of migration, where the Conservatives are seen with suspicion because a lot of the immigration took place under Angela Merkel from the Conservatives, instead of focusing on the economy. So for many of Merz's critics, they see that as a major own goal in this campaign.
All right. I think we have got another update for our viewers. Is that right? Do we have another update? Because I think we've got some more...
We've got some
projected results, that's right.
Exactly. Yeah. I've got them here, and I can bring those to you. We can bring up the projected results, which indicate... so I've got the numbers here. All right, we can bring those up in a second. The CDU-CSU Conservative bloc on 28.6%, the Alternative for Germany 20.4%, the second largest party. So they have, according to these projected results, gotten over the 20% mark. The Social Democrats 16.3%, the Greens 12.3%, the Left Party 8.5%, the Bundesrat Wagenknecht just under this 5% hurdle for the lower house of the Bundestag. They're on 4.9%. Same story with the FDP, the Free Democrats, who we were talking about a bit earlier, on 4.7%. And the plus and minuses you're seeing on your screen, they indicate they're a comparison to the last federal election. So you can see how the parties have done either worse or better compared to 2021. Let's look at the distribution of seats too. The SPD 119 seats in the 630-seat Bundestag. The CDU, CSU Conservatives on 187. The Greens on 80. The Free Democrats 33 seats. The Alternative for Germany on 133. The Left Party on 56 seats. Now, this is if these parties get into the Bundestag. The German, the possible coalitions, Social Democrats 119 and the CDU-CSU 209 seats, which would give them enough seats to make up a majority.
All right, we're going to bring our viewers back into the studio now. So we've been talking about the economy, about what needs fixing. And Richard, you were talking about this sense of malaise that Germans seem to be feeling now, you know, whether it's increased heating bills or simply the fact that the trains don't run on time anymore, which is a big discussion here. Can you talk to us a little bit about, you know, young people, young voters? I mean, are they worried about job prospects? Are they worried about pensions looking ahead? Because this is all big stuff, isn't it? All related to the economy.
Yeah, I mean, you do see that young voters are worried, and you start to see that also in the parties that they're voting for. So I was just looking at some data earlier that they've broken pretty strongly for the AfD, and also for the left party. So the kind of this surprise upswing that the left party, so basically one of the furthest left parties in German politics, pretty old school, you know, for redistribution of wealth, very pro-immigration, a party that had almost been given up for dead last year because it suffered a split, where one of the main figures in the party, called Sarah Wagenknecht, she split away and created her own party, which we've also seen in these projections, called the Sarah Wagenknecht Alliance, or BSW in the German initials. And she abandoned the party because she basically said, it's gone too woke. You know, it's not concerned with working class people and proper kind of good, honest sort of socialist values anymore. And it's sort of highfalutin stuff about gender and all of this, and not about, you know, the good, honest basics. This was her kind of message. And the impression was at that time that that was going to kill the left party, that the left party, you know, the people who were more progressive on these issues would find a home in the Greens, and she would take the more kind of conservative strain of working class voters from that party. It looks like, though, maybe she's potentially not going to manage to get into Parliament, or we'll see how these numbers shape up. But the Left Party has got a big late sort of upswing. I think part of that, we were talking about that earlier, that they've been beneficiaries of what Friedrich Merz did, this gambit to get sort of a motion through Parliament about migration, which got the support of the AfD, the sense that the left had to rally against that. But also, I think it's partly a response to the centre-left parties, so the Social Democrats and the Greens, inching rightwards on immigration, you know, talking more openly about the need for deportations, for people who had no right to stay in Germany, or for people who had been involved in crimes. And so a kind of a perception that the centre ground of German politics is moving rightwards, and that even the centre-left parties are moving rightwards, and that one party had to be the holdout of saying no. And really, the left parties say we just oppose deportations, full stop. You know, and that there is a part of the public that is really open to that. I think there's an interesting parallel towards what happened in the US election last year. And actually, if you look at the issues of this election, they're
Richard,
very much...
I'm going to stop you there, I'm sorry, because I'm just hearing that we are getting to a point in the evening in which the Chancellor candidates basically get together for an on-air roundtable debate. This is their chance to react, to give their reactions to the projected results, and we're going to cross to that debate right now and have a listen in.
And a very good evening and welcome to the Berlin Roundtable after very exciting elections 2025. And we are traditionally discussing with the parties that will form the next parliament in Germany. It's still not certain. We've invited all of them. A very good evening for me as well. Who's going to enter into coalition with whom? Who's going to be in the German lower house of parliament, the Bundestag? That's what we'll be discussing in this show with these guests. They're all here with us today. The German Chancellor, the incumbent Chancellor, Olaf Schultz. And for the Union bloc, we'd like to welcome Chancellor candidate Friedrich Merz and the AfD Chancellor candidate Alice Weigel. And we have Green Party Chancellor candidate Robert Habeck. We've got the CSU party leader, Markus Söder. And we've got, from the Left Party, Jan van Aken, and the FDP, Christian Linder. Unfortunately, we haven't got Sarah Wagenknecht from the Sarah Wagenknecht Alliance, but we've got Amira Mohammed Ali. And we're discussing on the basis of the projected results that we've got here. The FDP and the BSV were at 5% and would have overcome that hurdle, but now both of them are just under the 5% hurdle, but we're still going to be talking with all of the party leaders. And at one point we do have clarity, that is the SPD result. We'd like to begin with you, Mr. Schultz. Serious losses for the Social Democrats. You have already admitted defeat. Clearly, the voters didn't want to give you a second chance after the collapse of the coalition. Was it a mistake to run? No, I don't believe it was a mistake. It was to do with the fact that the voters had to decide about the future of Germany. We thought it through very well. It's a bitter result for the SPD. We all worked very, very hard in Germany and spoke with the citizens here. I felt a real sense of solidarity, many who were supporting us with their whole heart. So it's very bitter to admit defeat here, but that's how it is. On an evening like this, we ask about personal consequences. You've already said you are going to remain acting chancellor, but your party has already said we need to have a change of generation. Is it the end for you now, after this? Well, obviously, I wanted to be chancellor, and I wasn't pursuing any other position in the government, and I will continue to take that position. That is my stance. Now, Mr. Merz, very likely you are going to be the new Chancellor of Germany. You have emerged the strongest party. It's a very impressive result. But in some ways, you can say it isn't. You are going to need two coalition partners, maybe, on top of your sister party. That'll be difficult.
We have won these elections in a very clear manner. I want to thank those who voted for us. But those who didn't vote us, I want to tell them that I'm going to make an effort to form a German government, which is going to represent the entire German population. And I will make an effort to form a government which is going to tackle and solve the problems of our country. And how this government is to be formed is something that we do not know at this point in time. And not so a secret that I would wish to need only one and not two coalition partners, but it's the voters who decided, and we are going to have to accept this result.
Now, a coalition between the SPD and the Green Party, is that going to be unavoidable because it won't be enough? But a coalition like that is an option.
I've always been saying that we're not going to go into a coalition with the AfD, and the voters of AfD knew that before. They voted this party in spite of that, and now we need to find ways to form a government. And this is something that is going to become clearer in the course of this evening once the final results have become clear. We don't want to speculate.
Now, you've referred to the AfD. Ms. Weidel is with us. Your party was massively successful. You've doubled your results from last time. At the same time, Mr. Merz is saying clearly that he will not enter into a government coalition with you. So at the end of the day, if you voted for the AfD, did you waste your vote? No, not at all. We got the historically best result we've ever had. We've doubled over 3 years the result then, and we've only been in existence for 12 years, so it's a huge success for us. We are now really a big tent party. We're going to expand on our strategic position, which was always my personal aim. And as I said beforehand, our hand will always be outstretched to take part in the government. We will support the union when they there are motions we approve of, because the vote of German citizens is clear. They want a political change. They want a coalition between the AfD and the Christian Union bloc. But we have to accept that. Mr. Merz has excluded that. But it's a Pyrrhic victory for the Union bloc. And the CDU and the CSU will have to explain to their voters how they are going to work with the Social Democrats or the Green Party and adhere to their successes. Staying with your party now, if your hand is outstretched, what compromises would you make? I don't think we'll have to make major compromises, because the CDU has essentially copied our party policy. They've taken on all of our stances, all of our positions. You can do that, of course, but they're not going to be able to implement them with left-wing parties. And this is why our hand will remain outstretched to take part in the government. We can talk. Mr. Merz doesn't want to talk to us. Perhaps others in the CDU do. But let me tell you that when they enter into a coalition with the Green Party and the Social Democrats, that coalition will not last 4 years. Merz will be the interim chancellor, and in the years to come, we will overtake the union. Have the voters voted for the AfD?
I can't see that. The opposite is true. The voters of the CDU, CSU and those of the AfD knew that there wouldn't be any cooperation between the two parties. And Ms. Weidel, there are fundamentally different positions in terms of foreign policy, security policy, and many other areas. With regards to the topic Europe, NATO, Euro, you can hold an outstretched hand as much as you want. We do not follow a wrong policy. The heritage of the CDU will not be questioned. Heritage of 75 only because there is a so-called alternative for Germany. You want the opposite of what we want.
Now let's ask the person who's between you, who has a word to say, Mr. Söder from the CSU. Is that an offer you can never refuse?
Well, to start with, it's very clear that we have won the elections, and in Bavaria we gained above proportionally and received one of the best results of Germany. But one can sense the uncertainty of Germans. Many are feeling uncertain whether the direction of politics is going to be changed. There will be some who got stuck with the AfD, but do Germans really, do the majority of the Germans want to get out of Euro, of the European Union? Do they want to have a Eurasian community of interest, like Habeck said? This would make us to be a satellite state of Moscow. Nobody wants that. But we are going to organize a change of direction in Germany. And I made a pledge myself, which was that the CDU, CSU is going to work together and stick together. And we're happy that Friedrich Merz has the opportunity to be Chancellor.
Now, you said you didn't want to work with the Green Party, but that's a coalition promise you may not be able to stick to if the majorities don't allow it.
Now, when you look at the polls of the ARD, the broadcasting station, if we follow these forecasts, we can hold this pledge, but the ZDF is a little bit more wobbly.
We've got projected results that we believe.
Well, yeah, let's get back to serious, because it's serious business. We do not believe that we can organize a change of political direction together with the Greens in important questions like migration, economic policy, that it would become better. It was an election campaign which was bizarre, where you didn't know what their goals are. So I would say, if we can manage, we are going to stick to what we have said before. I don't want to give instructions to the Chancellor, to the candidate of Chancellor, but it's very clear that the government without the Greens is a better government.
But if you're saying if it's possible, is that a door you're trying to get in?
No, it just means that we still have to wait and see what the final result is going to be like.
Okay, well, now let me ask Robert Habeck, as the only party from the former coalition. You didn't suffer too much. You've lost a few points, but not terrible. Are you relieved that it isn't even worse? Or are you disappointed that what you wanted to achieve, you didn't achieve? Well, let me congratulate Friedrich Merz. Just say I did it very briefly. Clearly, the union bloc can form a government. Congratulations. And now we have to take the necessary responsibility because Europe and Germany are being pulled in all directions from within as well. And so the country has to find its feet quickly, make big decisions quickly. And it would seem that we have to look at how we can do this. The left party will need more economic impulses. We have to look at how we're going to make progress. It's going to be difficult, and normalizing the AfD in the election campaign has increased. So there's a lot that needs to be done. But having said that, I would say it's an okay result, not a fantastic result. We were not punished for the coalition as much as we might have. Of course, we were aiming higher. We didn't get there. But the result is mixed. But you would want to enter into the government. We weren't able to improve our result because after the vote in the German parliament, where the CDU worked together with the AfD, we said, right, we're going to go into the opposition. We'll never work with Friedrich Merz again. We didn't do that. And some young progressive voters made us pay the price for that. We had to pay that price, because there's no way I could take that option. I want us to take on responsibility and implement change. And so, of course, if Friedrich Merz is seeking contact with us and says we need to negotiate about China, then it depends on, sorry, not China, but if we're trying to go for a coalition with the Union Bloc, Social Democrats and Greens, then we have to look at that option. Or if the SPD won't come in, then it would be a Union Bloc Social Democrat coalition. We'll have to see what happens. But if we do end up with the Union Bloc Social Democrats and Green Party, yeah, we've paid a price for it. Now, if we're talking about a Union Bloc Social Democrat and Green Party coalition, which we sometimes call the Kenya coalition because of the colors of the flags. Now, Jan von Aken, you're going into the opposition, but you're not going to be outer parliamentary opposition, which would have been an option for you. And now we've got 3 constituencies that your top people are in. You'll be entering into the parliament. That's not so important because you've got a very strong result. We can see that already. Now, did you lack faith in your own party, or why did you go for this 3-pronged approach? You didn't think it was really an option?
Well, I said in October during our party convention that we can manage 7%. We got more. I wouldn't have expected that. But one must not underestimate this interplay between having the fight for direct mandates. I think we've got 7 or 8 constituencies where we've got a direct mandate, and that tells voters they're anyhow in Parliament. We don't give away our vote, and this is what brought us into Parliament.
So total opposition, which is something we just heard, is something that we associate with the Left Party. But when you've got such a strong result, to what extent will you be approaching other parties when it's about looking at other coalitions?
We're always ready to talk. There's no question about that. It's not the question that anybody would enter into a coalition with the Die Linke, with the Left Party. So we're going to be in opposition both in Parliament and on the street out there. I worked with Greenpeace for many years. You don't have to be in government necessarily. Even if you're in a opposition position, even out of Parliament, you can change things and win things. And that's our goal. With 8.8% being a member of Parliament, we're going to make the life difficult for Friedrich Merz when he wants to attack the social welfare state.
Christian Lindner, the FDP, has reduced its result by half. You started in the evening with a 5, so you'd have overcome the 5% hurdle. But at the moment, we're seeing your results being 4.8, which means you wouldn't have overcome that hurdle into Parliament. Now, if you land at 5%, it's still a bitter defeat, isn't it? What consequences will there be?
Yes, it is a defeat for the FDP, but it is hopefully a win for Germany. We didn't manage to use the successes that we managed during the coalition government to bring it across to the broad population. And we took up the end of the coalition government and weren't able to explain it to the voters so that voters would give us a new mandate. That's obviously the case. We don't know the final result of this election, but I'm realistic, of course. It is imaginable that the FDP will have to restructure itself in terms of its personnel, and politically, when we have to leave Parliament, I will also have to leave my position. I've been the chairman of the party for 11 years. It has always been a privilege. It has always been an honor and obligation for almost 25 years. I was voted into Parliament by citizens. I started out as the spokesperson for the children and youth policy in the State Parliament of North Rhine-Westphalia. I became the chair of the parliamentary group in Parliament. And Ms. Schultz, if my political career ends tomorrow, then I will go with one feeling, namely the feeling of gratitude.
But it sounds like you're saying goodbye already.
No, I'm just going to keep on observing how the election results are going to develop. And if that is the final result, then I will make sure that my party is going to be able to find new personnel and new direction. And I will not run again. And my leadership claim for the FDP will have expired. The FDP will have to have a fresh start, and that is what I wish our state. And this is also why I wish Friedrich Merz all of luck during his next tasks.
Ali, the situation for the Sarah Wagenknecht alliance is a bit different. You're not going to enter into the parliament, we think, but maybe you will manage the 5% hurdle. Now, the party founder, Sarah Wagenknecht, was going to be here. She didn't come. Is that a sign that she's perhaps going to pull out of politics if she can't overcome the hurdle? No. If it should pan out that we do not overcome the 5% hurdle, some of the projected results take us over it, sometimes some don't, then obviously we will analyze these results and undertake the future steps. But let me say that even if we don't manage to get into Parliament as the Sarah Wagenknecht Alliance, we have achieved something in the time that we've been running. We got over 5 or 6% in the EU. We're in 3 state assemblies. And should we not manage it into Parliament, we will only just have not managed it. So these are big successes that we will also be pleased with. Now, if you do manage to get it into Parliament, how bitter is it to know that the party you split off, the Left Party, has succeeded so much more than you? Well, I don't have a problem with this. I mean, we're 2 different parties, and we're looking at what it is that our policy is. Now, if the SSW is in the party, or rather the BSW party gets in, that's going to make it more difficult to you. If you have these smaller parties in there, you're appealing to the responsibility of everyone. How quickly do you think you can create a coalition based on 3 or 4 parties?
Well, Ms. Charleston, I believe that we need to wait and see until the final votes have been counted so that we know what we are going to deal with from tomorrow on and what we're going to talk about from tomorrow on. The formation of a government is going to be a difficult task. That is something we knew already before the election. It's going to be probably more difficult than we initially thought. But when it comes to a swift formation of a government in Germany, there is no alternative to that. Since 6th of November, we are with a government which doesn't have a majority in Parliament. We need to be able to act on the international level. And Mr. Schultz, I believe that for the interim time we're going to find a reasonable way so that we can come to agreements, so that in this time between the elections and the formation of the government, how we could continue with our daily political life. This is going to be an interim phase. But I stay with my hope that until Easter we're going to have formed a government, because it's urgent. The world is not waiting for us. Europe is waiting for Germany, for us to take on a stronger leadership role.
Now, Mr. Schultz, let me ask you, are you going to do it the way Angela Merkel did a few years ago, that you will make the handover to Mr. Merz easier by taking him along to Brussels or France or whatever? Well, as finance minister, but I think we're going to find ways of talking about policy internationally in Germany. I mean, everything else would be silly. Mr. Merz, let me ask you, if you appeal to everyone, it has to be fast, everyone has to be prepared to enter into coalition negotiations, then your tone has changed within less than 24 hours, because even yesterday, part of electioneering, you did an awful lot to break a lot of porcelain, particularly with the SPD. Yesterday, you compared about them very bitterly.
No, there is no reason to complain about my election speech yesterday in Munich. At the end of this speech, I talked to the demonstrators out there on the street, the so-called Antifa, who were on the street, and you know the background of this movement where these guys come from. I didn't attack the SPD as a party. We had a dispute about matters, and in the end of January, where we had this motion and this vote on this motion, I told colleagues that there is not only 23rd of February, but there will be a 24th of February, and we're going to continue talking reasonably after the election. And I'm happy to have had this dispute in a very tough manner, which made the differences so clear. We have a high voter turnout, which is a good sign for our democracy, which legitimizes the Bundestag in a very stable manner, and our mandate is to use this election result in a reasonable manner. And the voters are right. They have taken their decision. Our task is to take this election result and form a government on that basis.
At the same time, I think Mr. Habeck was shaking his head a little bit. He didn't experience as very conciliatory yesterday. You said the left is over, you know, the Green Party nutters you talked about, and that was targeting demonstrators. Mr. Habeck, how did you see it? It doesn't really matter how I saw it. Okay, fine. You heard the response, Mr. Merz.
Well, I have also not been dealt with in the smoothest and most mildly manner. I was called fascist, Nazi. If there is anybody to complain, it would be me, but I don't do it today.
So nobody's complaining. Okay, Mr. Schultz, for your party, would you say it's not about healing wounds, it's about looking forward, or is there something you need to make up for? The Social Democratic Party since the 19th century has been a party that has always taken on responsibility for democracy and justice and ensuring that our country is on the right course, and that will not change, even if it's been a bitter election defeat. But what that's going to mean in specific terms, how a government can be formed, these are all things we cannot predict at this moment. We don't even know the final election result. That's going to very much influence what the options are. And of course, it will be about issues that we'll have to discuss, but that's not going to happen this evening. Now, we could talk about a few issues. Mr. Merz, you were saying that from the very first day of your chancellorship, there will be a ban on entry into the country for people who want to come to Germany but cannot legally enter the country. Now, with your two coalition partners, I think that's going to become a bit complicated, and there's only one possible coalition partner with whom you could do that from day one.
Well, just forget about this option and do not follow the words Ms. Weidel used. I made it very clear. We're not looking for our peace sitting on the knees of Putin. And Let me tell you something about the Migration Limitation Act that we proposed in Parliament. What this contains is almost identical with what we have agreed upon with the Social Democrats. Until 2023, it had already been anchored in German foreign residence law, and they are also laid down in the coalition agreement of the SPD State Premier of Brandenburg. It can't be so difficult to make these things, to do these things. We just have to talk about the European legal perspective. We've got a very clear position on that, but that we need to limit migration into Germany is uncontended, undisputed.
But it's not in law. You made a promise. You might not be able to keep it.
Right. I have the intent to keep this promise that I have made.
Now, Mr. Schultz, if we look at your party now and say, would you support Mr. Merz in that? Would you say this is something that he can do with the SPD from day one, very, very quickly, to agree this in coalition agreements? Well, even if it is your ambition to enter into conversations and discussions and exploratory talks that nobody's invited anyone else to, let me say that there is a position that we took that's very clear, which says that apart from improving the citizenship law that we have amended, we want to ensure prosperity for the future. We want to protect those who are being persecuted. Germany must always give them protection, and everything we're doing has to be done within the framework of EU law. And that is why it is very good that we managed last year to ensure that the number of people entering into Germany irregularly or illegally has dropped by 100,000. This year it'll be another 100,000. And that we have the European asylum system, which is law, has to be implemented, because many of the practical problems that we have with repatriating people who applied for asylum in a different European country would then be solved if we were to enforce it. This is our position, and we're not going to change it. Now, the SPD, will you help Mr. Merz keep his promise? I said we're not going to break our promises. Are you going to be negotiating? I think you can assume you'll be invited to enter into a discussion. Well, we'll have to see what the final election result is, but if there are talks between the SPD and the Union, it's not going to be the SPD leading these talks. I said that the position I would like is German Chancellor, and this is the position that I talk to citizens about. It remains a huge honor to be Chancellor of Germany, but I'm not going to be Chancellor in a CDU-led country. Is the SPD going to increase prices? Well, the SPD is very much representing social justice, stable pensions, statutory minimum wage. That's what we're aiming for. Now, Mr. Habeck, you can also drive the prices up if you want to be part of it. But if we're staying with migration policy, is this something where if you enter into a coalition with 3 or 4 parties, do you think you will reach an agreement and do it quickly?
Well, it's not a question that would go to me alone, but I'm a little bit worried. When you take a look at this talk, which focuses on talks to be held later, then I'm worried, because there is no time to be lost. There are a lot of topics that are very urgent. The American government, I'm not talking about the Americans, but Donald Trump and the people around him are attacking the Western community of values. They let down, betray Ukraine, which is the worst kind of imperialism we're witnessing right now. And Europe needs to find its own strength in areas where it hasn't come to an agreement in terms of defense policy, foreign policy, and all that needs to be funded right now. Now, if we follow the normal game, the rituals of coalition negotiations, it will take until Easter or even the summer season, then we're going to fail historically. And everybody sitting at this table needs to understand that. And if we find an agreement, then my advice would be that this agreement needed to be implemented very swiftly. We cannot look into all the minutiae of heating installation and migration. No, we are in a historic situation which we haven't seen before. The Americans do not let down Europe. That even goes further. They work against Europe. That needs to be addressed and solved very fast, and the financial steps have to be taken very fast
Now, are
as well.
these arguments that convince you, Mr. Söder, when it comes to the difficulties of foreign policy?
Well, to compare heat insulation and migration, compare that is bizarre. Maybe it was
doubles its shocker for German democracy.
We have experienced attacks, people dying. That cannot be compared to this heating legislation.
Live from Berlin, this is DW News. Our special coverage of the German election continues. A new parliament, a new government, and a new chancellor, all in the making tonight. With an impressive 84% voter turnout, the Conservatives are emerging as the biggest winner in this election. The CDU-CSU will have the most seats in the new parliament, and the man leading them is now all but guaranteed to become Germany's next chancellor. You see him right there. You can get used to hearing Chancellor Friedrich Merz. Merz declared victory just over an hour ago. All right, let me bring you up to date on what has been happening. Vote counting is still underway, but projected results indicate Germany's conservative parties have won this election. Conservative leader Friedrich Merz has claimed victory and said that he will get down to work on forming a coalition as soon as possible. He told supporters that he will try to form a government that represents the whole country. The far-right Alternative for Germany party managed to double its share of the vote and looks to be on course to come in second. However, it's very unlikely that it will be part of a coalition talks, negotiations, as the main parties have pledged not to cooperate with the AfD. Chancellor Olaf Schultz, he has acknowledged defeat and congratulated Friedrich Merz. He described the election as a bitter result for his Social Democrats. Let's take a look at the projected results in more detail. There's another loser of the evening. Appears to be the Free Democrat Party. It looks like that it has failed to pass the 5% hurdle needed to get into the Bundestag, that's the German parliament. Party leader Christian Lindner has announced his resignation. So which parties could be in a new government, and how much of a change is this going to be really? Well, I'm joined here at the big table tonight by my colleague Christine Munwa. To my right here, Christine is monitoring the vote counting, and she is also fielding your comments and questions. If you're streaming and watching us on YouTube or Twitter, write to us, send us messages, and we will get to as many as we can. And to my left is our international editor, Richard Walker. He is here to walk us through these numbers and results tonight. And to my far right, I want to welcome Benjamin Tallis. He's an international politics and security analyst with the Democratic Strategy Initiative here in Berlin. To all of you, welcome. It's good to see you again. Good to have you here at the table. So, Christine, take us through the numbers again. Tell us where we are right now.
Well, why don't we get right to that? And before we see that graphic come up, I think we just have to make a point about the good turnout, that we've had record turnout in terms of Germans coming out today, just indicative of how important this poll has been. But why don't we get our results graphic up there in a bit while, and we can show you what that result is. So this is in a different order, not necessarily the winning party right at the top, but the biggest losers at the top of that graphic there tonight. That is the SPD, the party of the current German Chancellor, Olaf Schultz, coming in there just over 16% of the vote, a huge loss. This is a historic loss for Germany's oldest party, this result coming in tonight. And then we've got the CDU-CSU, that centre-right bloc. This is the former Angela Merkel, her party, now led by Friedrich Merz, who will likely be, probably is going to be Germany's chancellor. Look at that result. They're just shy of 30%, and 29% essentially, but they were probably hoping for a little bit more to edge over getting to that 30% mark. The Greens have come in short tonight, also dropping about 2 over there. The FDP just failing to meet that 5% benchmark to be able to get into the German parliament. This is, of course, voters kicking the FDP out of the parliament, right? And the second biggest winners of the night is the AfD, in blue in that graphic there, coming in strong with 20% of that vote. We'll get into the conversation about what role they'll play going forward, but it's certainly probably not going to be in the form of being in a government or governing coalition. The Left Party was one of the biggest surprises tonight, doing better than expected. I think most people knew that the left would grow, but I think by this much, some people would be scratching their heads tonight. But a strong showing from the Left Party, who's done much better. And then, of course, there was the BSV party, also coming in shy of that 5% benchmark to get into the parliament. So this is the results as they stand, bringing it back to the table. And, of course, as you were saying, Brent, I am watching our YouTube chat, looking forward to all those comments coming in and bringing those into the conversation.
And Richard, I want to bring this voter turnout number to you. I mean, do we even know when was the last time we saw 84%? Because we have to remind people these elections were not even supposed to happen.
Yeah. So, yeah, that's right. I mean, they were meant to happen in September,
That's right.
but the coalition collapsed in the autumn of last year. So that brought those elections forward. But, yeah, 84%, it's really stunning. The last time, so 1987... was the last election that was comparable in West Germany as the time before Germany was even reunified, and that was 84.3%. So it's really an pretty incredibly high number. And I just thought, OK, let's compare that to turnout rates in other recent elections. Right. Remember, last year, 2024, was this bumper election year, with loads of big elections around the world. So India, biggest election in the world, 66%. United States, 64%. You know, the election where Trump got re-elected. UK had an election last year, only 60%. France was 67%. Taiwan was pretty high, 72%. I mean, 84% is very, very, very high.
Yeah, so, I mean, we've been talking about voter fatigue for a global audience, but obviously the Germans, Ben, did not have that type of fatigue. Can we talk about then a mandate for the Conservatives or a mandate against the AfD?
Well, great to be with you tonight on, indeed, a historic night for German democracy, a massive turnout there, showing how much Germans know that this election mattered. But what it also means is there's a lot of Germans out there, 84%, who are going to demand a functioning government. And that's what's going to be really difficult to put together, given the numbers that have come in. Friedrich Merz has a clear mandate to lead. That's absolutely there from the numbers. But who's he going to lead with, and how is he going to govern with the SPD, which looks like the most likely coalition partner at this stage, when they have serious disagreements on foreign policy, which will be a major structuring factor in how Germany goes forward and whether they can actually deliver the change together that Germany desperately needs.
Well, and how much change is, if the Social Democrats are going to end up in the new government, they're in the current government, so I mean, even with 84% turnout, how much change is really going to happen?
It's a great question. It's the question, in fact, because over the last 3 years, after Olaf Schultz promised a Zeitenwende, a sea change in Germany's geostrategic positioning, and has manifestly failed to deliver it, a lot of Germans will have been asking for change, but the question is how much they can deliver. If they don't deliver it, then I think next time we're going to get potentially the AfD going much higher. Potentially we're going to get other anti-democratic parties who really want to shake things up being given the chance to do so. So pressure's on, and they really have to deliver, but I don't see it coming too easily.
And we're going to be talking about whether or not any new government will be able to stay intact for a long time in just a moment. But first, we want to cross now to the headquarters of the conservative CDU. Our chief political editor, Michaela Kuffner. She is standing by. Michaela, there you are. Let's talk about, I guess the man of this evening, Friedrich Merz, the man who will most likely be the next German chancellor. What can we expect from him as the next German leader?
Well, we expect of him to now have to demonstrate that he can't just lead, that he can compromise. I think it's really remarkable seeing Richard and Ben around the table there and how incredibly patient they suddenly become when discussing the innings of German politics in the face of those global, and particularly that challenge that Europe now needs to speak with a united voice. Friedrich Merz has vowed to do exactly that. At the same time, he did use his final election appearance just yesterday to say there would be an end to the leftist crazy politics. Well, he has to sit down at the table with those people he potentially insulted come tomorrow and work out a way to get to what he wants to get to fast, which is a very stable Germany, so he can do what he promises to do, which is to then take up relations with France more intensively. Again, it's an open secret that Olaf Schultz and Emmanuel Macron simply didn't get much off the ground. They literally did not speak the same political language. He also says he wants to reunite with Poland a lot more to put up a united voice. But that is needed over the next coming days and weeks, and it will take weeks or months traditionally until a German coalition government gets together. So that's where he has to prove that he can do the unexpected. And we've already heard signals from the Greens that they would be willing to talk, Social Democrats too, so maybe there's a political miracle in store here. We don't know.
Well, you say the unexpected. Christine was just pointing out we've got lots of questions from people following us on social media, and the question of the hour seems to be, why doesn't the CDU, why don't the Conservatives swallow their pride and join with the AfD? The numbers apparently are there.
Because it's not about swallowing pride. Germany has that dark Nazi past that has led to a commitment by parties of the center that they will not work with a party that is extreme to the right, and parts of the far-right AfD are seen and suspected of wanting to undermine democracy itself. One of its leading figures, Björn Höcke, can legally be called a fascist. So this would be crossing a very, very deep, big red line here in Germany. It's a historic impossibility. At the same time, we saw J.D. Vance call for exactly that, the so-called firewall to the right to be dropped. He accused Germany of being afraid of its own voters. And looking at these results now, it is undeniable that the far-right AfD party managed to double its support over the space of 3.5 years. Yeah. And we also know from research that that is not simply protest. That is people actively wanting tougher migration, despite the fact that many public services depend on workers with migratory backgrounds. That's where we are here in Germany tonight.
That's where we are. Yeah, the AfD numbers, you correctly said, that's 20% of a very large voter turnout tonight as well. Our chief political editor, Michaela Kuffner, at the headquarters of the conservative CDU. Michaela, thank you. The far-right AfD's chancellor candidate, Alice Weidel, spoke to supporters a short while ago, and she praised her party's performance. Take a listen.
And as we've seen in the exit polls, what we've seen is that we are the only party who have doubled our position over the last election. Double. They wanted to cut our numbers in half, but the opposite is what has occurred. And one thing is for sure, we will always have an open hand to get involved in a coalition in the German government. The will of Germany is something we will implement. We are always prepared to fulfill the will of the people in a German government. It remains to be seen what will happen in the next few weeks. But friends, if what we predicted occurs, that the CDU carries out election fraud on the AfD by copying our program and then entering into a coalition with the left wing, then there'll be new elections faster than you can imagine, and we will overtake the CDU, and that is our aim.
All right, there's a lot to unpack there. Let's go now to our political correspondent, Matthew Moore. He is at the AfD headquarters. Matthew, let's talk about just the numbers that we saw tonight. The AfD basically doubling its performance compared to the last election. How much of that comes down to the chancellor candidate for the party, the woman we just saw, Alice Weidel?
Well, of course, a huge part of it comes down to Alice Weidel. She is someone who's been able to present a moderate face to this party. However, a lot of it comes down to the fact that in Germany in the last few years, we've been experiencing huge turmoil. We've seen turmoil with regard to the economy. The economy's been in recession for 2 years. We see a lot of concern and anger and concern about the war in Ukraine, anger about energy prices going up. The AfD has been able to tap into all of this anger and then add that to its core issue of migration. And we've seen irregular migration numbers going up in the last few years. And all of that together has really helped for the AfD to sharpen its profile, to define itself against the rest of the German political pack. And tonight we've seen the result of that, which is them coming a historic second place. The first time that a party other than the Social Democrats on the centre-left and the Christian Democrats on the centre-right has come in the first or second in a German election in the post-war era, Brent.
Matthew, I want to pick up on what we heard Alice Weidel saying there in that soundbite. I mean, is this the party's strategy? They did double their support for this election, but they're really waiting for the next election. And are they counting on this new government to be formed, whichever parties will be in it? Are they counting on that government to basically collapse and for there to be new elections, and that will be the time for the AfD to shine?
That's exactly what they're counting on, Brent. The mood in the room here tonight is that they want as many parties in the Bundestag as possible because that will make it more difficult for the centre-right Christian Democrats to form a stable government. That's exactly what they need because they know their argument is that a centre-right government in coalition with the centre-left parties or the Greens will simply not be able to agree on the big issue of migration. And therefore they are counting on that happening, and there being a frustration and this issue not going away, and then the demographics will help them along the way as well, and the next time that they come to the polls, the voters will make them the top party in the German elections. And so there really is a sense here that although they might not be in the next government, they're playing the long game, and they're hoping that they will be in the government after that. And the question really is whether we will see Alice Weidel continue to lead the party. I think that she will. This is someone who's been able to, as I say, present a very moderate side to a party that has very radical positions. That's because she's an economist. She's a woman in a very male-dominated party. But she's also faced a lot of scrutiny in this election because of where she lives, the fact that she lives in Switzerland, because of the fact that she's a lesbian, and this is a very pro-family party. There was a heated row at the party conference last month. I was there, where people argued about what was in their election programme and the fact that she was a lesbian. Now, they'll put that to one side because they've just delivered the most historic result yet. And she will doubtless lead the party into any future election that will come.
Matthew Moore at the headquarters of the AfD. Matthew, thank you. And if you're joining us, this is DW News special coverage of the German election. Christine Munwa is to my right here. She's got the numbers for you. To my left is our chief international editor, Richard Walker. And to my far right is Benjamin Taus with the Democratic Strategy Initiative. Ben, let me just ask you, based on what we heard from Matthew there, are we basically just kind of biding our time, waiting for this new government to be formed and then to collapse so that we can have elections again?
That's what a lot of people think, but this is the challenge for Friedrich Merz and whoever governs with him, is that they have to find stability, but stability is not enough. Stability is not what Germany needs right now. It needs radical transformation and change. Merz is on record as saying Germany's business model is broken. We see a situation where Europe's security order is broken. We see barbarians at the gate in every sense, from whether they be from Moscow or from anti-democratic parties. So they have a real challenge to find both stability and that transformative change that Germany needs.
Christy, you said...
Yeah, Ben, just one for you from one of our viewers who's asking that with the Greens out, and they're characterising this as a shift to the right, could a Merz-led grand coalition adopt a more sort of pragmatic stance on Ukraine, aligning better with the United States on the settlement in Ukraine?
Well, the thing is, that wouldn't be a pragmatic stance for Europe. It's always been the case that Europe is far more exposed to what happens in Ukraine than the United States is, which is why shadowing Biden's policy was bad enough. If Germany were to go with Trump's policy on this, it would be a disaster for European security. And given that Merz has said he wants to work closely with European partners and that he will be a change from Olaf Schultz, who was an obstructive blocker, I don't think that's a viable option.
But you said that they have to deliver.
Yeah.
I don't want to be cynical here, but can we really expect them to deliver if we're already talking about a new government that will have the Conservatives, but will also probably have the Social Democrats? That's the party that had a historic loss tonight and who gave us the current chancellor, who's going to have to be, well, he basically got fired tonight.
Yes, worst result for the SPD since 1887. And it's worth remembering the SPD has been in government for 23 of the last 27 years. But it depends which SPD turns up, because, as you said, it's the end of Olaf Schultz. It's the end of that way of governing. And I think Germans have conclusively said they've had enough of that, which will be welcomed around Europe, to be honest. But which SPD is going to come? Is it the SPD of Boris Pistorius, of Lars Klingbeil, or of Rolf Mützenich?
Yeah. And what picture is Germany sending to the rest of the world, Richard, with where we are right now, with the fact that we've had early elections, we had one government that collapsed, we've got early elections, and we could have a coalition government that will have some of the familiar faces?
Well, I mean, that's kind of the way German politics goes, Brent. That, you know, it's a coalition system because there's been so much, and this is one of the kind of long-term meta trends in German politics, but you see it in other European countries too, is fragmentation. Yeah? So, you know, for the longest time during the Cold War, you essentially had three parties in Germany that kind of showed up in governments. You had the Conservatives, which is Merz, the CDU, and the CSU, which is the Bavarian wing. You had the Social Democrats, and then you had this third party, the Free Democrats, the ones who look like they've been kicked out from the parliament this time, as the sort of third party. And usually you would have one of those big parties with the Free Democrats in, and that's your coalition. And that's the way it works. And the Social Democrats and the Christian Democrats usually got 40+%. Fast forward to now, and there are, how many parties have I got on my thing here? So 7 might make it into this parliament. 7. So you have a very fragmented landscape. So one question is, will it end up being 7, or could it be 5? Yeah. So there are these two parties that are kind of right on the edge: the Free Democrats and also this grouping called the BSW, the Sarah Wagenknecht Alliance, which was a splinter of a splinter of a splinter. You know, one of the results of this process of fragmentation that came up last year. It kind of became a shooting star. It seems to have flopped a bit. Could still get in. If those parties don't get in, then we'll have 5 parties in the parliament. If they do get in, we'll have 7. If you have 7, then you will definitely need a 3-party coalition, almost certainly. And that is a recipe. I think you're asking, like, what is the rest of the world going to be thinking? The rest of the world is going to be worried about that because they've seen a 3-party coalition fail in Germany just now amid bickering. What was the reason for that bickering? It was partly having 3 parties, but it's also partly having to have parties that are just ideologically not good matches. And that was the case between these parties, where you had, you know, the Free Democrats, this one party which are very orthodox on finance, and they had the finance ministry, so they held the purse strings. The other 2 parties wanted to spend more on things like green transition or infrastructure. It just didn't work. If you had a 3-party coalition emerging from this, which potentially has the Conservatives, but then 2 of those other parties from the previous coalition, you could have they could end up fighting like cats in a sack. So I think that's the big question for the outside world. OK, is it going to be two parties or three? And which the second party is, well, at least there'll be some relief if there's only two parties and not three.
Well, the world is looking at Germany, and people may or may not be familiar with Friedrich Merz, but let's just assume they are. Can we say that he maybe has the qualities to hold a testy coalition government together? Maybe he has the qualities that Olaf Schultz, the current chancellor, did not.
It's hard to say. I mean, they're very different personalities. These two guys, they could hardly be more different, in terms of, physically. One is very tall, one's shorter. One is sort of...
in your face.
Wants to be, a bit of an alpha male. Olaf Schultz is sort of more reserved. And I think, sometimes, it's a bit in German culture that, the tall man who sort of bangs his fist on the table is sometimes appreciated, in German political culture. But, Friedrich Merz also has a bit of a reputation for being impulsive, taking risks that aren't fully thought through. We saw this before the election when he put a motion in Parliament, and it was a real gamble, and the jury's out on whether it worked or whether it maybe could have hurt him a little bit in this result. So is that the kind of personality that's good for managing coalition? We don't know. I mean, Angela Merkel, she managed to manage 4 coalitions. Of course, became a kind of masterly at this sort of balancing of interests and everything, but got a lot of criticism at the end, especially now, for actually what happened during your period in office. You didn't invest in this, you didn't invest in that, and a lot of the problems that Germany faces are now resulting from that time. So I guess the short answer to your question then, Brent, is we don't know yet.
Well, but we don't want to bury Olaf Schultz just yet. I mean, but he admitted that he's responsible for the results for the Social Democrats tonight. A bitterly disappointed Olaf Schultz. He spoke a short while ago at the headquarters of the SPD. Take a listen.
Thank you. Friends, comrades, this is a bitter election result for the Social Democratic Party. It is a defeat. And I think when we are looking at these results, we have to say it without mincing our words. It's very important for me to say that this is an election result that will have to be one that we'll have to put behind us. But first, let me say thank you to all of the election campaigners who did what they could. The poll results just didn't get better, but Social Democrats across Germany engaged, gave their all to election campaigns. They hung posters up, they knocked on doors, they discussed with people at the information stands, they organized big events throughout the country. And so for this reason, particularly with this result, let me say thank you for your efforts and for sticking to your guns.
And our chief political correspondent, Nina Haase, she is at the party headquarters for the Social Democrats. Nina, quite a bad night for the Social Democrats, but they are likely to end up as the junior coalition partner. That's what we've been discussing so far. I mean, how stable a partnership could that be?
Indeed, it is a tragic night, and there's no denying that for Germany's oldest party. They go back to the 19th century, and this is their biggest loss in post-war modern Germany. This is a historically low result for them, and everybody admitted that when they came to the stage here. And Olaf Schultz did say that he takes at least some of the responsibility, but he also stressed again just how difficult those last 3 years were, with all those consequences of Russia's war against Ukraine, all the challenges that had to be solved. Now, of course, behind the scenes, people are already asking themselves what is going to happen now, because one thing is clear, the SPD will have to do a lot of soul searching as of today. But for now, they're saying, OK, let's show a united face. Let's not make any rash decisions. We're going to sit down tonight. They're meeting after Olaf Schultz is out of that TV debate and to discuss the next steps, because one thing is also clear, they need to make way for a new generation, as the party leader Lars Klingbeil called it.
Nina, I know you've been talking to people there at Social Democrat headquarters. I mean, what did people tell you? Do they blame Olaf Schultz? Do they blame the chancellor for these horrible numbers tonight?
It's interesting, when you talk to the SPD, all the people who are represented here, they blame the AFD for pushing the narrative to the right, for focusing that much on migration. They're saying that they just didn't get through to voters with the important issues of social justice, etc. Having said all that, Brent, I mean, the SPD is also a party when it comes to that big issue that you've discussed as well, and that is continued to be discussed in that TV debate of war and peace in Europe. The SPD are finding themselves also in a very, very difficult situation. I mean, they've got all the spectres of the rainbow essentially represented at the moment, from not sending any weapons to Ukraine to essentially sending everything Germany has and more right now. You hear those voices, and I think the SPD, they have announced that they're going to have to make drastic changes to their personnel, but also to their program, and they will have to have a clear answer. How are they going to position themselves when it comes to all those geopolitical challenges, how to finance, how to boost defense, and where the SPD wants to stand? Does it want to stand more left than it did in previous years under Olaf Schultz, or does it actually want to take the lead?
And Nina, one more question about Olaf Schultz. What happens to this former chancellor? I mean, what kind of future does he have? I mean, he could not hold a government together. It collapsed on his watch, and he just lost the election that he called. What do you do now?
He's still going to remain the German chancellor until that next government is formed. And from what I can tell this evening, that is going to be some tricky coalition negotiations if those two small parties make it into Bundestag. So there was actually a round of cheers here when figures appeared on screen that saw both the smaller FDP and the BSW not in Bundestag, because, of course, that would mean that the SPD do have a stronger voice in those coalition negotiations with Friedrich Merz. If those parties get in, completely different question. The SPD would be weaker. Olaf Scholz is a confident man who believes in his own strength. He does have a lot of supporters, and he's going to have to lead Germany through the next couple of weeks that are going to be challenging until he hands over officially, hopefully by Easter, to Friedrich Merz.
Okay, Easter. We're watching for Easter. All right, our Nina Hase at the headquarters of the SPD. Nina, thank you very much. Back in the studio here, Christine, you've got questions.
That's
comments.
right. Rafael Pereira, and this one is for you, Richard, is saying here that if Friedrich Merz essentially ran on not going into coalition with the AfD, could one conclude that respecting what the German people's choice is not going into coalition with the AfD? I think there's a lot of questions in the comments section about, is it democratic to exclude the AfD, who've come in second in this election, from any potential government coalition? So Rafael Pereira is telling other people in the comment section here that, well, Merz essentially ran on not going into government with the AfD. So that in itself would be the will of the German people, given he's come first.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure that's what he would say too. I think he was totally upfront about that, and so I don't think there's really any great expectation in the public also that is likely to happen. It's very firmly anchored in the public debate, in the public mind, in just the where we are in, if we call this a political cycle, the emergence of the AfD and its progression, that it is not going to get into a federal level coalition. I think what happens next, though, and how these next 4 years, or however many years it is, governments are meant to be 4 years. The last one managed 3.5 or so. What happens? How does this progress? Does a really sort of successful functioning government come in? Is there an economic revival that accompanies it? Is there a situation in Ukraine that seems to calm things down without, generating great fears of another conflict to come? To say, if the overall circumstances start to become a little more benign than they have in recent years, then that expectation of the AfD becoming an ever greater political force might start to ebb away. If that doesn't happen, if there's a dysfunctional government emerging from this, if the economy continues to suffer, if there's more conflict in the world, then people will be starting to look at, okay, how strong could the AfD get? And then I think what's going to be interesting then is, does the AfD make a concerted effort to try to make itself appear more moderate in anticipation of an election where it would have a much higher chance of being part of a government? And can it create dilemmas for the Conservatives, encouraging more Conservatives to think, actually, ultimately, if they just change this, this and this, they could be our natural party of government. So that's going to be the kind of meta transition to watch, I think, in the next few years.
See if they can change the economy. That's one of the biggest tasks. The faltering German economy, it was a major concern for voters. And it's not just ordinary people who are worried. Last month, Germany's biggest business associations sounded the alarm, saying that the economy must be the next government's top priority. The business leaders said short-term crisis management will not help Germany. We need fundamental structural changes in economic and social policy. So let's take a look now at the main issues. Germany's economy has stopped growing and it is in recession, as you can see here. Economic output has been contracting for the last 2 years. I mean, you have to let that sink in. The economy, GDP, shrank 2 years in a row. Not good news for Europe's biggest economy. And one of the key reasons is falling demand for cars and other German exports. The downturn between December 2023 and November of last year included a particularly steep export decline in October, which you can see there. And these economic headwinds are having an impact on the cost of living. I want you to take a look at the rate of inflation that's been falling since the energy crisis in 2022 sparked by the war in Ukraine. But the inflation rate, now, it remained high last year, still above 2%. Robert Habeck, the chancellor candidate for the Greens, he says that his party ran a successful campaign despite the economy.
Me to just give you a couple of words about the projected results that we've got on an evening that we know is going to be quite a long one before we really know what the results are. Let me begin with what we said before 6 o'clock. Thank you. Thank you for the election campaign. Thank you for joining ranks. Thank you for supporting one another. Thank you for the power that you put into our campaign. This is not something you can take for granted. I have to say it was exactly the election that I dreamed of, the exact election campaign we wanted to wage, and I'm grateful of what we've managed to do. We got ourselves out of the poll dip of 10% when the previous coalition broke apart, and we pulled our election result up closer to what we had, 21. None of this is anything we can take for granted. Thank you to all of our election campaigners. Thank you to the party, to the headquarters, and for the grassroots joining forces. And thank you to Annalena as well. Another thing we have to say, though, is that I wanted more. I think all of us dreamed of a better result. We were hoping to get higher results, and we were there. You know, we were up to 14% just a couple of weeks back, and then something happened that at least changed our election campaign, and that was Friedrich Merz voting in a motion with the AfD, and then many people voted against Merz, and they said we don't want to be in a coalition with the Union bloc. And I understand that, but it did make it harder for us.
All right, we're going to go now to our political correspondent, Julia Saldelli. She is at the Greens headquarters. Julia, I want to ask you, we heard Robert Habeck there trying to explain why things did not go so well tonight, although the party didn't lose that much. But is the feeling there, is there a sense that we just have to be patient, that we will probably end up in whatever new government is formed whenever that takes place?
Well, we're hearing here from members of the party, some of their political leaders telling us that, the game is still wide open. It'll all depend on which parties end up being in the parliament, what kind of majorities that allows to form, and then whether the Greens are needed for a coalition and whether they will be invited to even discuss possibly entering a coalition. What we know from the Greens leadership, they've said this throughout their campaign, they kept saying it tonight, they want to take on the responsibility of government. They feel like they have achieved a lot in the last 3.5 years, and they say they want to continue on that path. On the one hand, they say crucial times are ahead. If we look at the presidency of Donald Trump, of the actions and the propositions that presidency is making, and especially when we look at the situation with Ukraine, what kind of role Europe must play in trying to figure out what happens next with the war in Ukraine. The Greens want to be protagonists in this issue, and they want to set the tone and want to continue to be in government. We also heard from the party leadership here, they say they don't necessarily trust a possible conservative and social democratic coalition to actually deliver on climate being the big issue for the Greens. They say the time is of the essence now. We can't wait 4 years until we're back in government to actually deliver on climate.
Yeah, I mean, Julia, that's why they came into government after the last election. At the time, it seemed like the Greens, they really had a stronghold on the zeitgeist. And that being, of course, we have to do something about climate change. That was not the winning place to be in this election. Is there a sense there that they've lost their grip on the zeitgeist?
In a way, they believe here that actually, even in their election campaign, the Greens feel that they did try to bring the issue of climate forward, that they were trying to make the issue front and center of their campaign, but in general of the political debate in Germany, which is something that doesn't necessarily reflect, for example, in the amount of time that was spent talking about climate in political debates with the candidates and how much climate was even present on election posters. But certainly this time around, after the Greens have been in government and have pushed forward some measures that are more climate friendly, what has now become an infamous clean heating law that was pushed by the Green chancellor candidate and economy minister Robert Habeck, which was communicated kind of disastrously, it was received kind of disastrously. It was perceived as the government basically taking money out of the pockets of the population. And these are all measures that have not helped make the issue of climate more popular amongst voters.
And Julia, are you hearing there from members of the Greens, maybe are they kind of saying under their breath, maybe they wouldn't want to say it out loud, that they hope that this government that will be formed will not include them, that actually their interests are better served if they spend some time in the opposition?
I have asked this question because I'm also myself wondering maybe it's time for the Greens to go back into opposition and regain some strength. But what I'm hearing here is no, absolutely not. They don't really want to go into opposition. They feel like they have momentum to govern. They really want to take part in government and shape what Germany does in the next few crucial years. They will obviously have to go into opposition if it comes to it, and they say they will play an important role in the opposition if it comes to it, but definitely the priority and the preferred option for them would be to be in government.
Okay. Our political correspondent Julia Saldelli at the headquarters of the Greens here in Berlin. Julia, thank you. And if you're just joining us, this is DW News, special coverage of the German election, and we've got some new numbers, Christine.
That's right. I think I'll start off by saying we heard the Greens chancellor candidate there saying, we wish it was more. I think that's a universal feeling tonight. But here's that graphic coming on for you there. And as you see it at the top of the list, not necessarily with the most votes, actually, but on our graphic here, we've got the SPD coming in there first. But they've actually had the worst results tonight. But we've shifted graphics a little bit there. We've gone over to the parliamentary seating. And now we've come back to the graphic that I was ready to talk about. We're just keeping it exciting, making sure that you're up with us here. Yeah, exactly. And we've just done this to make sure that you stay with me. So we'll start with the red bar over there. That would be the SPD. That is the party of the current German Chancellor, Olaf Schultz. The SPD, Germany's oldest party, coming in at just shy of 16.5% of the vote as it stands. The CDU-CSU at 28%. Just shy of 29% of the vote. These, of course, are the winners of the night and will likely be delivering the next German Chancellor, Friedrich Merz. The Greens, who we've just been having the conversation about whether or not they are going to be part of a future German government coalition, are in at 12%, having come down a little bit over there. The FDP, this was, of course, one of the parties in the last coalition. You might remember the finance minister, Christian Lindner. They are just shy of 5%, and this means that they may not actually make it into the parliament. Yeah, it was quite an emotional delivery, his speech there at the party press conference, but they're fighting for just a place in the parliament at this stage. The AFD coming in second tonight. This is a strong showing by the far-right AFD, the alternative for Deutschland, or the alternative for Germany, coming in at 20% of the vote. I must say, at some point, there were predictions that we would have a higher turnout or result for the AFD. So it's looking like 1 in 5 Germans, but at some point people were predicting perhaps 1 in 4 Germans would have been voting for the AFD today. The Left Party is among the surprises, really. I think a lot of analysts knew, well, predictions essentially didn't have them coming in just this strong, but they're just over or just shy of 9% of the vote there. Then we have the Sarah Wagenknecht alliance over there, what we call the BSV, also just shy of 5%. Of course, there's that benchmark to be able to get into the parliament, and of course other candidates. We can now show you the seating in the parliament. So 630 seats in the Bundestag, and look at the allocation now as we're working with these projected results. In fact, one of the things we should tell people is when we are expecting the final results, which is we're looking at Monday, if that's right, Richard, the final results of this election here. But let's have a look at the seating arrangement there. So as it stands, of course, the lion's share does go to the CDU-CSU with 208. The next biggest party is, of course, the AFD with 150 seats, the SPD 120, the Greens, etc. So this is all interesting for, of course, the coalitions and coming together. But this is these are the results as they stand. And I guess, Brent, you want to pick up with conversations about that coalition forming, right?
Well, I was going to shoot a question to Ben and just ask him, since we were talking about the Greens, the election in 2021, we were hearing from the Greens that fighting climate change is a part of national security, and it's a part of security for Europe. It should be a part of national security for every country, and people seem to get on board that train. And that train derailed somewhere between 2021 and tonight. I mean, is fighting climate change, is it no longer in when we're talking about security issues?
No, it's not. I mean, dealing with geopolitical shift that we've been going through, the Zeitenwende, not the Zeitgeist, but that was the change in times that the Greens and others confronted, and dealing with mastering the climate transition, these are not either-or options. We have to deal with them both, but there is a question of prioritisation and the sequencing of that. And I think the Greens have suffered from having the impression they're a party that tries to impose and prohibit things, but they failed to impose the heat pumps and they failed to prohibit the combustion engine. So I think there's a time of reinvention coming for the Greens.
And the combustion engine cars, what is it? You can't sell those after, was it 2035? That's the...
No, but you'll remember that the German government actually intervened in Brussels to try and get this knocked back as part of the effort to save the German car industry. And it was the numbers you pointed to before. Because Germany is the major victim of the second China shock, having been the beneficiary in Europe of the first one, we're seeing that its economic model is under need of massive review and rejuvenation. And what the Greens haven't convinced people of, I think, is two things. One is that they hold the key to security. They've been one of Ukraine's strongest supporters. They've been strong on defence. But can they manage it at the same time as the climate transition and boosting the German economy? The other part of which has been very difficult for them is convincing people on migration that they have a tough enough policy. I think that is what has hurt them now, as well as the failure to deliver during the term of government they've just had.
But there was a lot of criticism that the Greens were shooting themselves in the foot, but when they pushed for this this law to get rid of the combustion engine by 2035, in view of the fact that Germany is a major auto manufacturing country, and the auto industry wasn't prepared for that transition. So did they shoot themselves in the foot?
I think they were actually ahead of the time a little bit, to be honest. So you said they caught the zeitgeist in the last time, but I think they were ahead of time here, because if Germany's car industry is to survive, then it should have been at the forefront of the electric vehicle revolution. It's not, because they were clinging on too long. And that was a policy pushed by Lindner and the FDP, among others. So I think they've suffered from being ahead there, actually, rather than from being behind.
Yeah, maybe then their time will come eventually. So we want to switch gears and go to the man of the evening, the conservative Friedrich Merz. He says that he intends to get down to work on forming a governing coalition as soon as possible. His conservative CDU-CSU bloc, the CSU, of course, the Conservative Party in Bavaria, they're set to become the biggest party in parliament and lead the next coalition government. If the projected results are confirmed, this will cap a remarkable career in politics for Merz. Here's more now on the man likely to become Germany's next chancellor.
This is the man of the moment. Friedrich Merz just led the conservative CDU-CSU to their first election victory since the Merkel years. His pledge? A U-turn on migration and the economy. His style? Decisive, say his followers. Uncompromising, even abrasive, say his critics. Trump-like at times.
If I'm elected to be the Chancellor of Germany, on my first day in office, I will instruct the Federal Ministry of the Interior, using the Chancellor's authority, to permanently control all Germany's national borders with its neighbours.
That reaction to a deadly stabbing by an Afghan asylum seeker saw him take a political risk. He crossed his own red line by allowing the far-right AfD, for the first time in German post-war history, to become the deciding factor in securing a majority in parliament. Tens of thousands took to the street in protest. Even Angela Merkel condemned his decision to accept AfD votes rather than seek compromise with other parties of the centre.
From my point of view, even under difficult conditions, it should not come to the point where majorities are achieved with the help of the AfD.
While Merz's political manoeuvre remained unpopular, his determination to act on migration struck a chord. Most Germans continued to believe his pledge to rule out any future cooperation with the far right.
We will not cooperate with the party that calls itself the Alternative for Germany.
Friedrich Merz is in many ways the opposite of Angela Merkel. Their parallel rise to the top of the conservative CDU party in the 90s and early 2000s turned into a political feud when Merkel beat him to become parliamentary party leader. Frustrated, Merz left politics altogether and made his fortune as a lawyer and board member for the American investment giant BlackRock, a career he sees as an asset. Critics fault him for his lack of experience in government, and Merz appears to feel most comfortable talking business, addressing the global top brass of investors at the World Economic Forum in Davos. He left no doubt over his plans to reform Germany's welfare system.
We have to bring our labor market in order. We have this special sort of subsidies for people who are not working called Bürgergeld, which is a big mistake. We will change the system.
Throughout his campaign, Merz raised the alarm over the state of the German economy. Merz also promises to redefine German leadership, while the outgoing administration shared Merkel's mantra of leading from behind. Merz vows to turn Germany from what he calls a sleeping to a leading middle power.
The overarching maxim of a conservative-led government will be, you can rely on Germany again.
Merz's Germany is back message will instantly be put to the test by Europe's struggle to define a common response towards the new Trump administration and its disruptive take on Ukraine. His analysis of this new reality is sober.
Today, we're not sure anymore if the Americans are still by our side, the way they were after 1945, or if we can still rely on them.
verlassen können.
As incoming leader of Europe's largest economy, Merz knows all eyes are on him over whether Germany is ready to take a lead. Friedrich Merz's election victory will drastically change Germany's political outlook. But there are two factors that will determine how much he will be able to translate into action: how complicated forming a government coalition will become, and what Donald Trump will do next. The uncompromising Friedrich Merz will have to compromise fast.
Well, not so long ago, U.S. President Donald Trump said he wasn't aware that Germany was having an election, but since then he's been educated on that, and today he congratulated the winning conservatives and described the election as a great day for Germany. I'm joined now from Washington by our correspondent Benjamin Alvarez-Gruber. Benjamin, good to see you. So how is this being seen in the U.S. now that the U.S. president knows what's happening?
That's right, and he says it's highly anticipated. But a couple of days ago, when he was asked in the White House, he had to ask again, what are the elections that are taking place on Sunday? Well, they told him that they would be the German elections. He wished them luck, saying we have enough problems here. He reacted as the first reaction here from Washington on his Truth Social post and all caps statement. I will just read one part of it. He said, much like the USA, the people of Germany got tired of the no common sense agenda, a term that we're hearing over and over from this new administration, especially on energy and immigration, that has prevailed for so many years. This is a great day for Germany and also a great day for the United States. So that's the first reaction that we have here from Washington, that of course is closely following the elections in Germany. We can expect to hear more from the White House and also from the State Department tomorrow.
So U.S. President Trump, he seems pleased. How much does he have in common with the man who will most likely be the next chancellor, Friedrich Merz?
So as we just heard in that report, Friedrich Merz made a fortune as a lawyer. He leading BlackRock in Germany, so that might be something that might it easier for him to talk to Trump. But as we also just heard, he will need to make compromises, not just to form this coalition, to form this government that he also said should be in place as soon as possible for this leading role. That's also something that might make a lot of sense for Donald Trump, who said that he wants to put the United States from a sleepy role to a really leading role, this America First policy. But it is always different, and we have to see what will happen actually when they meet, when they have this first conversation. We know that there are many European leaders eager to talk to Trump as quickly as possible, to present themselves, also as type of a mediator when it comes to the war in Ukraine. Trump met with the president of Poland yesterday at CPAC, the first European leader. Next week he will meet with Emmanuel Macron from France and also Keir Starmer from the United Kingdom. So we can imagine that probably Friedrich Merz might be here in Washington too, but it's different to hear what the reactions are right now, saying that they will lead in those conversations, and also what the output will be of those conversations here on the ground in the United States.
And Benjamin, this is an election that took place for the first time that any of us can remember, when the future of the transatlantic relationship has been questioned, and people are actually wondering, can the United States still be seen as an ally of Germany? What's the view from where you are?
That's right, and I think that many actually realized that only when Vice President J.D. Vance spoke at the Munich Security Conference in that really remarkable speech that raised a lot of eyebrows, or even more than that in Europe, not so much here. But that's the big question, how the cooperation will continue, not only with Germany, but also with Europe. Many of high-ranking officials from the U.S. administration have been there. Defense Secretary Hegseth, who was in Brussels, also had different meetings there. Secretary of State Marco Rubio. So it remains to be seen how the relationship will continue. Also, when we look at the negotiations and the U.S. talking to Russia without including Europeans and not even leaving the option open that they might also have a seat at the table. But what's also really remarkable here is not just the role that the President Trump is playing here, but especially what Elon Musk, the role that he has been playing, being really close with Alice Weidel, the head of the far-right AfD party. He has been tweeting his support for the AfD, not only in the last couple of days and only recently. He quoted a video of Björn Höcke, that we can say it's one of the most radical members of the AfD party. He was fined twice for using a Nazi slogan. He can legally be called a fascist, and that was a video that Elon Musk quoted and posted. He has been retweeting a lot from the AfD party convention, so that's definitely also something that led to criticism from many senior members, Friedrich Merz, the likely new chancellor, but also from Robert Habeck, who repeated it recently, saying that the Trump administration is attacking what he called the Western values.
Our correspondent Benjamin Alvarez Gruber with the latest from Washington. Benjamin, thank you. And our coverage continues now. We want to go for the European view on this election. Let's go to Brussels now. My colleague Rosie Burchard is standing by. Good evening to you, Rosie. I know we've got some reaction coming from European leaders. What have we heard?
So indeed, we've had some European leaders already taking to social media to congratulate Friedrich Merz. We've had that, for example, from the Cypriot president, who says that it's an important victory at a crucial moment for Europe. And we've had the Finnish prime minister saying, congratulating Friedrich Merz and saying that this is something which is a strong Germany, he says, is essential for a strong Europe. And let me tell you, that has been the reaction I've heard from diplomats in general over these last few years when we've had difficulties within the German coalition having an impact here in Brussels. I've heard frustration from EU diplomats from other countries saying when they can't see what Germany's policy is going to be in a certain issue, it's hard to set a line here in Brussels. That's been the case, for example, when it comes to European Union policy on China. But we've also had instances of German coalition politics, meaning that some European policies, for example, on that key issue of combustion engine cars being unpicked or some backtracking. So there is a desire here in Europe to have a clearer line on what the future of Germany's politics will be. Of course, we don't have exact clarity yet. These election results just coming in now. But there's also another big issue here in Europe, perhaps the biggest one. Look at those flags behind me. That's the European Commission headquarters, but there are also flags there of Ukraine. That's because we're approaching this key anniversary of the full-scale invasion of Ukraine. President Trump across the Atlantic has sent shockwaves through Brussels and other capitals across the European Union, and there's been a real sense that there needs to be a total rethink of how the European Union approaches Ukraine, approaches its support to Ukraine. And over the last few days, there have been huddles of all sorts of different leaders putting their heads together to try and come up with new ideas, how to boost defence spending, how to double down on backing for Ukraine. But the fact is, I've heard some diplomats saying, look, it just seems like there's the wrong man in the room, because they've had Olaf Schultz there representing Germany, and there was the widespread expectation that he would be on his way out.
Well, Rosie, do they feel like Friedrich Merz will be the right man in the room now when they're talking about EU policy and stance towards Ukraine?
Look, I think there's a sense that Friedrich Merz has spelled out that he wants to continue to be a strong backer of Ukraine, and I think that's something that will be welcomed across the European Union. But there's other policy areas which this will likely have an impact on. Look at the rightward shift that we're seeing in general across this bloc. We saw that reflected in European parliamentary elections back in 2024. So we can expect perhaps the continuation of a push for a more restrictive migration policy. Also a push we've been seeing here in Brussels in general toward deregulation, toward cutting red tape to try and boost the European Union's competitiveness when it comes to competing with bigger powers like China or the United States. And that puts some, especially climate campaigners, in a position of fear. They fear for the future of the European Union's so-called Green Deal, its big green climate promises. But of course, on the other side of the argument, there's those who say simply that Europe has got too much bureaucracy if it wants to stand on its own 2 feet.
DW's Rosie Burchard with the latest from Brussels tonight. Rosie, thank you. Well, German support for Ukraine has also helped to shape the election, as we were saying, just days after Russia's invasion back in February 2022. Chancellor Olaf Schultz told Parliament the war marked a turning point. Germany cut many commercial ties with Russia, notably ending direct imports of Russian natural gas. And since then, German support has grown significantly. The government says it has so far provided or committed for future years around 28 billion euros in military assistance for Ukraine. That involves weapons and military hardware, including 18 Leopard 2A6 main battle tanks with ammunition and spare parts, 25 self-prepared howitzers and the Panzer Haubitze 2000, and 11 Iris air defense systems. But despite the US, UK, and France supplying longer-range weapons, the Chancellor has refused to provide Ukraine with German-made Taurus cruise missiles. And following explosive remarks by members of the Trump administration, Chancellor Schultz joined an emergency European summit in Paris. Leaders insisted on having a place at the table when the US and Russia discuss ending the war in Ukraine. Both Moscow and Washington have said there is no role for Europe in the talks. No role for Europe. If you're just joining us, this is our continuing coverage of the German elections. Our chief international editor, Richard Walker, is to my left. To my right is Christine Munwa. She's got the numbers for us. And to my far right is Benjamin Tallis with the Democratic Strategy Initiative. So let me ask you, Ben, what about a place at the table? Is the new German chancellor with a new government, is he going to be able to get a place at the table?
Well, let's be clear about one thing, Brent. No one's going to give Europe a place at the table. We have to earn it, we have to deserve it, we have to grab it. And so that depends on what Friedrich Merz is actually going to do. Now, Merz does seem to understand the gravity of the situation. As mentioned, we don't know if we can rely on the US security guarantee anymore, which is why on Friday we heard Friedrich Merz talk about the possibility of nuclear weapons in Europe and about rethinking Europe's nuclear deterrence. That's a strong signal to be sending, but it'll need to be backed up in reality.
But let's let that sink in. So we're talking about Germany talking about arming itself with nuclear weapons.
That's the implication behind it. It wasn't said in as many words, but now that the election's done, I think we can expect to hear a lot more talk about that. Why? Because we need full-spectrum deterrence. We face an enemy in Russia, and let's call it what it is, an enemy that is threatening us. We've lost the reliability of our major security guarantor, so we have to be able to defend ourselves, and that means all the way up. And it doesn't mean those kind of numbers which were of support was sent to Ukraine, we just saw, which for a country of Germany's size, many people think was actually quite poor. And Germany, remember, was behind 10 other countries in Europe on percentage of GDP in support to Ukraine.
So, Richard, I mean, we've never talked really that much about a nuclear Germany before. Yeah, well, I mean, I think, I'm not sure everybody would have interpreted that from what Merz was saying. So what Merz appeared in a TV program and he said that he would definitely need to be talking to the Brits and to the French about potentially sharing their nuclear weapons in the way that, for instance, Germany is part of a sharing agreement with the United States with its nuclear weapons.
That's technically not possible with the nuclear weapons France has. It's a very different type of arrangement. So this is why it implies a different kind of deterrent being provided.
Yeah, but so he mentioned sharing, and that he also mentioned, you know, the extent of the deterrent. So, I mean, given those kind of contradictions, we don't know exactly, but I mean, this conversation is going to probably start. I mean, interestingly enough, in the AfD, there are people who say that Germany should have its own nuclear weapons, you know?
Behind the scenes in Munich, there were even Green Party politicians talking about this, about the need to talk seriously with the German people about it. Now, that is a change.
But if you're thinking about the things that would kind of be a challenge to taboos in Germany, well, this would be...
Huge, right?
This is a jumbo one, you know? Given, you know, the international commitments that Germany has, you know, as part of the various international agreements that regulate these things. But you are also, and this is kind of knock-on effect of what we're seeing coming out of the Trump administration, is that is also going to fuel similar conversations elsewhere in the world. South Korea, Japan. That's right. You know, South Korea, there was already a bubbling conversation about that. You know, so you're seeing ripple effects of people looking at what the Trump administration is saying, like, American allies in Europe, in Asia, and thinking, oh, okay, what does that mean? And if this taboo explodes, what about that taboo? And so yeah, it's going to be very interesting to follow that, because this is I mean, there are some hot potatoes out there. This is about as hot as they get.
This is about as hot as they get. But we have had people in this studio at this table in the past years say that maybe Germany should look at Ukraine. Ukraine once had nuclear weapons as well. They gave them up. They thought they had security guarantees. You see what kind of security guarantees they have today. So the lesson has been maybe Germany should consider not becoming another Ukraine when it comes to being able to defend yourself.
100%, but for that to happen, you need a full range of deterrent options. You don't just need nuclear weapons and a couple of tanks. You need everything in the middle. And actually, this is where Germany has a potential advantage because of the emerging defence technology industry here in Germany, which is one of its real strengths. Down in Bavaria in particular, there were a lot of companies at the Munich Security Conference presenting on this. This is something I think we can expect to see more of because they could rapidly increase German combat power and they could help give Germany the economic boost that Friedrich Merz needs to provide.
I mean, this is one of the kind of striking things about the situation now, that Germany is facing a risk of deindustrialization that is much discussed with respect to its car industry, its chemicals industry. And yet, what it needs is a bigger defence industry.
And these are skilled jobs as well. These are good jobs that would be there, which could transfer from one to another.
So this is almost like one of the thoughts that this new government is going to be confronted with is like, OK, can they kind of like flip over an industrial base that is designed for making cars that people don't necessarily want anymore to making weapons that Germany desperately needs and the rest of Europe.
Weapons the Russians don't want to see, right?
Yeah.
But this it feels like maybe this is the logical result if you're losing the nuclear protection umbrella of the United States. But that's not always the way Europe and the Germans thought that umbrella would be removed, right? The thinking was that if you never needed it, then there wouldn't be a threat. But now we're looking at there is a threat and the Americans may not be with us anymore.
Exactly. The Beach Boys School of Security Studies no longer lives. The wouldn't it be nice world that we were in yesterday isn't there. And thankfully, a lot of German politicians have woken up to that. What we've not yet seen is that realisation translated into real action because the Zeitenwende of Olaf Schultz, which was supposed to reposition Germany in this way, failed across all its 5 main dimensions. Merz's government now has to deliver a real Zeitenwende, including through its commitments to allies.
That's a big task.
And actually, we have a question on that point from one of our viewers who wants to know, will Germany now take a tougher stance against Russia, try to negotiate a deal for both NATO and Ukraine?
Well, we can certainly hope Germany takes a tougher stance against Russia, and there's a lot of people around Europe who will be wanting that because Germany, frankly, has been missing in action for a good period of time in European security and defence. We heard earlier about the report from Brussels with Olaf Schultz, the wrong man in the wrong job at the wrong time, who became something of an unconstructive blocker. Merz has a chance to change that, but to do it, he has to act as well as talk. Part of that is shoring up Germany's commitment in the Baltic states, where they deployed a full brigade to Lithuania, which is in process, due to be finished by 2027. That's already stretching the Bundeswehr to its limits, though. And so the Bundeswehr has to grow across the board. But the quickest shortcut to getting all of this right is winning in Ukraine. So does Merz have the courage to actually take a winning position in Ukraine, which is something that Olaf Schultz was never willing to do?
Does he have the electoral support to take Germany to the next level?
Well, yeah, it's hard to understand that question, to answer that question, really, because, of course, his Conservative Party won this by a significant margin, but it's their second worst result ever, 28.65%, the current projections.
Yeah.
It's not a lot. They're likely to be creating a coalition either with one party that has lost a huge amount of its support, the Social Democrats, losing an election but ending up in government, or potentially with 2 parties, depending on how the coalition maths shakes up. So it's maybe just too hard to answer that question. But I would agree with what Ben said.
You've got to say, right, do what you can with what you have where you are, and that's part of leadership, and that's what we've got Merz for, isn't it?
Yeah, but we just don't know yet how strong his position is going to be, I think, and to what extent he's going to be buffeted around by events. And events in the human form of Donald Trump.
Yeah, beyond his control.
And I think there's a very strong sense of that. Europe is being blown around at the moment by Trump force gales. And Merz is about to be in the middle of that. And a lot of Europeans are looking to Germany to lead. I was in Munich as well, and there were people, you know, even British people, like members of the British Parliament, standing up and saying, when is German leadership going to come? And Merz is signalling that's what he wants to do. But the question is, when he's in a coalition with a potentially difficult partner, when he's dealing with countries around him that have potentially slightly different interests or emphasis on interests, you know, all in theory, you can say, I'm serious about this, I'm serious about it. But it's in the doing that is the test of it. And we just don't know yet. And we don't know how difficult the circumstances are going to be for him.
We don't know, but what we do know is that you're watching DW News special coverage of the German election. Yeah, that's right, we do know that much. And we know that there are some new numbers in.
That's right. So why don't we just take a look at how those numbers are being projected as they've come in. And one of our viewers has just tuned in, guys, and he says, what does this all mean? And who is the CDU? I've seen that they've won, and who are they going to collaborate with? We'll maybe get to that in a moment, but why don't we just start by looking at those results, and we're going to show you a graphic now. Here it is. So the SPD, this is the first bar you see in red. This is the party of the current chancellor, Olaf Schultz. This has been Germany's sort of ruling party, the biggest party in the coalition. They have come in at, well, right now are projecting at about 16.4% of the vote. Just bearing in mind, this is not the final tally, but this is a very good projected result that we're getting in the percentages here. In first place tonight is that big block you see in black, and that is the centre-right CDU-CSU party. We've been talking a great deal now about a Friedrich Merz, who will likely be Germany's next chancellor. He leads that party, which has been in opposition. You might remember that this was the party of Angela Merkel here in Germany for a long time. And now below them, well, not in order of the results of this election, but in this graphic, you see the Greens, who have been in the last coalition government, who have come in at 12%, dipped below their performance in the last election. I remember a time where the Greens were the rising stars in German elections, Brent. The FDP in yellow over there, just coming in shy of 5%. That is the 5% that is needed to make it into the Bundestag, the German parliament. So that is the FDP, the business-friendly FDP, we like to say here, led by Christian Lindner, who was Germany's finance minister. You might remember, if you know German politics well, that the collapsing of the last government, he was one of the key players in that. And then you will see the blue block over there. That is the AfD, the AfD, the alternative for Germany. This is the far-right party that comes in at 20% of the vote. And I think later we should maybe just show everybody a map of the country and where AfD voters are concentrated in the country. That tells a very interesting story. We'll get that to you in our coming coverage. But they're coming in at just about 20% of the vote. And we have to point out it's a strong showing, but there were some predictions that could be even higher than what it's come out to be now. The Left Party, which really would probably be the only surprise of the night at this stage, coming in stronger than what was initially expected. And then the BSV, we have the Sarah Wagenknecht alliance also coming in just shy of that 5% threshold mark to make it into the Bundestag. So these are the projections. Things could change if they're able to breach that. And then, of course, the others. But why don't we just show you an overview of the seating in the Bundestag now, in 630 seats. And so right in the middle there would be about 315 seats, and that would be enough to form a majority. And we'll look at possible coalitions after that. But just have a look now at the lion's share that the CDU-CSU party has managed to garner there, with 208 seats. But that's still not enough to govern. So they will still need a coalition partner. Look at the red there. That is the SPD, right? So you can almost see, well, you can actually see that you just take the red and the black, and there you've got it. You've got your majority. So that's a possible coalition. But then you've got the Greens over there, and of course you've got the AfD, who are likely not going to be invited into any government forming right now. There is what we call here in Germany the Brandmauer, which we'll hear a little bit about from our experts at the table. And then, of course, in the purple there is the Left Party at 63 seats. Why don't we show you now what could possibly be a coalition? I mean, we could sort of get a hint of that looking at this graphic, but let's have a look at possible coalitions now, given the numbers that we have. And there we have it, 630 seats, and you see that there, right? SPD, CSU, and you might remember, people watching, that we used to have what we call a grand coalition here. So that would be that, although they do say it's not so grand nowadays because the numbers are much smaller.
It's just like Back to the Future, doesn't it?
Exactly. Yeah. So that could possibly be it, right? So the party of the outgoing chancellor, Olaf Schultz, coming back together with the party of the party that was leaders previously, the biggest party, the CDU-CSU, with Friedrich Merz as the chancellor. Let's see if we have other potential possible coalitions there. Let that come up in a second. And I guess maybe we can also talk a little bit about how the parties are aligned on certain issues. But here's another possible one for you there. Well, is it a possible one? But theoretically, look, if the CDU and the AfD were to come together, I mean, that would be even a stronger majority than what the CDU would have with the SPD. But there is this Brandmauer.
The firewall.
Here.
But that gets back to the question that the viewer that you were mentioning had asked, you know, is Friedrich Merz following the will of the people if he ignores the AfD and the fact that they did get 20%?
Well, based on the notion that democracy is about substance as well as form, yes, he is. Because it's widely understood by the mainstream German democratic parties that the AfD is not a democratic party. That's why the firewall exists. And to surrender that at this stage would be betraying the massive German turnout. I think this could be a very easily applied logic by anyone who's governing. Now, the more the AfD were to get, which would happen if this government fails to deliver, I think we can safely say, then that would start to come into question. But for now, I think there's a solid argument.
Let's go to, I want to go to our chief political editor, Michaela Kufner. She's at CDU headquarters. Michaela, we just looked at the numbers, and I want to ask you, since we're talking about the firewall, are you hearing there? Do we see Michaela? There she is, yes. Let me ask you, are people there telling you that the firewall held tonight? And are they saying, look at the numbers, 80% of the voters said no to the AfD? Is that the way they're interpreting it?
Well, that firewall is rock solid. Friedrich Merz himself, who stands accused of having put some cracks into it after accepting far-right AfD votes in a motion recently in Parliament and get that across the finish line for the first time in history. He himself has pegged his own political future to maintaining that firewall. And because it looks such an obvious choice that there is a conservative stroke far-right majority in Germany, a lot of people vote CDU, the Conservatives, because there is a firewall to the far-right. So the interpretation here is that it would be political suicide to go into one camp with a far-right AfD, which has as its own declared aim, and I've spoken to one of its founders, that was the aim, to destroy the Conservative CDU-CSU as one of the last remaining Big Ten parties in Europe. And we've just seen the Social Democrats go further downhill. They are being crushed as a Big Ten party. And that could likely and would likely happen to the CDU. So that issue isn't being questioned, particularly since the far-right AfD party is in part suspected of undermining democracy itself here in Germany and may face further investigation. So you don't want a coalition partner who's suspected of undermining democracy itself. So it's not quite as easy as when you look at that chart, but what it does demonstrate is that Germans seriously feel that there should be much tougher migration policy here in Germany. And that's also something that Friedrich Merz says he stands for. But let's see how tall he can stand on this platform when he faces those coalition talks with the Social Democrats and or potentially the Greens, whatever this becomes in the end.
Okay, and I think we've got a question. We have a question from a viewer.
That's right, Michela. This is one of our viewers just wanting some clarity on what the CDU's sort of stance is on skilled immigrants from African and Asian countries. I think we talk a lot about, as our viewers pointing out here, we talk a lot about asylum income, but what is the CDU and Merz's position on skilled immigrants to Germany?
That's a very interesting question because it highlights the distinction between asylum and other forms of migration. And here the Conservatives, Friedrich Merz himself has pointed out, he wants to have border checks, he wants to turn people away at the border who are entering the country without a claim to asylum. At the same time, he promises that he will create a fast track, purely digital, which in Germany actually doesn't necessarily always make it faster, but there you go, a digital process to recruit much needed skilled labor from abroad. So the promise, and let's see how much he actually fulfills this, is to be tough on asylum, tough on migration, particularly from other safe countries within the European Union into Germany, while at the same time offer a much faster track to migrant workers, skilled labor, which he stresses is badly needed in order to kickstart the German economy. Another promise he's made that there would be a turnaround on the economy as Germany slides into a third year of potential recession.
DW's Michaela Kuffner at the headquarters of the CDU, the conservative CDU here in Berlin. Michaela, thank you. Well, big gains, as we've been talking about tonight, for the far-right alternative for Germany, the AfD. DW spoke to the AfD's co-chairman, Tino Kruppala.
I'm very pleased with the result. We have doubled in size. We have gained twice the number of votes. That is historic. We are the second strongest party, so I'm really satisfied.
What is your message to the other parties?
That firewalls are not worth it. That voters have clearly decided against firewalls. And as the second strongest party, we have been given a mandate to play a more active role in politics. Friedrich Merz should think carefully about this.
Why did so many voters, 1 in 5, actually vote for the AfD?
Because we have a good candidate for chancellor, because we have good candidates in the federal states, we have run a good campaign, and we have a better programme, because we want to pursue policies for Germany that are in line with its interests. We want to end the Ukraine war as quickly as possible and not supply weapons where the taxpayer is milked and where we finance foreign wars.
I had the feeling when the first results came in, the reaction wasn't quite as cheerful, or maybe not as loud as I expected. Did you feel the same?
No, it was just the first projection. Let's look at the later figures. I'm convinced we will still get over 20%. So we are completely satisfied. Thank you.
All right, our political correspondent Matthew Moore, he is at the headquarters of the AfD. Matthew, you heard it there from the party's co-chairman. You conducted that interview. Do you get a sense that the AfD, is it a party that is satisfied this evening?
Very much so, Brent. Look at the big picture. This is a party that was really in a bad way at the last election because it lost on its previous result. It was really going nowhere, and then a number of things happened. As we just heard in that interview, the Ukraine war, Russia invaded Ukraine in 2022. That triggered off a series of issues. So there was the rising energy prices, migration numbers started to go up again, the number of irregular migrants arriving in Germany went up, and then also the economy in Germany here has been in recession for 2 years, and all of that came together to really deliver this perfect combination of issues that the AfD has just jumped on, and they've been able to define themselves really quite sharply against the other parties. And tonight they've doubled their result, and they will be a very much enlarged and much more emboldened presence in the German Bundestag. They've not just doubled their votes, but they're also going to have well more than double the number of seats, and that's going to just change the tone of the debate in the parliament, and them just continuing to hammer on this issue of migration is going to have just put major pressure on the political parties that do make it into the coalition in the end.
Matthew, we've got about a minute left. Let me ask you, what are you hearing there about the impact, the influence of Elon Musk and the U.S. Vice President, J.D. Vance? J.D. Vance met with the AfD Chancellor candidate, Alice Weidel, last week. I mean, they've been very open about their support for the AfD. Do people feel like that made a difference tonight?
Yeah, I mean, you speak to anyone around the AFD orbit, and most of them will say that it can only help the AFD when you have people like Elon Musk and JD Vance coming out and batting for your corner. But the main thing, I think, is that it just normalises this party, makes them very difficult to ignore. And one of the most fascinating things that has happened in the last few weeks is that the AFD's position on the war on Ukraine, their position has now been taken up by the people in the White House. So in a way, the issues that they've been campaigning on are now dominating it when it comes to the war in Ukraine. So for them, they really feel like this is really helpful to normalise them in Germany and also around the world, and it will only put them in good stead as they look to increase their vote share ahead of the next elections in 4 years' time. And that's what they've got their eyes on, Brent, is 2029.
2029, yep, and we can hear that music in the background. Yeah. Someone's got their mind on dancing tonight, but it's not going to be us. Maybe it will be you, Matthew Moore, at the head of the headquarters of the AFD. Yes, I can see what you're thinking there.
Last man standing.
That's what you are. Maybe you'll be the next man dancing. Matthew, thank you very much. And we are coming up on 1/4 the hour. We're almost done with our special live coverage here. I'd like to thank Richard Walker here, our Chief International Editor. And I'd like to thank, this is your first time here at the big table with us with a live show, isn't it, Ben?
I've been with Phil Gale.
Oh, you've been with Phil Gale?
Around the table of four, thanks.
Well,
thank you.
Welcoming you again. And Christine, as always, great to work with you. And we appreciate you following us wherever you've been watching us on TV or streaming. Thanks for the company. I will be back in 45 minutes with a special edition of The Day as Germany Decides. We'll see you next time.
Every year. For many in Ghana, working on landfills is the only work there is.
Holiday destinations are drowning in plastic waste.
We rewind and take a look at the causes.
Every year, Europe exports over 1 million tons of plastic waste. Is there another way? After all, the environment is not recyclable.